That's so Can we have lightweight Group 1 drivers, please? If you'd like to get yourselves to the pit lane, helmets on, please. We'll check in for you. Get you into your karts, ready for your first or your practice. Okay, drivers, if you need speaking to us, we have plenty just by race control. grid, so every other grid stop, please. So when you come down to the grid, please make sure you are stopping and leaving a Kart scan in between. Thank you.
Good morning everyone from what is going to be an action-packed day here at Buckmore Park for the Kart Race of Champions 2023. At the moment here you're seeing the first practice session for the first heat of the lights group. So they will be getting out there on their laps. They'll be 8 minutes into this session then to get themselves warmed up and the karts warmed up ahead of the first race of the day. And these times should decide roughly where we're going to see them throughout the day. Just a chance to warm themselves up and warm you up as well as we get kick-started here. A day full of action, and each group here is separated into lightweights and heavyweights, and from those groups separated into 3 groups even more. So there will be plenty of heats to come about through the course of the day. 18 heats which will decide our finals. We'll have a C final for the lights and the heavies, a B final for the lights and the heavies, and then we'll get to the Super Bowl and the B final for the end of the day. So action-packed day. Looking forward to this one, and I hope you are too. For the moment though, we will leave you to enjoy the sounds of this practice session. brings an end to the practice session, the practice qualifying session. That has decided our grid for the first heat, so the grid looks like this. On the front row is the number 11, Harrison Brooks. Number 5, Lewis Rogers, and row number 9 is number 4, Connor Ambrose, and number 13, Ivan Sana. So we have our drivers lining up. Sure drivers have plenty of space heading in towards the top bend and in towards the first couple of corners. So it's our high speed in towards Conway's and Henry's Bend for the first major braking zone of the lap in towards hairpin 1. And we see the number 10 Sandy for this race. And Harrison Brooks representing Kart Masters here, and the Kart Race of Champions bringing together several kart rental championships in order to find out who is champion.
Drivers, so we're ready to go to heat 1. Just a reminder, track limits. We are not going to take a lot of track limits. A couple of drivers been spoken to already.
Into 3 karting today. The drivers 12 minutes for the first heat, and we are underway, and it is a good start there from Tom Langford. He's managed to get a nose ahead going in towards Conway's, and that is also Fraser Brunton, who fancies a move up the inside and gets now up into second place.
Group 1.
A good start there from Tom Langford as Fraser Brunton loses out again then to the number 11 there of Harrison Brooks, as the field now file their way in towards the S's now. Finish line and almost pushing each other at this moment, almost to give a little bit of bump drafting at this early stage. It is only the first heat, mind, but here it goes. That number 18 of Harrison Kirkham up the inside of Tom Langford then to try and take away the position, which he does. And Harrison Brooks then leading that way as we head away out of hairpin 1. Sean Dabin now up into 4th place as he crossed the line there in 5th. Track limits warning going out as well to I think that's Tom. That's heading away in towards hairpin 1. Bit of battering as well. Fraser Brunton now gets ahead of Sean Dabin up into 4th place. Neil Durant there running a little bit wide on the exit of hairpin 1. They're still battling up behind them. the line. Through in towards Conway's they go, as that's still the battle there going on for 4th place. Sean Dabin trying to put the pressure on Fraser Brunton. Still battling away, going in towards hairpin 2, very close in the midfield as well. As you can see in the background there, that's the turn 1 once again. Is there a way through this time for Sean Dabin, I wonder? Not quite yet. So Fraser Brunton for 4th place at this moment. Dabin is trying to find a way through. Of course, Dabin was part of the winning team of the recent Brooks leading the way, representing Kart Masters here in the first heat of the day. Because we have plenty of action coming up throughout the whole day. This is just the first heat there. 12-minute heats for all drivers, and every driver gets 3 heats. So the first heat was decided by qualifying in that practice session. The other 2 heats the drivers will be in as all. Between them all. We head our way now in towards the first 2 corners once again. This battle for 4th place. Kirkham, and then it's Tom Langford in 3rd place. Fraser Brunton in 4th with Sean Dabin 5th. Andrew Spencer, that is, in 6th place with Blaze Turnstill in 7th place. In fact, towards Conway's we go. Dabin still right on the back of Brunton. Brunton is not an easy driver. Then trying to take a different line out of hairpin 1. They cannot find that way through at the moment. Fastest lap of this race, or of this heat so far, is Harrison Kirk. Extend that gap. He's managed to find a little bit of pace against Sean Dabin then, as Harrison Brooks does set the fastest lap of the race. So our race leader now with the fastest lap of the race, a new 49.237 is our new fastest. And Brunton, it seems to have just found a little bit here, a little bit of space. He's able to try and pull away from Dabin on that last lap. that's for... Going in towards the start-finish line. There is that battle then being headed by the number 6 of Jennifer Tompkins. Number 2 kart then of Trevor Hansford trying to hang on to these positions though. But Ivan Sana in the 13 kart manages to find a way through, and Trevor Hansford with a bit of contact between himself and Tom Kempink there as we head our way through down the hill into... late stages. Trevor Hansford also trying to find a way through as he wanted to try and pass the number 8 kart of Tom Kemping. Hanging on for now, but Hansford is looking for that move, trying to engineer a move. There's the number 6 kart, that's Jennifer Tompkins, making her way now through in towards... the start-finish line with 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock, so only a handful of laps to go in this heat. Tompkins defending P11 in towards hairpin 1, might be a slightly compromised line, but so far the top 5, or the 5 of them battling and following each other's lines, trying to find their way through, as, well, that's Kemping there. In this battle for P2. There it is then, the battle for P2 in the closing stages of this race. Just over 90 seconds left of the... Tom Langford looking to see if he can find his way through though. Just over 60 seconds on the clock then. As we see Kirkham trying to defend, there goes Langford up the inside. Going in towards hairpin 1, he's got that move done. He now has to defend going in towards hairpin 2, and he takes a slightly tighter line. That may favour Harrison Kirkham. P2 going in towards turn 1 and turn 2 as we head our way towards hairpin 1. Langford now up into second place, but that position back then, heading in towards hairpin 2. Is there a way back through for Harrison Kirkham, or can Tom Langford... Race winner, our Heat 1 winner is Harrison. And then line in second place. place, Harrison Kirkham in third, it's Fraser Brunton in fourth place with Sean Dave in fifth, Andrew Spencer in sixth place with Sam May in seventh place, Turnstill in eighth place then, as you have now Neil Durrant in ninth, and Callum Jones rounds off the top 10. It's Ivan Sana in 11th place, Samuel Essery in 12th. Session for Group 1 of the heavyweights. And we'll be seeing such names as Sebastian Miller, Ashley West, Adrian Perez. In Harrison Brooks, a thumbs up from him there. There between himself and Harrison Kirkham. Tom Langford, it is one battle there. Fastest lap of the race going to Harrison Brooks with a 49.192, setting out on the 11th lap of the 15 laps we saw of racing. And a huge battle for P11 in the closing stages as well. That battle managed to separate the field almost in half. Ivan Sana won that battle up into P11. He went with Samuel Essery in 12th place, Tom Kemping in 13th, with Trevor Hansford in 14th place. And with our first heavyweight group being assigned their numbers, if you do want to keep a track of who is out there, cart number 1 will be Sebastian Miller, cart number 2 will be Michael Gibbons, cart number 3 Henry Walter, cart number 4 Adam Necker, cart number 5 will be Mike Smith, cart number 6 will be Reno Jean Luke, cart number 7 will be Jason Kirkham, cart number 8 will be Ben Pickard, cart number 9 will be Richard Warren, cart number 10 will be Mo Hassan, cart number 11 will be Will Dendy, cart number 12 will be Mark O'Grady, cart number 13 will be Adrian Perez, cart number 14 will be Ashley West, cart number 15 will be David Wood, cart number 16 will be Richard Allen, cart number 17 will be Vito Dacrez, and cart number 18 will be Alex Jones. An important session of practice, this one, as this will decide where they start their first heat of the day. I'll leave you with that practice session for now. They'll have 8 minutes of practice to get their best lap times on the board.
wavy, please.
So that brings an end to the second session. First session for the first group of their heavyweights. They've got their practice laps in. They're getting their way onto the grid momentarily. I can tell you though that it is the number 18 of Alex Jones who's grabbed pole position representing Bucknell Park. And he'll be taking his way onto the front row of the grid. Second place is the number 5 of Mike Smith, who's just over 1.5 tenths off of the pace there. At third place is the number 6 of Reno G. Luke. And Reno there will be making his way towards the grid and he'll be hoping to really get himself up the order and see what he can do. That's Reno DeMarco representing Rugby Kart Club. Reno third place in the Rugby Kart Club 2021. Winner of the TRCK in 2018. His expectations today are to have as much fun as last time. Let's hope he can do that. He finished 11th in last year's Kart Race of Champions. He's described his own driving style as adaptive. So let's see what he can do. Adapt from P3 on this grid. Well, pole position goes the way of Alex Jones, representing Bucknell Park there. And Alex Jones looking to try and convert that to a heat win. He was the Bucknell Pro Champion of 2020 and 2022. He was the Bucknell Park Sprint Champion 3 years running from 2018 through to 2020. And also Kart Masters 2019 champion. Finished third at the Kart Race Champions in 2020 and in 2022. And finished second in the Bucknell 24-hour recently. His expectations are to enjoy the event. Well, he's got a good start here because he's enjoying himself on the front row, in fact on pole position, for this first race of the day, or the first heat of the day for the heavyweights. And in second place there is the number 5 of Mike Smith. We'll be looking to try and take advantage of second place here. He's raced in Formula 6 as well, a two-time elite champion in Club 100, representing Club 100. He first raced at Bucknell Park in 1971. It's fair to say then, he's got a good grip of this circuit. The drivers then are told to vise us down, watch the lights. We're getting our way underway momentarily here. The red lights are on, they go green, and we go racing for heat number 2 of the day. And who gets the better start then? Alex Jones just gets that nose ahead, and he does get himself into the lead, heading our way now on towards hairpin 1 for the very first time, keeping our eyes on the action behind then. Does everybody make it through? No, we've got a spinner. Number 11 Kart is around. That's Will Dendy, who is around. Well, he's got to try and get himself back up the order now. He goes all the way down to 18th place. Will Dendy, one of the wild cards we see here today. So not the greatest start for the multiple GT race winner in McLaren, a KF1 Super 1 as well to his name. Don't forget that Lego driving licence for Will Dendy as well. He put that himself. A very proud achievement for anyone who's been to Legoland. Well, we see here number 18 of Alex Jones leading the way then as we head our way on towards the start-finish line to complete the first lap. And it is Will Dendy who's been awarded a contact warning by Race Control. So it's deemed he was at fault for that one by Race Control. Just in the background there, the number 12 Kart gets a move done. Marco Grady getting past Ben Picard as we file our way through in towards hairpin 2 with our race leaders. Top 3 have managed to break away at this early stage. Number 5 Kart grabbing a track limit, so that is Mike Smith in second place. He's got a track limit warning. Top 3 managing to slightly break away. Well, we've got Sebastian Miller, I believe that is, in Kart number 1, trying to back away. Mo Hassan, though, fancies his chances, trying to go down the inside at Paddock Bend. Did he get that move done? Going now up towards Garda. As our top 3 go through your picture now. Reno DeMarco is in third place there as we head our way across the start-finish line. Here we've got 10 minutes to run, and I've just seen the number 16 of Richard Allen also trying to find his way through, and Richard Allen here looking to recover there. He started this race in P4, he's now trying to find that move back. Where is Will Dendy? Well, Will Dendy's got himself back up into P16 after that spin at the start. Be hoping to carve his way through the field and recover as many heat points as he can. There's your battle for P4. Mo Hassan is currently leading that battle then in fourth place. and we'll be hoping he can try and hang on to this one. His favourite track is Bucknell Park as well, so he will be hoping that he can use his favouritism of the track to his advantage, representing Club 100 today. He's got 2 podiums, the first 2 Club 100 events as well, and a British Indoor Kart Championship regional winner under his name. His style he describes as strategically consistent. And it's his first time at the Kart Race of Champions, looking to make an impact here. Top 3 battling away at the top of the field as well. As I'm just seeing here out of my commentary box window, Mike Smith really harassing Alex Jones there for the battle for the lead. Alex Jones hanging on to the position though, and able to hang on to the lead of the race. But Mike Smith, those sort of attacks are going to just keep on happening for him as we see a battle for P4 here involving these 4 cars. Mo Hassan in number 10, Richard Allen in number 16, Sebastian Miller in number 1, and Adrian Perez in the number 13 car. There go your top 3. Alex Jones from Mike Smith and Reno DeMarco heading their way across the line. And Mike Smith here, having raced here first in 1971, using that experience to his advantage. Had a look up the inside there in towards hairpin 1, but no gap there that exists so far. Just in the background there you see Mo Hassan in 4th place, heading away towards hairpin 2, but Richard Allen fancies his chances going in towards the S's. There's our top 3 battling away then, heading away down in towards paddock, and there's a launch there from Reno DeMarco. The launch might have cost him a bit of momentum. Momentum's so key around Bucknell Park here. You cannot afford to get yourself off momentum and off piste. It's a little bit of gap now between the top 2 and Reno DeMarco. Alex Jones leads the way then. Mike Smith in 2nd place as we head our way now onwards towards hairpin 1 once again. Also still very close together. 4th place involving 4 cars. As we just saw there, Mo Hassan running slightly wide out of hairpin 1. Shouldn't cost him too much time, but that's not a sort of thing you want to pretty much postmark to someone like Richard Allen, who will want to keep the pressure on you. Richard Allen represented Club 100, started karting from an early age and eventually becoming an owner driver. And he's represented TKM or raced in TKM from 1998 to 2010. It's his first time at Kart Race of Champions, racing under Club 100 today. And that's Richard Allen there, getting moves done. He's now up into 4th place though. As we see the top 3, there is the battle for 4th place. There's Richard Allen now has got ahead, but that's a move there, I believe, from Adrian Perez as he looks to try and pass Mo Hassan. In towards hairpin 2 we go. Mo Hassan now down into what is now 6th place, with Sebastian Miller now trying to put the pressure on Richard Allen. Allen looking to use all those years of experience under his belt to see what he can do for his P4. Sebastian Miller here also looking to pile that pressure on and seeing what he can do. Seb Miller is representing the Southern Rental Kart Championship today. His favourite track might be Brighton Q Leisure, but he is a BRKC heat winner and semi-finalist. He finished 4th in the Southern Rental Kart Championship. He's also finished 4th in the Rapid Kart Championship as well. A 2022 Kart Race of Champions, easy for me to say, the A final finalist, and he's aiming for a top 8 this year. This year's rendition. At the moment, he finds himself in 5th place in heat number 1, or for the first group of the heavyweights is heat 2 overall. And as we make our way almost down towards paddock bend, you can see Seb Miller starting to apply that pressure. We have just under 5.5 minutes left of this heat to run. It's Alex Jones leading Mike Smith and Reno DeMarco. That's your top 3 right there. There you can see the number 13 card of Adrian Perez putting Mo Hassan under a bit of pressure then. This is the battle for 6th place as we head our way through. Perez looking for a move up the inside in towards Conway's. He's got the inside line then. Through in towards Henry's Bend. Now heading our way down in towards hairpin 1. He's got that inside line. Can he take that position away? Yes, he can. A look over the shoulders. And he's seen that it's clear both ways. He can grab P6 there, moving himself up. we've got the number 14. These two battling has allowed Ashley West to start to close up. Ashley West representing Club 73 today. And any sort of battling means you leave yourself vulnerable to cars behind. You see then this battle making its way through. And we see there that still Adrian Perez has Ashley West as well in the 14. And his expectations is good racing with the best in the country. And at the moment he finds himself 8th place in this first heat. His favourite track is Bucknell Park, and he's a Bucknell Park Man of Steel runner-up. He finished 3rd in the pro class at Club 73 in 2018. His best finish at the Kart Racer Champions was 4th place. Going to go one better today, he finds himself onto the podium in the heavyweights here. Here's your battle here between Seb Miller and Mo Hassan. Seb Miller and Richard Allen, my apologies. You see then battle for the top 3 once again, making their way through in towards the centre chicane. It is Alex Jones leading the way. Just over 3.5 minutes left to run of this heat. Mike Smith hoping to use that experience to his advantage here as we head away through Henry's Bend. He looks to the right, then to the left. He's going to go for it down the inside in towards Hairpin. One bit of contact between Jones and Smith there. Smith has to back out of that one, and Alex Jones will hang on to the lead of this race then, heading our way through the S's again. Reno DeMarco, well, he tried that launch earlier on, a few laps ago, down in towards Paddock. Managed to catch back up with the top 2 battling away to make this a 3-car battle for the lead as they head their way through Garda. You see them re-emerge out of Garda through the centre chicane and in towards Cafe Curve. Mike Smith has got a good bit of momentum here to try and use. He'll look to the left-hand side of the track and then switch to the right to get the inside line going in towards Conway's and Henry's Bend. That might leave him a bit vulnerable to Reno DeMarco behind. In towards Hairpin 1 we go. Got away with that one, but DeMarco knows he can just try and see if he can get a Kart in a position where Mike Smith is just not expecting it. He's trying up the inside. Smith goes defensive in towards the S's then. Cover off that line. As Alex Jones trying to run away while Smith and DeMarco behind him squabble. Hasn't happened like that though. As we head up towards Garda. Head on our way now in towards the centre chicane. Up the hill we go then, in towards Cafe Curve. And now onwards towards the start-finish line. 1 minute 53 on the clock. We should get a couple of laps of racing then. And our top 3 still trying to battle away, sort themselves out. They have got about 1 minute 40 to do that. Now in towards Hairpin 2. Is Mike Smith able to convert this pressure into a race-winning move? Or will he have Reno DeMarco to worry about behind him? DeMarco then right on his tail as they head their way through in towards Pullman's and towards Paddock. Up they go. Mike Smith with a look over the shoulder. He clearly knows Reno DeMarco is there. He clearly knows the pressure is on. As our top 3 will make our way around the half curve. Once again, they'll make their way on towards the start-finish line. We will have 2 more laps worth of racing with just over 60 seconds on the clock. DeMarco then putting the pressure on Mike Smith, heading away towards Hairpin 1. He goes left, he goes right. In the end, he has to see that one hang back for now. Onwards we run then, through in towards Hairpin 2. Now we head our way onwards through in towards the S's. Bit of a gap between our top 3 at the moment, between all the karts, but take that with a pinch of salt then. Heading away towards Paddock. And it is that number 18, Alex Jones, who leads the way at this point in the race. Fastest lap is the number 11 of Will Dendy. Dendy is up to 9th place after that spin out at Hairpin 1, so it's been a good recovery drive from Dendy at this stage. As we cross the line, we do start the final lap of this race then, with Alex Jones leading the way, heading in towards Hairpin 1. He's got a bit of a gap between himself and Mike Smith here. He might try to use that to his advantage. Alex Jones representing Buckmore Park. He's a Buckmore Pro champion of 2020 and 2022, a sprint champion 3 times running from 2018 through to 2020, a Buckmore Park winter champion as well in 2019. It is fair to say he's probably got a good knowledge of this track, has Alex Jones, and as we get in towards the closing stages of this race, we'll see if he can hang on to that lead. Mike Smith about 6/10 of a second back when he crossed the line last time around. You can see though he's under pressure from Reno DeMarco. Here comes Alex Jones though, heading through the final few corners across the line to take Heat 2 victory. And Alex Jones puts maximum points on the board for the very start of this day. Mike Smith in second place with Reno DeMarco in third. Then it's Adrian Perez in fourth place, Richard Allen in fifth. Will Denby managed to recover from spinning out at hairpin 1 and dropping all the way down to 18th. Got back up to 6th place, so a great drive from Will Denby in the end. Mo Hassan in 7th with Ashley West in 8th, Sebastian Miller in 9th, Jason Kirkham in 10th place, Michael Gibbons 11th with Ben Pickard in 12th, Mark O'Grady in 13th, Vito Dacres in 14th place, Adam McCarr in 15th, David Woods 16th place with 17th place Henry Walter, and 18th is Richard Warren. And that brings an end to our second heat of the day. Coming up next then we have a practice session upcoming. This will be the practice session for the second group of the lightweights. And that includes names such as Gabriel Quinta, Dimitri Oros, Andrew Strike. To get off to a good start here. The drivers will make their way back up onto the grid. Ready to hand over to the next set of drivers to take over. These will be your practice for the lightweights group 2. Jack Goldsmith as well will be car 4 for this session. I had a chat with him before proceedings started today. He's actually suffering from a fracture in his right hand, and he only told me after I shook his hand. And I said to him, "You've got to lead with that, Jack." So keep an eye on him for today. He's a bit worried that he might not be able to make it to the end, but if I know Jack Goldsmith, it's going to be a bit of a... Oh, he's going to have to be really suffering if he pulls the cart to the side and retires from today, but we'll keep an eye on him, I'm sure. And we do have the lightweights with their Group 2 practice, I should say. Remember, practice does decide the grids for their heat, so the fast lap times here will matter, and they'll have to see what they can do, try and find the space out there in these stages. But we have the practice session coming up very, very shortly. So here we go then. With that practice session over, it's decided the grids for heat number 2 for the lightweights. At the moment, it's heat number 3 overall, and it is Matthew Hill in the number 6 who has got pole position. The 2022 Club 73 Pro Class champion, also in 2021, went back-to-back. 2021 Essex Endurance runner-up, 2020 Bockmore Park 24-hour runner-up. It is fair to say he's got some good experience around Bockmore Park, representing Club 73 today. Second place is the number 11 kart of Mike Coppin, who will be sharing the front row. And Mike Coppin represented Club 100 today, Club 100 vice champion in 2022, 3-time Soli World finalist, multiple Club 100 races under his belt as wins, and it's his debut at the Kart Race of Champions. And he also has a Daytona D-Max 24-hour championship under his name in 2019. There's row number 2 as well. Ollie Smith in the number 18 finished second in the Kart Race of Champions in 2019. He'll be starting today's race from 3rd place. Number 10 in 4th place is Alex Brazier. Alex sharing that front row, and we'll be hoping to kickstart today with a good haul of points. His best finish at the Kart Race Champions is 4th place. He's hoping today for another top 10. He describes his driving style as calculated. Well, it'll need to be calculated if he wants some points here as well. Representing Bockmore Park, and he's raced here many times. A Bayford Meadows Championship under his belt as well. There is row number 3. Andrew Strike in the number 5 there. We'll be starting from 5th place as we get ourselves underway then for the start of this race. And we make our way onwards then, and here we go, making our way on towards turns 1 and 2. Onwards we go towards the first hairpin for the very first time. Matthew Hill then making our way through, trying to find a way up the inside of Mike Coppin then, as we head our way onwards then towards the S's for the very first time. Hill leading Coppin then, and Ollie Smith is in 3rd place, descending our way through and towards Simon Sweet and Pullman's, and Ollie Smith finished 2nd place in the Kart Race of Champions, looking to try and make it a win here today. Jack Goldsmith as well, currently qualified there in 9th place. He's a 2-time Kart Race of Champions champion, going back-to-back in 2020 and 2021. And Mike Coppin has got back the lead of the race then, ahead of Matthew Hill. Ollie Smith in 3rd place, and it's Alex Brazier in 4th as we head our way in towards hairpin 1 then. And we head our way through towards the 2nd hairpin. And we've got yellow flags, at least at the top of the circuit for now, so there's no overtaking at this point. So we'll hold there. Mike Coppin leading from Matthew Hill in 2nd place. It looks to me like it's a full course yellow that's been deployed. So Mike Coppin leads the way. Matthew Hill 2nd with Ollie Smith in 3rd. Alex Brazier in 4th place. And just been informed there that a race has been halted. It was a false start. So there will be a restart here. So we'll get re-gridded up and we'll try again. So Mike Coppin, full start there has been confirmed. So we will start this race again. Well, there was some good action, and with a false start like that, it does give your rivals just a little bit of an upper hand as to how you are going to start this race. But Matthew Hill will retake pole position then, with Mike Coppin in 2nd place, Ollie Smith in 3rd. So Matthew Hill here will have another chance of defending against Mike Coppin. Well, Coppin did take the lead of the race there. And a bit of a discussion there from Mike Coppin, of course. He was leading the race at the time it was declared a false start. So we'll see how we go again. So Matthew Hill making his way back onto the grid again. He will retake pole position here. And you see Mike Coppin not too happy about that one, but he'll have to go again. And Mike Coppin taking that 2nd place on the grid then. And Mike Coppin hoping to, he set his expectations. It's his first time here at the Kart Race Champions. He said his expectations were to get here on time. Well, he's here on time. He put it on 2nd place. and he'll be looking to try again and retake that lead off of Matthew Hill. For Matthew Hill, though, he's got a slight advantage. He can know what he can do in defending. There's your second row again. Alex Brazier in the number 10, starting in 4th place. Apologies, that's the... Sorry, Alex Brazier in 4th place. Yes, that's right. With number 18, Ollie Smith in 3rd. And that's your second row there. Ollie Smith, 2nd place, runner-up in 2019 Kart Race of Champions. There's your row number 3 then, with the number 13 kart of Zach Venn and the number 5 of Andrew Strike. And you see there, that's Raj Kalar. You might recognise that helmet there, might give you Nigel Mansell vibes, I'm sure. There's the number 5 kart of Andrew Strike then. You can see next row behind them is the number 7 of Glenn Marrison and the number 14 kart of Raj Kalar. And then we have there, you can see just in the background, we will see what happens from here, of course with the red lights on. And there is Jack Goldsmith, and he qualified in 9th place, racing on with a fracture, hairline fracture on his right wrist. So he was talking to me before the race, hoping that he can make it through. He said he wasn't expecting big results here today. Let's see what happens racing through the pain. But Jack Goldsmith is a tough racer. He'll race on for as long as he possibly can. We'll see. 2-time champion as well in the Kart Racer Champions here for Jack Goldsmith. So he knows how to win one of these. He's done it twice. Last year in 2022, he was making sure he could try and hold on to that one. But we'll see what happens here. We'll give this a second try here. Heat number 3. Ready and waiting then for the second group of the lightweights. And who will get the better start, I wonder, this time around for the second time of asking. You see the 2 front rows then. And you see in green there, Matthew Hill. In blue, Mike Coppin on the front row. Visors down, an eye on the lights then. That's what the drivers are told. Red lights are on. Getting ready for heat number 3 here of the Kart Racer Champions. We are underway. Green lights are go, and Matthew Hill looks like he's got a better start this time. Heading our way in towards the first corner. Ollie Smith is under pressure from Alex Brazier going in towards turns 1 and 2. Manages to withstand that pressure, heading in towards the first hairpin for the first time. And keeping an eye just in the background there. Everyone's made it through hairpin 1. Now they head their way through in towards hairpin 2. Matthew Hill leads the way then from Mike Coppin and Alex Brazier in 3rd place. And Ollie Smith is now up into 3rd. Now trying to see what he can do against Mike Coppin. Ollie Smith, runner-up in 2019. As we see, Mike Coppin does get the move done again on Matthew Hill. Now they head their way up in towards Garda. On the exit then, it is Mike Coppin that leads. Now Matthew Hill is under pressure here from Ollie Smith, as Smith tries to challenge away for 2nd place. That's opening up an opportunity here for Alex Brazier. He wants to try and move up the inside in towards Conways, but he can't quite find that move. Again, he'll try, and there we see the number 13 trying to go up the inside. That's Zach Venn, who took full opportunity of that one, moves himself now up into 4th place. Nicely done then from Zach Venn. He started in 6th place. He's now got himself up into 4th and has a real chance here to try and catch the top 3 and see what he can do with that pace that he's got underneath him. And Zach Venn, you can see they're going very defensive in towards Paddock. That might open up an opportunity here for Alex Brazier on the run up towards Garda. But it looked like there Venn was defending that line. And as we see, our top 3 have slightly broken away. It's Coppin from Hill and Smith in that top 3. Then you can see it's the number 13 of Zach Venn. Alex Brazier looking for a move up the inside in towards Conways. Couldn't quite get that one done. But in the background, there's a charge through the field for the number 5 of Andrew Strike. And Strike striking there to get himself back up to where he qualified in 5th place as he heads his way through in towards hairpin 2. Slightly wide then from Glenn Marrison in the number 7. Out of hairpin 2. Watch on our leaders then. Matthew Hill is back in the lead with Mike Coppin in 2nd, Ollie Smith in 3rd. Through in towards Paddock we go. Up we go towards Garda. And will Matt Hill be able to hold on to the lead of the race? It's been nip and tuck between the two of them, but no, Mike Coppin's back ahead, going through in towards Garda. So Coppin takes back the lead of the race, so the leaders are switching to and fro as we see them make their way through in towards Henry's Bend. Onwards we go towards the first hairpin. Just in the background there, Andrew Strike defending from Alex Brazier. In fact, he's got a move as well now, going past Zach Venn up into 4th place. So Andrew Strike is on a charge here. Now he can try and focus on the top 3. Mike Coppin under real pressure from Matt Hill, heading our way in towards Pullman's, now in towards Paddock. Ollie Smith in 3rd at the moment, but you can see Andrew Strike has charged through the field. Didn't get a great start, but has made more than made up for it, because he's up into 4th now. And now up into 3rd. He's got his way past Ollie Smith. So Andrew Strike really on a charge here. A heck of a charge from 6th place on the grid. What can he do from here, I wonder? Can Andrew Strike? Well, Strike here is representing the Rugby Kart Club. And he finished runner-up in the 2022 Rugby Kart Club. 2019 runner-up in Cov Kart Sport. And 2020 runner-up in Rugby Kart Club there. There's a lot of trophies that he's got there, and he'd love to get his way up into the sharp end of the Kart Racer Champions order. He's doing just that. Heading our way through. Ollie Smith looking for a move down the inside at Paddock then. They run side by side, do Strike and Smith, in towards Garda. Well, Smith had the inside line. Does that mean he takes that position back? Yes, it does. So Smith moves now back up into 3rd place, with Strike now in 4th place. Hill trying to break away. It's almost like the two leaders are trying to work together here, which you can see from time to time. With just over 7.5 minutes left to run in this race, you can sometimes see that the leaders decide to work together, and what they mean by that is pushing down the straight to try and break away from the rest of the field. It might be why you see the helmet tap from time to time, to remind the driver behind, let's work together. It sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't. Here we go then in towards Paddock, and again Ollie Smith launches a move up the inside of Matt Hill. He gets himself up into 2nd place. That's left the door open now for Andrew Strike, who gets himself up into 3rd place. Could he hold on to it? Yes, he can. And that little bit of squabbling has allowed Mike Coppin to get a little bit of breathing space then, as we head our way across the line to start another lap of this race. Ollie Smith across the line to set a new fastest lap of this race of 49.410. And looking to try and build on that momentum as well. As we see there, Venn had a strong start, currently in 6th place. Jack Goldsmith up into 7th, by the way. Racing on then, and seeing what he can do in this Kart Racer Champions. With an injury stacked against him, our 2-time Kart Racer Champions winner is 7th place in his first heat. We see now our top 4. Matt Hill looking for an inside move on Andrew Strike in towards Garda. It can be an overtaking opportunity. Did he get it done? No, he didn't. Strike manages to stay ahead then, and keeping a hold of that 3rd place. Here comes Ollie Smith though, now looking to find a way past Mike Coppin. Through in towards Conways they go. Onwards through they go. Gabriel Quinta as well, up into 10th place. There's a bit of a 4-car battle going on, I see, from my commentary box window. And Quinta then keen to get this job done. Oh, there's a bit of contact in towards hairpin 1. That was Thomas Seabrook, who tried an inside move there. Bit of contact there. But joining on with our race leaders. There you can see Coppin from Smith. And it is Matt Hill up there into 3rd place as our leaders climb up towards Garda. You see them re-emerge, and then you see Smith still in 2nd place. Andrew Strike then is in 4th, and Alex Brazier there is up into 5th place now, ahead of Zach Venn. Top 3 now making their way through in towards Conways, and then through Henry's Bend. Onwards they go towards the first hairpin, with just over 5 minutes left to run in this heat. In towards hairpin 2 they go. Glenn Marrison in 8th place there at the moment, and looking to try and take advantage of a decent qualifying position. He qualified in 7th place, but finds himself 8th at the moment. Say top 6 there. Line of stern at the moment. heading their way in towards Garda. Now they head through the centre chicane. And top 5 really close together now, with Zach Venn just on the outskirts of that battle, and Smith looking for a way through. Here comes Matt Hill trying to go up the inside of Ollie Smith in towards turns 1 and 2 we go. He's still got that inside line, and there you can see Andrew Strike is trying to follow Hill through in towards hairpin 1. He gets himself a position there, and now Alex Brazier is having to go around the outside, but Ollie Smith has had enough of losing positions there and gets it back against Andrew Strike. And Strike now finds himself side by side with Alex Brazier and manages to hold firm there. Now you can see our top 6 as Zach Venn wants to go up the inside of Alex Brazier, going in towards Paddock, and then in towards Garda they will go. And Coppin still leads from Matt Hill in second place. Ollie Smith under pressure from Andrew Strike, and it just shows you that a slight loss of momentum is a huge difference here. Matt Hill looking to try and find a way through, try and get into the lead of this race, try and convert the pole he earned in that qualifying session to get himself a win in the heat. Ollie Smith 3rd, and then it's Andrew Strike in 4th place. Zach Venn's up to 5th, Alex Brazier in 6th. We've got Jack Goldsmith in 7th place, Glenn Marison in 8th. You see our leaders then heading into Paddock. It has been nip and tuck, really, with the top 6. If anyone finds themselves slightly out of shape, they tend to lose maybe more than one position. We saw that happen with Ollie Smith before he managed to get back past Andrew Strike. Heading across the line then, 2 minutes 46 on the clock. As we see now top 4 pretty much now in the battle for the lead, as Strike looking to Strike, heading in towards hairpin 2. Mike Coppin has been holding on to this lead now, and Matt Hill wants that to be him in the lead on the top step of heat 1 for the second group of the lightweights. Heading our way in towards Paddock then. Zach Venn really attacking Paddock, and Andrew Strike still looking to try and get into the top 3 here in heat number 3, and is looking for a move on Matt Hill. Hill loses out to Ollie Smith in Garda, and what was attack on the race leader now becomes defend against 4th placed in Andrew Strike. That's going to allow Mike Coppin to try and get up the road, and here goes Strike up the inside then, going in towards hairpin 1. He's got that move done. Zach Venn fancies his chances as well, but that leaves the door open for Alex Brazier, who slips himself up the inside and manages to grab 5th place from Zach Venn there. And in Venn trying to find a little bit of a different line, left the door open, and Alex Brazier said, "Thank you very much, I'll take that from you." Now Venn trying to go up the inside then, but realised that he was never going to make the corner and had to back out of it. Matt Hill trying to recover. Second goes through. He's down to 4th place as Andrew Strike now up into 3rd. That again allows the top 2 to try and break away. Ollie Smith catching Mike Coppin with about 60 seconds on the clock. Matt Hill up the inside of Andrew Strike in towards the first 2 corners to try and take away 3rd place, which he does. And there you can see Alex Brazier up the inside now of Andrew Strike. Strike having to hold firm going in towards hairpin 2. Holds on to 4th place there as our runners make their way through in towards the S's. Matt Hill managing to get back up into 3rd. Andrew Strike in 4th. As we run here, Zach Venn trying to look up the inside, but Alex Brazier gets there before him, and that has Venn has to back out of that one. And Brazier really punchy for this one, wants that position, but in doing so he might have lost a little position or a little bit of ground, as Zach Venn wants that P5 looking across the line. Final lap of this heat then, as Brazier defends going in towards turns 1 and 2. Is there a way through here for Zach Venn? He'll have to go the long way around if he wants it, but he can't quite find it there. Jack Goldsmith as well now under pressure, under late pressure from Glenn Marison in the closing stages for 7th place. Leaders go side by side through in towards the S's between Coppin and Smith. Smith is through then and now leads the heat in the closing stages on the very last lap. Here goes Coppin up the inside, aggressive move up the inside there. Smith has to run deep, He goes in towards Garda. He'll be on the outside line. In towards Garda, now towards the centre chicane. Who emerges first? It's Mike Coppin who emerges the leader. In towards Cafe Curve. And they head their way across the line here. Mike Coppin wins Heat 3 by a whisker ahead of Ollie Smith. Matt Hill in third place with Andrew Strike in fourth. Alex Brazier in fifth, Zach Venn in sixth. Jack Goldsmith resisting late pressure from Glenn Marrison to finish seventh and eighth respectively. Philip Simpson in ninth place with Christopher Ball in 10th. Gabrielle Quinta in 11th with Thomas Seabrook in 12th. Barry Lakes 13th with Raj Kalar in 14th. Dimitri Oros in 15th. Kim Ely in 16th. Liam Tricker 17th. And Sam Parent in 18th place. Well, Mike Coppin just about got the nose ahead, just about got into the lead of that one, and he manages to take a heat win here in heat number 3. And for the second group of the lightweights, Ollie Smith and Matt Hill complete the top 3, but Andrew Strike was looking very, very punchy there. Multiple chances for most of the top 6 to grab a podium in the first heat there, but it's Mike Coppin who takes the first victory, or at least the first win in his heat, as drivers now make their way up towards the grid. There is Mike Coppin who takes that heat win and makes his way on towards the front spot. I think he was supposed to be in the pits anyway, but he has been summoned to race control, so we'll keep an eye on how that unfolds. So Mike Coppin summoned to race control. We'll see what happens there, but he does have the race or the heat win at this stage. What will happen now is that we'll have practice for the second group of heavyweights. And race control signalling he wants to see an improvement in the track racing standards and driving standards. Too much contact, says race control. So they want to see an improvement in the next heat. Well, next up we have a third practice session. It will be the practice session for the second group of the heavyweights, and remember the practice session also serves as a qualifying session for their heat, so the fastest times will start at the front and the slowest at the back, and the second heats are already, or second and third heats for each driver are already predetermined, so it is just deciding where you finish in heat number 1, where we will have that practice session coming up very, very shortly, and we'll leave you to those sounds. So we have our next heat coming up very, very shortly, and that previous session has decided where drivers will start for this heat, and it's going to be Anwar Beryl Smith in the number 6. There he goes, making his way to the front, representing Club 100 today. He's the Club 100 Heavyweight SP60 Champion of 2022, the Club 100 Heavyweight Sprint Champion of 2022, and also the 2022 Club 100 Heavyweight Experience Champion. He's also picked up second place in the 2022 Club 100 Endurance Series and finished third in the 2022 Club 73 Super Pro Championship, and also has a second place in the 2022 Tillotson T4 165 World Championship. It's a very hefty trophy cabinet that Anwar Smith has, and representing Club 100 today. Second place in this race is Sam Lukes, who's racing a bit of everything nowadays. Can find him anywhere you go club racing, you can for Sam Lukes, as he looks to add to his illustrious grid here. Row number 2, we have the number 13 there of Jeff Lamb, and Jeff looking to start alongside the number 17 of Chris Alcock there. And we'll look to see what these two can do from the second row of the grid. Third row of the grid then is number 3 Joe Bailey and number 15 of Matthew Spencer. And Joe Bailey looking to try and take advantage of that. Well, he's earned that one, of course. Joe Bailey having to make sure that he represents that 4th in Rotax in 2006, and also Super 1 karting, and a Buckmore Challenge champion as well. There's the next row, which is the number 1 of Matthew Borrowdale and the number 18 of Dan Wright. Matthew Borrowdale looking to see what he can do from this position as well. Starting alongside Matthew Borrowdale in that heavyweight, representing Club at 73, and also was a 2022 Club 73 Pro Class 4th place in that. Also a 2-time British Indoor Karting Club finalist, and it's his first time at the Kart Race of Champions as well. We head to the front of the grid then, and Anwar Beryl Smith looking to try and take advantage of pole position. Eyes on the lights then for our drivers as we look to get heat number 4 underway. Lights go green and away we go. And what are the starts like? It looks like it's a good start there from both of our front row then. Anwar Beryl Smith looking to try and take the inside line. Sam Lukes looking to put him under pressure as we head our way down in towards hairpin 1 for the first time here. Does everybody make it through this one? Or Anwar Beryl Smith leading the way from Sam Lukes in second place then. And I believe that's the number 13 of Jeff Lamb, which it is, as they head their way now, filing through the S's for the first time. Everyone through the first 2 hairpins okay, as now our leaders descend their way through in towards the second part of the track. In towards paddock we go, back onto the power, and Anwar Beryl Smith looking to take full advantage of that pole position he earned in that previous practice qualifying session, and will be looking here to try and break away early from Sam Lukes at the head of the field. But Sam Lukes is not going to let this go lying down. He finished runner-up in last year's Kart Race of Champions in the heavyweight division, and his driving style, he claims himself as a track limit bandit. Well, Race Control might be keeping a closer eye on Sam Lukes, but he's representing DJ Motorsport today as he looks to build on that runner-up spot he got in the heavyweight Kart Race of Champions last year. Third place then is Jeff Lamb in that number 13 kart, looking to try and put him under pressure, but Anwar Beryl Smith looking to, well, early doors, try and run away with this one. He's built up a bit of a gap already between himself and Sam Lukes. Jeff Lamb then seeing if he can close in and try and take second place in this heat, and looking to apply some early pressure at these opening stages. See what sort of line Sam Lukes is taking here as the top 4 start to make their way through. Chris Alcock in the number 17, currently in 4th place in that number 17 kart, and Chris Alcock in this heavyweight class representing Club 100, and he's a Club 100 Endurance winner in 2020, runner-up in 2021, and he'll look to take that advantage with him. Anwar Beryl-Smith has a good lead at the moment, but there is Jeff Lamb, who's got ahead of Sam Lukes into second place as we round our way through. Onwards we go then towards the first two corners, in towards Conways and Henry's Bend. Is there a way back through for Sam Lukes? Is there a way through, in fact, for Chris Alcock? He's got himself down the inside of Sam Lukes in towards hairpin 1 and gets that move done, moves himself up into third place. And now he can turn his attentions to Jeff Lamb in second place. Anwar Beryl-Smith, fastest lap of the race, 49.710, as he's built that gap now between himself and Jeff Lamb to 1.3 seconds, in fact. Looking to try and just get his head down, get those laps in, and try and charge away from the rest of the field. Just in fifth place there is Joe Bailey, who's joined the fray now, the fracas in this battle. Joe Bailey looking to see what he can do. He's a Buckmore Challenge champion. His best finish at the Kart Race of Champions is 8th place in the heavyweights. We'll see what he can do here today. As we see Jeff Lamb still holding on to second place in this heat. And whilst he does that, it does allow Anwar Beryl-Smith to open up that gap further. A new fastest lap as well from Anwar Beryl-Smith, 49.668. That's compared to Jeff Lamb's 50.052. So Anwar Beryl-Smith opening up that gap by 0.3 of a second at the least. But it's a bit of a bottleneck now for Jeff Lamb. He knows he can defend if he can place the car right, but he's under pressure here from Chris Alcock. He'll have to go the long way round going in towards Calf Curve, but he can't quite find that way through. Sam Lukes as well has to decide between attack and defence, because Joe Bailey was having a look up the inside. Matthew Spencer joins the fray. Spencer looking up the inside of Joe Bailey, then going in towards hairpin 1. Sam Lukes is around the outside and loses out a couple of positions there, drops down to 6th place. And well, we'll be looking to see what he can do to get himself back into this. Matthew Spencer is leading a charge now. He's trying to find a way past that number 3 cart of Joe Bailey, as we watch on from Jeff Lamb and Chris Alcock battling away. Joe Bailey now into 4th place, with Matthew Spencer in 5th. And as we head our way through the centre chicane, Sam Lukes looking to see if he can find a way back past Matthew Spencer. Onwards the start finish straight we go. There's a contact warning going out to Joe Bailey from race control. So race control keeping an eye on him and the contact he made on that last lap. But it's Chris Alcock here who is trying to now break away from Jeff Lamb. Meanwhile then, Joe Bailey has got up the inside of Matthew Spencer. And Bailey, he gets at least a little bit of momentum on his side, heading our way through in towards Pullman's and now towards Paddock. As Chris Alcock here loses a bit of momentum. Jeff Lamb sees an opening on the inside of Garda. Can he make that stick though? He'll be on the outside heading our way through the centre chicane, and Jeff Lamb does find his way through past Chris Alcock, and now Joe Bailey fancies his chances going in towards Conways there. Just under 6 minutes left on the clock then here in this heat, as Joe Bailey looking for move down the inside in towards hairpin 1, puts him on the outside for hairpin 2. And Chris Alcock managing to hang on there. Sam Lukes sees an opening, wants to follow through. Heading our way through the S's, and he does get that position. Gets himself ahead of Joe Bailey. And Sam Lukes here started this race in 2nd, now currently in 4th place, as he looks to try to get back past. Those heat points will come back if he can score as many as he can now. It will richly benefit him going in towards the finals later on today. Anwar Beryl-Smith is now nearly 5 seconds ahead of Jeff Lamb, and another new fastest lap of the race from Anwar Beryl-Smith, a 49.462, as there's a move there from the 15 of Matthew Spencer, looking to see if he can get a move up the inside. Puts him on the outside heading into hairpin 2 of Joe Bailey, and he might lose out a little bit of momentum there. He has to take a slightly compromised line. I think he stays there behind Joe Bailey, which he does. And we've got Robin Kassam and now Dan Wright joining this battle as well, as this battle for second place goes, I think, down to 8th place. It's number 18 of Dan Wright, who's at the back of this queue, looking to see, well, maybe with the popcorn, what happens from here. 4 minutes 24 on the clock, with Sam Lukes on the back of Chris Alcock. And Sam Lukes finishing runner-up, don't forget, in the Kart Race of Champions last year. Sam Lukes, a proficient club racer wherever he goes, racing in the likes of Enduro Car and the Toyo Tires Championship as well. Racing a Caterham as well, I believe, this weekend, I was told. So he just loves driving, he just loves racing, Sam Lukes. And he'll be relishing this challenge to try and find his way past. He's currently in 4th place, heading away up towards Garda. Beryl Smith is really starting to make some way through, but Jeff Lamb has just set a 49.6 on that last lap, so he matched the pace of the leader last time out. 5.2 seconds, there goes Sam Lukes up the inside, trying to find a way past Chris Alcock once again, still on the inside, heading away towards hairpin 1, and does take that position away from Alcock, so Lukes now up into 3rd place. Now his sight is set on Jeff Lamb's 2nd place in heat number 4 of the day. Still very tightly contested for 2nd place in this race, and while Beryl Smith has used this battling and this squabbling to his advantage there, because he's built up a gap of more than 5 seconds. It's one of the biggest gaps we've seen so far in these heats. But Jeff Lamb still in that 2nd place. All important heat points will be coming and be scored here. Sam Lukes then 3rd place. Still got to watch out for Chris Alcock and Joe Bailey in the 17 and the 3 respectively. Heading their way now in towards the first hairpin, battling as well between Robin Kassam and Dan Wright behind them, as that's Dan Wright in the 18, Robin Kassam in the 11, and there is Robin Kassam. He's trying to hang on there. The 15 of Matthew Spencer has lost out then. This is the battle for 6th place as they make their way through in towards Syme Sweeps, then go through Pullmans, and that's also Dan Wright, the 18, looking to see if he can find a position back through, as Robin Kassam finds a way past Matthew Spencer. And the battle for 2nd place still right on a knife edge here, as Chris Alcock has the inside line going in towards Calf Curve, but he'll be on the outside, heading our way through in towards the first 2 corners. And also Joe Bailey trying to almost a little bit of bump drafting there to try and help himself through. Sam Lukes holds on. Chris Alcock defends well against Joe Bailey and hangs on to that position, heading our way through in towards hairpin 2. Sam Lukes there trying now to defend from Chris Alcock for that 3rd place. That might allow Jeff Lamb to see what he can do in terms of building that gap. And Jeff Lamb slapping a second slower than Anwar Beryl Smith. We haven't seen a lot of Anwar Beryl Smith in this race, but normally if you're leading the way and we don't see you, it normally means you're doing a good job. I see just past the start-finish line now with 1 minute 11 on the board. So we have 2 laps worth of racing left to run here. There's your battle for 3rd place. Sam Lukes at the front of that train with Chris Alcock in 4th, Joe Bailey in 5th. And who will try and find their way through then as Lukes goes defensive in towards hairpin 1. I think he might be trying to settle for this 3rd place. Try and hang on to it, hold on to it in these closing stages. It's allowing Jeff Lamb to try and scamper away and try and lock down 2nd place. There's Joe Bailey on the back of Chris Alcock then. That will be a battle for 4th place. Doesn't fancy a move down in towards Paddock there. As we make our way up the hill then and towards Garda. They'll re-emerge from the centre chicane then. Sam Lukes there in 3rd, with Alcock in 4th, Joe Bailey in 5th. Rounding our way through, we are now onto the final lap of this race. Anwar Beryl Smith is making his way through in towards hairpin 1, 7.6 clear of Jeff Lamb at the moment. There's the battle for 3rd place as Lukes goes defensive, takes the inside line going in towards hairpin 1. He looks to compromise his line there in favour of track position, going in towards hairpin 2, which he's managed to hold on to there. But Chris Alcock will be chasing him and fighting him all the way through the S's as they'll make their way through in towards Syme Sweep and Pullmans for the final time here. And now in towards Paddock. Sam Lukes might have lost a little bit of momentum there, but there is Anwar Beryl-Smith as he makes his way through on towards to take the checkered flag and takes the heat win with a bit of a lock-up as well to celebrate. Here's that battle for third place now, making its way towards the line, and it's going to be Sam Lukes, I think, in third place, with Chris Alcock in fourth, Joe Bailey in fifth place there with Matthew Spencer in sixth, Robin Kassam in seventh with Dan Wright in eighth place, Matthew Borrowdale in ninth with Joseph Hamlet in 10th, Matt Horgan in 11th place there with Dean Abbott in 12th, John Paragon in 13th, Peter Salmon in 14th place, Jason Humphreys 15th with Adam Preston in 16th, and across the line now 17th in Sam Green, who will take that last finishing position. So Anwar Beryl-Smith takes the victory, and by commanding style. The gap was 8.1 seconds that Anwar Beryl-Smith managed to build at the end of the race there. So a very, very commanding heat win for Anwar Beryl-Smith, and scores maximum heat points in the first outing. Jeff Lamb in second place there, who lines up alongside and managed to pull away at the end of the race there, towards the end, from the battling that happened behind them. And then it will be Sam Lukes who finishes in third place there. And there was just no catching Anwar Beryl-Smith in that first heat there, and winning by 8.1 seconds. And that's the biggest gap we've seen in these heats so far. And that brings an end to the second group of the heavyweights then. Coming up next, we've got our final practice qualifying session, which is our third group of the lightweights. They'll be taken to the track very shortly, and this will be the last time and the last practice session for these drivers. After that, they'll go straight into heats each and every time. And a chance here to decide your own grid position before you're succumbed to random chance for your second and third heats. So there will be a short refuelling break, and when we come back there'll be more practice. So ready and waiting after that fuel break and the practice qualifying to get started on heat number 5. And the front row of the grid, well, starting pole position for this one is number 13 of Adam Sheargold. Now Adam takes that pole position there and will be looking to take full advantage of this one as he's looking to try and convert the pole to the win and follow him all the way through, see what he can do. Alongside him is the number 6 kart of Ryan Shepherd, who will take his place on the front row of the grid, and we'll see what he can do. Ryan Shepherd then P2 in the rookies at the Buckmore 24-hour and 3rd in the British Indoor Karting Championship. There's row number 2 then. Number 2 Oliver Wedden in 3rd place, and then it's the number 17 of Sam Slater who rounds off our front row there. As front row looking very, very competitive, and Ollie Wedden, who starts this race in 3rd place in that number 2 kart, representing Club 73. He's a 2-time Sodi World finalist. He's a BUKC champion in 2017, and he wants a top 5 today. At row number 3 there is the number 11 of Joe Peters and the number 18 of Dean Everest, and they'll be starting from the 3rd row of the grid. And the number 18 there looking to get himself underway. That would be Dean Everest, looking to make a mark here in this session. So there are your front 2 rows then. Adam Sheargold in the 13 with Ryan Shepherd in at the number 6 kart. Obviously 2nd place starting on the outside. Ollie Wedden in 3rd place. Then it's Sam Slater in 4th place. And keeping an eye on him as well, as our front 2 rows eager and waiting. There is Clinton Bell, organiser of the KROC, and we are ready to go then for this one, as we have our man in orange making his way down the grid to signal to the drivers that we are about to get proceedings underway for heat number 5 here. They'll be given the instruction of visors down to watch the lights, and so they will. And we'll get heat number 5 underway, which we do, and it's a good start then from the 13 kart of Adam Sheargold, and he boosts himself into the lead of the heat then. Ollie Wedden having to try and go up the inside to try and take back that position from Sam Slater. In towards the first hairpin we go then for the very first time. Just having a look out of my window, making sure everyone gets through, which they do. So everyone's through the first hairpin and heading our way through the second hairpin. And again, everyone getting their way through fine and dandy. Ryan Shepherd, though, gets back past Adam Sheargold as we descend our way through in towards Sime Sweeps and Pullmans, and then in towards Paddock there. And you see Ryan Shepherd right on the limit of grip there as he looks to push on and try and extend what he has in this race so far. And Adam Sheargold will be hoping to see if he can take advantage here, but Ryan Shepherd leads. Sheargold in 2nd with Sam Slater in 3rd place, Ollie Wedden in 4th. Joe Peters is in 5th place there. He lost out slightly at the start but managed to gain those positions back. In fact, he's got one on Ollie Wedden there as he moves himself now up into 4th place. A good move there from Joe Peters as he tries to find his way up through the field. Top 6 or so are starting to break away from the rest of the field at the moment, as we watch our top 5 sweeping their way through. You see there Ollie Wedden trying to really get as far up the inside of Pullmans as possible to take a good line through there, carry as much speed as possible through there as well. In a track that's so much based on momentum, it's critical that you don't lose out at those critical moments. Ryan Shepherd leads the way then, fastest lap of the race, the 49.597. And there's a move attempted there from the 11 of Joe Peters up the inside as he looks to try and find a way through. And Sam Slater takes the inside line, takes that position back, although Joe Peters will be wanting to try and find a way through. I think Sam Slater was too impressed with that move. Nevertheless, it's not going to stop and deter Joe Peters from applying that pressure until he can find a way through. Defensive line from Slater in towards Paddock. That's going to allow Joe Peters a line and a move up the inside in towards Garda. Is that a move he can make stick then as they head their way through the centre chicane? And Joe Peters does move ahead of Sam Slater. And that's Ollie Wedden right behind then as they make their way, the trio, across the line. And, well, Sam Slater almost signalling to Joe Peters there, let's try and work together here. But now he fancies another way, down the inside in towards hairpin 1. And he gets the move done. And I don't think Joe Peters is interested in working together to catch the rest of the field. As Sam Slater signals to Joe Peters, think about this, let's work together and catch the rest. But I don't think Joe Peters is interested in that, Sam. Heading our way in towards Paddock. And as we make our way up towards Garda, but Ollie Wedden looking for a move up the inside of Sam Slater this time in towards Garda. The battle for third place really intensifying here. But Ollie Wedden couldn't quite find the move past there. There is your battle for third place. That's headed by Sam Slater at the moment. It's Joe Peters, Ollie Wedden and Dean Everest in this battle then. As once again, Joe Peters looking for a move down the inside in towards hairpin 1. No move there. As he carries on, just putting on that pressure. Heading out of hairpin 2. Ollie Wedden thinking about a move up the inside, but that's quickly covered off by Joe Peters. And quickly denied that space and opportunity. Top two trying to take a step away from this one. It's still Ryan Shepherd leading the way from Adam Sheargold. And then you can see that battle for third place headed by Sam Slater. And Joe Peters still piling on that pressure. Here they come then through in towards Calf Curve and across the start-finish line. 7 minutes and 43 to go. And Joe Peters has got a little less aggressive at this point in the race. Maybe understanding that what Sam Slater's trying to tell him. But I wouldn't want to put it past Slater to try and have a move up the inside again. He is under pressure now from Ollie Wedden in that number 2 cart through Syme Sweep and Pullmans. As we re-emerge from the trees to watch on this battle. Ollie Wedden gets a good run out of Paddock and in towards Garda. Is that momentum helping him coming through the centre chicane? It is. As we head our way up the hill then and heading our way towards the start-finish line once again. Ollie Wedden is right onto the back of Joe Peters. He's looking for a move up the inside, going in towards Conway, still on the inside through Henry Spen. He'll still have the inside line coming in towards hairpin 1. But Joe Peters is still going to be there on the outside until he's not. And Wedden goes defensive in towards hairpin 2. That also allows Dean Everest to see if he can try and find a way past Joe Peters there. Couldn't quite find it. And they stay line of stern as it stands. Heading through Syme Sweep and Pullmans. Look how close Joe Peters is closing into the back of Ollie Wedden. And who gets the better run out of Paddock? Well, I thought Joe Peters was going to have a good run there. But he just seemed to lack it right onto the power coming out of Paddock. And the advantage went straight back to Ollie Wedden. This is allowing Sam Slater to try and move away a little bit. Not so much working together, he's working solo now to try and close the gap ahead. But in doing that, Sam Slater has just set his personal best of the race, 49.781. He still lost a tenth of a second to Adam Sheargold in second place. There is Joe Peters trying to go up the inside of Ollie Wedden, but taking that inside line, he lost a bit of momentum. And you can see that little shuffle of frustration from Joe Peters there. He was ahead, but then he just didn't have the momentum to carry him through. And there's a move there from Dean Everest there, trying to go up the inside. They couldn't quite find that move through. As the drivers head their way through. Apologies, it was the number 8 of Ben Johnson who tried a move there, but it didn't quite work going in towards Paddock. But Johnson joining onto this battle now and seeing if he can make up a couple of positions in this melee and this fracas. There's also a battle, Bo Sullivan Stephen Westwood trying to hold off 4P8 at the moment. And it's a queue of 5 cars heading through hairpin 2. There they are as they headed their way through in towards the chicane then. And there's a little bit of an inside move from Bo Sullivan who fancies his chances. Meanwhile then, Ben Johnson right onto the back of Dean Everest then, heading our way up towards Garda. And Ben Johnson, who started this race in 7th place, still in 7th at this moment, and will be hoping to improve that position. There is Bo Sullivan. He's got himself ahead of Stephen Westwood then, as they head their way onwards then towards the first 2 corners. And Sullivan's been working on that move time and time again to get himself past Stephen Westwood. And Megan Quirk also fancying her chances of a position there, as that was the Bo Sullivan running deep in towards hairpin 1. Megan Quirk takes full advantage and takes that position. So too does Stephen Westwood. And Bo Sullivan quickly had to turn attack into defence as he now run our way through in towards Sime Sweep and Pullmans for another time. Just under 4 minutes left of this race to run. As we see there, that's Bo Sullivan again up the inside of Megan Quirk going in towards Paddock. Quirk has the inside line going in towards Garda though. And how will they emerge coming through in towards the centre chicane? They emerge side by side then. Quirk on the outside with Sullivan on the inside then through Cafe Curve. Quirk round the outside there, getting that position. Watch out as well for the 15 of Owen Burton, who fancies his chances of grabbing a couple of positions at this point then, as they'll head their way upwards towards the first hairpin. And battling away at the front as well, the 11 and the 2. Trying to battle away for 4th place, Ollie Wedden and Joe Peters as they headed their way through the S's there. Quirk up the inside, still battling away with Sullivan there. A little bit of contact between them on the exit of the S's. Through Sime Sweep and Pullmans they go. Quirk comes out on top on that one, but Bo Sullivan having to settle for staying behind her for now, as we rejoin then Ollie Wedden and Joe Peters as they continue that battle for 4th place right now. 4-cart battle between Wedden, Peters, Everest and Johnson. Through they go in towards Conways and Henry's Bend as they head their way now on towards the hairpin now, as Joe Peters gets a move done, moves himself ahead of Ollie Wedden, and Ollie Wedden went from the front of that queue right to the back. Ben Johnson now battling away with him as they're now going to go side by side. No, Wedden just about has the momentum to pick up 6th place there. Now he's got to try and put that pressure on Dean Everest then, who fancied a couple of positions there and got them. On the run up towards Garda now, just over 2 minutes left on the clock. I can see a contact warning has just gone out to the 18 of Dean Everest, so race control keeping an eye on him in the closing stages of this race. 2 minutes left to run in this one. There's Ben Johnson right behind Ollie Wedden in the number 8 as he makes his way now through the first 2 turns. Still got Ryan Shepherd leading the way, Adam Sheargold in 2nd, as Dean Everest has to defend that position against Ollie Wedden. Ben Johnson tries a little bit of a switchback here as they head towards hairpin 2. He finds himself on the outside there, and Ollie Wedden manages to defend that one. Dean Everest trying to hold on to P5 for now. It's allowing Joe Peters to build a little bit of breathing space in this stage as we head away in towards Paddock. Ben Johnson trying to find a way up the inside of Ollie Wedden. No way through though, as they headed their way in towards Garda. On the exit then, we'll see that Dean Everest still ahead of Ollie Wedden and Ben Johnson. Just over 60 seconds on the clock left to run in this race, as Everest just about ahead of Ollie Wedden at this stage, but Wedden is putting all that pressure on. He's certainly feeling it, is Everest. There goes Ben Johnson up the inside of Ollie Wedden for 6th place, and Johnson gets that move done. He says it's my turn now to have a go at passing Dean Everest. Through in towards the chicane they go, down through Sime Sweep and Pullmans. Can Dean Everest hang on for this one for a couple more laps? Here goes Johnson up the inside, going in towards Paddock then. He can't quite find that one, but there goes Ollie Wedden, who has an inside move coming in towards Garda then. Can he make that position pay off? As we rejoin that battle, it rejoins Everest, Wedden and Johnson. So Dean Everest still hanging on. Final lap of this heat then. It is Ryan Shepherd still in the lead. Adam Sheargold in 2nd with Sam Slater in 3rd. As a battle for 4th place makes its way now on towards the first hairpin then. Dean Everest has done a heroic job of hanging on to P4. He's got one more lap to do it in. Ollie Wedden is all over his case at the moment, and Ben Johnson has already shown that he will find a gap. If he finds it, he will go for it. Following them now through the Sime Sweep and in towards Pullmans. as we head our way down in towards paddock then. Ben Johnson really closed up behind, but here's Ollie Wedden then, still on the back. Ben Johnson finds a gap around the outside, but there is your winner then in Ryan Shepherd, who crosses the line and takes the victory in this heat. Adam Sheargold will be second, Sam Slater will be third, but who will be fourth then as they head to cross the line? It is Dean Everest who manages to get himself ahead. It was Joe Peters in fourth, Dean Everest in fifth, Ollie Wedden in sixth place with Ben Johnson in seventh, with Stephen Westwood in eighth, Bo Sullivan in ninth, Megan Quirk in 10th, with Owen Burton in 11th place, Abby Foss 12th, with Ethan Hall in 13th place, Aidan Dancer in 14th, Barry Morris in 15th, Cameron Das in 16th, with Matthew Clark in 17th place, and Michael Shepherd is our last of the finishers here in heat number 5. Well, Ryan Shepherd, Adam Sheargold and Sam Slater eventually got away, especially the case for Sam Slater, managed to get away from Joe Peters. 1.3 seconds clear at the end. There is your winner of heat number 5, Ryan Shepherd, who wins that heat by 3.3 seconds, and he takes that number 1 spot on the grid, ready for the switchover and the handover to the next session. He's nodding his head. He feels happy with that. I'm sure he should be. Adam Sheargold there, just at the bottom of your picture, the number 13 kart, finishing in second place. And Sam Slater rounding off the top 3 for heat number 5. Well, coming up next then, we have our last practice of the day, which will be the last practice session for the third group of the heavyweights, which will be followed by the heavyweights heat and the first round of heats, if you like. But it will be our last practice qualifying session to come, and we'll leave you with those when we get to it. But a good performance from Ryan Shepherd means that he scores maximum heat points in the early stages, and I'll be hoping to take advantage of that heading into the next heat later on. So we have the last practice qualifying session. It's the third group of the heavyweights, and then we'll go straight into their first heat. It will be heat 6 of the day. So getting ready for our 6th heat of the day, and there is your pole sitter Tony Thompson in the number 6 kart, and good quality lap there, 49.785 from Tony Thompson, puts him now onto pole position, representing Dubai Kartdrome, and is a regular at Club 73, Kartdrome, Bayford and Lakeside. His expectations for the Kart Racer Champions is great battles with everyone and to improve on last time at Croc. Well, he certainly put it on pole position for heat number 1. Alongside him is the number 15 kart of Mark Puxley. They're deep in conversation up there. I wonder what happens. I wonder what words you exchange when you're on the front row between drivers. Well, Mark Puxley representing Club 73 today, and he's finished 3rd at the Kart Racer Champions in 2020, finished 4th last year, and is a Want to Race Ginetta finalist, and finished 3rd place at the Buckmore 24 Hour as well. His driving style, Mark Puxley, is sideways. Ryan Sandel is in 3rd place for this one. He is last year's Kart Racer Champion heavyweight winner. He will be one to watch today. Alongside him is the number 3 kart of Todd White, who starts today in 4th place. He's part of the Rugby Kart Club, favourite track being Teesside, and he is Rugby Kart Club middleweight runner-up in 2021. And his best finish at Croc is 5th place in the A final. Next row behind them for 5th and 6th is the number 2 of Johnny Wilson and the number 13 of Nathan Parker, looking to take advantage of their solid start positions there. We're just seeing the last of the field line up and take their positions. That will be Gareth Thomas and Carl Vella, who are lining up to take their positions. The man in orange runs up to make sure we get this race started and get the final practice heat of the day underway. From here on in, it'll be random grids. Visors down, watch the lights. We're watching the lights. Who can get the better start off the front row? Will it be Thompson? Will it be Puxley? And the lights go green, we go racing. So good start from Tony Thompson. Can he keep a hold of that? Mark Puxley's on the outside though, heading our way in towards Conways for the first time. Puxley swooping round the outside and takes advantage. Still trying to get his nose ahead in towards hairpin 1 for the first time here. Can't quite find his way through. Todd White in 3rd place, and that's Ryan Sandel, who's in 4th at the moment. So he's lost a position out there to Todd White off the grid, but he'll be looking last year's heavyweight champion here at the Kart Racer Champions to make due on that one. It is Thompson who leads the field, then down in towards paddock. Mark Puxley in 2nd place with Todd White 3rd. Todd White, where can he go? You can see there Ryan Sandel in the number 1 kart trying to find a move round the outside, going in towards Garda then. They re-emerge out of the centre chicane. Nathan Parker there is in 5th place. He's up a position from where he qualified. And drivers now make their way across the line. Number 2 kart of Johnny Wilson looking for a move up the inside there. Can he get that move stuck, I wonder? Puxley also looking for a move up the inside in towards hairpin 1. Tony Thompson leaves the space and Mark Puxley takes full advantage of it. Puxley goes defensive in towards hairpin 2, but now leads the field onwards through the S's as they start to descend their way through Symes Sweep and Pullmans. Watch out for Todd White though, putting the pressure on Tony Thompson through Pullmans, and now heading our way in towards paddock as Puxley wants to try and get away from the rest of the field. A bit of loss of momentum for Todd White means Ryan Sandel got an inside line in towards Garda. Could he make that one pay? Well, he could indeed, and Ryan Sandel gets his way up into 3rd place, spotted that gap and took full advantage of it as we head our way across the line. Track limit warning for 13, that's Nathan Parker, as he's trying to find a move and does get a move on Todd White then. So Nathan Parker is now up into 4th place as number 3 of Todd White trying to fight for that position back, heading through hairpin 2. As our leaders now make their way again through the S's. Puxley leading the way. Tony Thompson 2nd. And Ryan Sandel looking to try and get some positions there, as that was a launch then from Johnny Wilson going in towards paddock there. and wanting to really try and get away past the likes of Nathan Parker and Todd White. There's your top 5 passing through the picture. And watching on Tony Thompson, losing out on that pole position he earned in that practice quali session. Heading our way in towards the first hairpin. Is there a move open there for Nathan Parker? He certainly thinks so. He wants to go down the inside. It would leave him on the outside now, going in towards hairpin 2. That invited Todd White to put a bit of pressure there. He saw a gap, wanted to go up the inside, couldn't quite find it there. And Ryan Sander will all be too aware of the racing that's going on behind him. He knows how to win a Kart Race of Champions. He is the heavyweight defending champion coming into this year's Kart Race of Champions. Can he defend that heavyweight crown? Mark Puxty from Tony Thompson as they head their way through Calf Curve. 8.5 minutes still to run of the race. As that's Tony Thompson up the inside of Mark Puxty, going into Conways and through Henry's Bend, and Tony Thompson now takes back the lead of the race through hairpin 1. Puxty looking to try and get a nose around either the inside or the outside, but Thompson defending well, holding his line, and Puxty wanting to try and get the inside of the second part of the S's. Might have lost him a bit of momentum as Ryan Sandel wanted to try and spot an opportunity there. Nathan Parker, meanwhile, 4th place. Watch out for that number 13 car. Has been pulling some moves when he sees the gap open. He knows that's an opportunity that he's got to take. Leaders now making their way through Cafe Curve. Onwards towards the start-finish line. And Ryan Sandel moving to the right-hand side to defend that inside line before going back to take the racing line. Barry Weller up into 9th place, meanwhile, getting past Reese Kello. And Puxty here against Thompson. And you have Ryan Sandel, Nathan Parker as well, really trying to find his way through. See what he can do in these stages. He's clearly up for the fight here. And Nathan Parker representing Club 73. His favourite track is Buckmore Park. Is it any surprise? He's trying those little moves that are trying to get him up the order. He spots a gap. He knows where the overtaking opportunities are here and is taking full advantage of them. Leaders heading their way across the line to start another lap. Thompson leading from Puxty through in towards Henry's Bend and now towards hairpin 1. Puxty fancies to move around the outside this time, try and cut back and get a better line coming out of hairpin 1. All of this is being watched by Ryan Sandel through hairpin 2. And we head our way onwards through the S's. Is there a charge here for Ryan Sandel? He's just set his personal best lap of a 49.904. And fastest lap of the race going to Johnny Wilson in the 2. Johnny Wilson going for a move down the inside of Todd White in towards paddock there. Ryan Sandel saw an opening at Garda up the inside. He put the card up the inside but couldn't take the position. Mark Puxty holds firm in 2nd place there as we head through Calf Curve. On towards and past the start-finish line, 6 minutes to run. As Nathan Parker saw a gap and went for it then up the inside of Ryan Sandel, up through Conways and Henry's Bend, and he's got the move done. Moves himself now up into 3rd place. Has to go defensive though into hairpin 2, does Nathan Parker. Might lose him a bit of momentum at one of the worst places to lose momentum at this track through hairpin 2 because it's full throttle pretty much all the way through Symes Street, through Pullman's and then in towards paddock, but he's managed to hold firm there as the likes of Todd White, Johnny Wilson are battling away behind as well. They're battling for 5th place at this moment. There's your top 4 in picture. Heading away through Calf Curve. Mark Puxty has had this lead of this race before and he wants it back here. Contact warning for Johnny Wilson in the number 2 going out. So race control keeping a close eye on those contacts, on those track limits. As was said by the race director in the briefing, they are keeping an eye on it. Mark Puxty still trying to hound those positions. And at the moment, there's a huge battle going on for 9th place in the background. A skirmish, it's heading its way through in towards the S's at the moment. It's headed by Reece Kello in the number 7 at the moment. Meanwhile, Puxty again looking for a move up the inside in towards Garda. Leaves you on the outside going through the centre chicane, but not if you get the move done before then. Puxty takes over the lead of this race from Tony Thompson. Nathan Parker third, with Ryan Sando in 4th place. As we head our way through in towards Conways and Henry's Bend. Bit of a look up the inside from Tony Thompson, but doesn't go through with the move. As our leaders now make their way through in towards hairpin 2. A switch back here from Mark Puxty. Thompson tried the move. Puxty's now got the inside line going through the S's and manages to hold firm. Meanwhile, Nathan Parker's trying to take full advantage, but there goes Ryan Sandel, who's trying to muscle his way through. He's got himself up to 3rd place now, heading our way in towards paddock, and that was the parting of the Red Seas there, and Ryan Sandel took full advantage of that and got himself a position as a result. And Nathan Parker drops to 4th place then. Johnny Wilson is in 5th with Todd White in 6th, and there is the number 13 kart of Nathan Parker, looking to see if he can find a way back past Ryan Sandel. We have 3 minutes, just under 3.5 minutes left of the heat. And Ryan Sandel trying to go a little bit defensive. We've had a spinner going through Calf Curve. That was the number 8 of Gareth Thomas. He gets up to speed and back up to speed. Puxty, though, leading the way. Tony Thompson 2nd, Ryan Sandel in 3rd place. As they head through Symes Sweep and Pullmans. Not many laps left to run here in heat number 6. Puxty ahead of Thompson up towards Garda, which has been a prominent overtaking opportunity this race. Puxty has done it a couple of laps ago. Nathan Parker losing out there to Ryan Sandel. Well, Mark Puxty went purple through sector 1 and has set his personal best lap of the race, 49.887. Still, Tony Thompson is quicker. Still, he looks for a move up the inside. No way through there for him. In the background, Ryan Sandel defending here from Nathan Parker. And Parker fancied a move up the inside into hairpin 2, thought better of it. Johnny Wilson, Todd White and Alex Morgan in the number 5. Also looking on, seeing if they can take some positions late on in this race. That was the move there, I think, from Johnny Wilson as he looks to get his moves on. He really loves an inside move down in towards paddock there. Did he get that move done, I wonder? Well, he did. Got himself up a position past Nathan Parker and up into 4th place. Parker now under pressure from Todd White in the number 3. He does go defensive in towards the first corner, but Todd White is trying to look up the inside, thinks better of it, as Nathan Parker was making it clear he was always going to defend that line. Mark Puxty still under pressure from Tony Thompson at the front of the field, but Nathan Parker, we're watching on here this battle for 5th place as Todd White right onto the rear bumper. There's the lead battle making its way through, and there goes Todd White again trying to carve out a move, manufacture a move to get himself ahead. There's your leaders. Puxty making his way around Cafe Curve. I think we'll get 2 more laps of this race to run, which we will do. Puxty goes defensive, going in towards Conways and through in towards Henry's Bend. And he knows how quick Tony Thompson is. It's been a great battle between the two of them in their first heat. And as they head their way through in towards hairpin 2, Ryan Sandel, who's already made it known, he's a bit of an opportunist. If he sees a gap opening between 2 battlers, he will put his kart there. And Puxty leads them down now in towards paddock. He's just focusing on all those apex now. Ryan Sandel trying to get up the inside of Tony Thompson going in towards Garda. Is that a move that pays off? It's not at the moment, but I think Ryan Sandel knew that one just as he went out of shot. And here we go then, final lap of the heat then. Tony Thompson looking to go full attack in towards the first corner, and he does get the move done. And here comes Ryan Sandel looking to follow him through. So too is Johnny Wilson. Mark Puxty back up the inside of Ryan Sandel in towards hairpin 1. Now they make their way towards hairpin 2, and Puxty now goes full attack on the others. Now Ryan Sandel has to tuck back in, but he's got to face off with Johnny Wilson going through the S's. It's Thompson who leads from Puxty, and then it's Ryan Sandel in 3rd with Johnny Wilson in 4th. Nathan Parker 5th, Todd White in 6th, and there goes Johnny Wilson trying to find a move up the inside of Ryan Sandel. Sandel then switches over to defend the inside line, going through in towards Garda. We'll have our leaders make their way through, up through Cafe Curve. Is there a last chance for Mark Puxley? I don't think there will be. It's Tony Thompson who takes the heat win. Mark Puxley in 2nd place, with Ryan Sandel finishing in 3rd. Johnny Wilson in 4th place, with Nathan Parker in 5th. Todd White 6th, with Alex Morgan 7th. Kieran Chidgey in 8th place, Max Jameson in 9th, and Reece Kello rounding off the top 10. Mitch Taylor in 11th, Justin Elliott in 12th, Alan Swindon in 13th, Neil Graham in 14th, Barry Weller 15th, Reece Harris is across the line in 16th, Gareth Thomas in 17th, and Carl Vella rounding off our 18 runners in this heat. Well, Tony Thompson got the move done going in towards the first corner of the final lap. Mark Puxley defended as much as he could, but Tony Thompson just found that inside gap and managed to make the move stick. He takes the heat win. He is absolutely delighted. What a battle between Thompson and Puxley in that first heat there. And Mark Puxley 2nd in that one. And a great fist bump between the two of them. Great respect between them. They know it was a great battle. They know how hard they fought for it. And Tony Thompson came out on top. Mark Puxley finishing in 2nd place. And off they go then. Well, Ryan Sandel in 3rd place, with Johnny Wilson in 4th place. And Johnny Wilson had a hard charge there up the order to try and make sure they get themselves through there. But no more practice and heats. It's just straight into the heats. And as the first two, I think their karts get sent to the back of the next heat's grid to try and make sure we get a good circulation of the karts through all the drivers. But we do have our heat grids from now on, of course, as Ryan Sandel there adjusting the GoPro and making sure he takes it off and walks away with it. We have heat number 7 coming up shortly then, and we already know the grids for this one. So starting first will be Tom Kempink. 2nd place will be Trevor Hansford. They finished 13th and 14th in their respective heats. Picking out some of the highlights there, Matt Hill starts 10th place. He finished 3rd in his first heat. He'll be starting on the 5th row, so watch out for him. Andrew Strike starting 13th place in this one, finished 4th and was involved in that battle in the podium, and we'll see what happens there. Keep your eye as well, of course, on Jack Goldsmith, although he's got that hairline fracture he was saying about in the build-up to this race. He'll be hoping that he can put that pain aside for as long as possible. He finished 7th in the first heat, and he was under pressure late on from from the drivers late on in that heat. But he starts from 16th in this one. And Fraser Brunton as well, finishing 4th place in his first heat, will start on 9th place, sharing the 5th row with Matt Hill. So watch out for those two heading towards the top of the field. It's going to be Andrew Spence in 3rd place, Lewis Rogers will be in 4th, and then it'll be Jennifer Tompkins 5th, Callum Jones 6th, Connor Ambrose 7th, Sam May in 8th, Fraser Brunton in 9th, Matthew Hill in 10th, Christopher Ball 11th, with Thomas Seabrook in 12th. Then it'll be Andrew Strike 13th, Dimitri Oros in 14th place, Barry Lates 15th, Jack Goldsmith in 16th, Glenn Marrison 17th, and Sam Parent in 18th place. I think drivers have got into their incorrect karts. They're so used to that kart number they had at the start of their first practice session. Of course, they're now decided on their grid position, not where their kart number is. So, for example, Trevor Hansford might have had kart number 2 in his last race. He starts 2nd place. He'll actually have kart 13 there, will Trevor Hansford. So it's all based on your randomly assigned grid position. And the way these last 2 heats run is it tries to grid you up as equal as possible. So if you have 2 midfield starts there, you should have 2 midfield starts. If you start at the front in one race, you should be starting near the back in the other race. So whilst Trevor Hansford has a front row start here, very likely he's going to be on the back 2 rows for his 2nd or his 3rd heat, I should say, of the day. There's Lewis Rogers, ready and waiting as well, standing by his kart. Kart number 18 at the moment. He knows he's in that 4th place kart. He's just waiting for the instruction to be sent to get him out there. And I would assume as well, standing by 3rd place kart, the number 2, is Andrew Spencer. And now the drivers are being assigned their kart numbers, so now they'll know which kart will be theirs for this next heat. Second round of heats for our groups. We'll be heading into heat number 7 very, very shortly. And with no practice in between the sessions, it is just straight into racing action. Back-to-back racing action all the way through now until we get to our finals later on today. So we have a chance to see here what the likes of Fraser Brunton, Matthew Hill, there he is, Matthew Hill, in kart number 16. He'll be starting from 10th place. He finished 3rd in heat number 1, or is in his heat number 1. And starting from the 5th row, watch out for him and his hard charge through the field. And on pole, on the front, or 2 front rows, we have Tom Kempnick on the right-hand side. As we get underway, then green light is done. We're racing for heat number 7 here. And it's a good start then from Trevor Hansford, who tries to go around the outside and does take over the lead of this race then, as we make our way now on towards hairpin 1 for heat number 7 of the Kart Race of Champions. Everyone's through hairpin 1 nice and cleanly. And as we head our way through in towards hairpin 2, it gets a little bit muddled up, but everyone is through. And it is Hansford leading from Kempink here. And they've both finished 13th and 14th in their first heats. And they would love to carry this forward, carry this momentum forward. Matt Hill there in bright green in the 16 kart, looking as well to try and move his way through the field. And watch out as well for Andrew Strike out there as well in the number 4 kart. He'll be one to watch to try and muscle his way through the field. But it is Hansford who leads after the first lap. Kempink in 2nd place, Andrew Spencer in 3rd. Andrew Spencer finishing 6th place in his first heat. Heading our way down in towards the first hairpin. And now on towards hairpin 2. You can see gets a little bit muddled up here to make sure it's almost 3 wide, heading our way towards the S's. But there's the number 2 card of Andrew Spencer, who gets his way through and swoops past Tom Kempink there. Now heading our way in towards Pullman's and now towards paddock we go. Hansford still leads from Spencer and Kempink then. And there's a bit of a battle behind as well. Sam May currently on our timing screens in 4th place. And Sam May currently racing in the 2023 7 race series in the Caterham cars. And looking to really take advantage of this then. Fraser Brunton has got up to 5th place at the line on his charge up the field. Matt Hill still 11th place, so hasn't been able to get a great start. As we saw the number 2 car there run slightly wide. Sorry, not the number 2. That would have been the number 7 of Sam Mays running slightly wide. That's going to allow Fraser Brunton through. Bit of contact between the two. In fact, that was Andrew Spencer running into the plastic blocks on the left-hand side going in towards the S's. Gave them a good kiss there. Now trying to go up the inside in towards paddock there, as Tom Kempink trying to see what he can do in that position with the leaders squabbling. Can he keep that composure and try and find his way through? There's Fraser Brunton in the number 10 kart, now in 4th place. He's got his way past Sam May and will now be eager to make his way through and try and take a couple of positions for good measure as well. Down in towards hairpin 1 we go. Hansford still leads from Spencer and Kempink. And we see Fraser Brunton again looking for a move on Kempink. Kempink meanwhile having to take a slightly defensive line. And that allows Andrew Spencer to take the lines he wants. Fraser Brunton putting the pressure on, applying that pressure in towards Pullman's now. And right behind him he's got Sam May in the 7 and Connor Ambrose in number 5. As we head our way up in towards Garda. And now there is your top 6 at this moment. Connor Ambrose at the rear of that field. Still Hansford leading the way. Andrew Spencer 2nd. Tom Kempink in 3rd. and Fraser Brunton wanted to get up the order as much as he can. He started 9th place in this heat, but side by side they go. Andrew Spencer wanted to find a move there, can't quite find it. Fraser Brunton having to look around the outside in towards hairpin 2. Has to run wide, rejoins, and Sam May's now on the inside. Through the S's they go. And still close quarter battling there. Did Brunton manage to hold on to that one? Yes, he did, in 4th place. But Sam May is making it clear he's not going to let him go. And see a couple of positions battling away, of course. There is your top 6. Make that top 7 as Callum Jones joins the fray in the number 14 in that pink lid. 7 karts in this train for the battle of the lead. Trevor Hansford at the lead of it, though, as Matt Hill moves now up into 9th place. Jack Goldsmith in 10th, starting from 16th place. And just watching on, Matt Hill manages to get his way now up into 8th place now. Fraser Brunton now up into 3rd. He's passed Tom Kemping then. Moves himself up into the top 3. And now heading our way through Pullmans on towards paddock. Fraser Brunton here knows this is a golden opportunity for a heat win. But he needs to keep everything all together if he wants that to happen. He finished 4th in his first heat, currently running in 3rd at the moment. As we round our way through Cafe Curve on towards the start finish straight, there goes the number 2 then of Andrew Spencer. Fancy a move up the inside, but no way through for him. As our top 7 make their way on towards hairpin 1. Again, Spencer wanting a move. Brunton trying a move round the outside this time. Can he find that move? He might have the outside line going in towards hairpin 2 now. That leaves him open from an attack from Tom Kemping. But he has the momentum coming out of hairpin 2 to keep ahead and keep his 3rd place. Meanwhile, there's Sam May looking for moves there. He wanted to try and move through Simon Sweep and Pullmans there, but couldn't quite find the track position he needed there to get that move done. As our top 7 make their way through in towards Garda, now through the centre chicane. Side by side we run. That's Connor Ambrose who's carving his way through the field. He's just got past Sam May and moves now up into 5th place. Heading across the line as Fraser Brunton wanted to look up the inside of Tom Kemping. Kemping defends, and there goes round the outside Connor Ambrose in towards hairpin 1 in that number 5 kart. He's battling away now with Fraser Brunton. He'll be on the inside, kick of grass and dirt then on the inside line. That won't help his momentum. He drops back slightly there. Callum Jones in the pink lid in the number 14, trying a move on Sam May. He was on the outside on the exit of the S's there, and it full well showed. Andrew Spencer, though, leads the way from Trevor Hansford in 2nd. Tom Kemping in 3rd place. As we see side-by-side action going up towards Garda. How is it all resolved? It's resolved with Fraser Brunton in 3rd place then, with Tom Kemping in 4th place. And Connor Ambrose in 5th, heading across the line once again. Contact warning for the number 10 kart I think I saw there. That was of Fraser Brunton. So he's picked up a contact warning in this race. And Tom Kemping going defensive against Connor Ambrose in towards hairpin 1. He knows Fraser Brunton will start to grab any momentum he can. Callum Jones has fallen behind Sam May this time. As we emerge from the trees then, Trevor Hansford still applying that pressure to Andrew Spencer. Fraser Brunton currently 3rd as he makes his way up towards Garda. As our set Tuplet for the lead makes its way out of Garda through the centre chicane and onwards through the Cafe Curve. Onwards to start another lap. 4 minutes and 20 to go in this heat, and it's Hansford applying that pressure. Fraser Brunton 3rd there, you can see just in your picture. Spencer trying to lead this way and see what he can do, as I think Connor Ambrose was getting himself involved in a bit of a battle there. As Spencer knows this is a good opportunity for heat points. He knows how much this could mean in the grand scale of things. As we'll see, Andrew Spencer slightly taking the curb there on the exit coming out of paddock. But we now run through Garda and upwards we go. I think he's got himself a track limit warning for that one. I've just seen that appear on the E flag on the start finish line. Trevor Hansford still looking for a way past. It's become a bit of a top trio at the moment for this battle for the lead. There's a bit of a bump there, but no harm, no foul, as Hansford puts his hand out, but in doing so he allows Fraser Brunton up the inside. That's exactly the sort of gap Brunton was hoping for. He gets his move done, moves up into second place, and that slight error from Hansford has cost him second place there. Running very close together, going through in towards Pullman's, now in towards Paddock we go. And Hansford still looking for a move up the inside. Here comes Fraser Brunton then, as he looks to try and carve out some sort of way for the lead then, still trying to find a way past Andrew Spencer, but there comes Trevor Hansford up the inside and takes away and takes back second place from Fraser Brunton then. Across the line they go, and in towards the first two turns we go. Still it's Spencer leading from Hansford and Brunton. And Hansford goes defensive in towards hairpin 1, 2.5 minutes on the clock. And you can see there Tom Kempink as well, locked in a battle. The top trio started to get away. Now they've been closed back up by the rest of the field. That's Sam May in 4th place, trying to join in this battle for the lead. We had a spinner up at turn 1. It was Barry Lakes who spun around, but now is up and going again. Our leaders then will make their way through the centre chicane. 2 minutes left of the race as we head our way up the hill through Calf Curve and onwards to start yet another lap in this race. Roughly 3 to go then, as there's the quartet, make that quintet heading their way through. Matt Hill still in 9th place as one of those to watch out for. He's struggling to find his way through the field. There goes Fraser Brunt with a launch up the inside in towards hairpin 2. He's got the move done and moves himself up a position there. Moves himself right up into second place. Watch out for Sam May though in the number 7, who fancies his chances of getting past Trevor Hansford. Heading down in towards Paddock. He's right on the back is Sam May, but he runs wide. He won't be able to try for a move there. And a black flag going out to the number 17 car, which is Dimitri Oros. So, unfortunately for him. But we'll make our way now onwards towards the start-finish line. Penultimate lap of this race, according to my maths. Trevor Hansford still in 3rd place. But look out for Sam May, who fancies a late charge here for position. Fraser Brunton trying to take an outside line going in towards hairpin 1, but that's opened the door against Trevor Hansford, who fancies his chances. Up into hairpin 2 we go, no way through. Tom Kempink wanting to find a way past, can't quite do it. And momentum failed him on the exit of hairpin 2. As our septuplet run through in towards Paddock now, with Andrew Spencer leading the way. Fraser Brunton 2nd, heading their way up towards Garda. Everyone looking over their right shoulder, prepared for Garda, seeing if anyone wants a late move to try it. But here we go then, up the hill and towards Cafe Curve as we head towards the checkered flag. Oh, sorry, the final lap, apologies. Now we're on to the final lap, and with Andrew Spencer leading the way, Fraser Brunton 2nd. Is there a chance here for Brunton to find his way past? He'll go wide in towards hairpin 1, and now look at that launch, look at that line he got. Look at that great acceleration out of hairpin 1. He gets that move done. He might have a slightly compromised line coming out of hairpin 2, but worry not. He's got the move there. Sam May launching his move then up the inside in towards the S's. He gets past Trevor Hansford and now goes up into 3rd place. And Brunton takes over the lead on the final lap. Hansford wants that position back from Sam May. He's got the inside line going in towards Garda for that last top 3 place. As our leaders now make their way through, Sam May managing to hang on to that one, heading up way now through in towards Cafe Curve and heading towards the line. It's going to be a heat win for Fraser Brunton. Andrew Spencer in 2nd place with Sam May in 3rd and Trevor Hansford in 4th place there. Tom Kempink in 5th, Callum Jones in 6th with Connor Ambrose in 7th place, Jack Goldsmith in 8th with Matthew Hill in 9th and Christopher Ball rounding off the top 10. It's Thomas Seabrook in 11th place, Lewis Rogers in 12th with Andrew Strike in 13th, Sam Parent in 14th place, Glenn Marrison 15th, Jennifer Tompkins in 16th place, Barry Lakes in 17th, and Dimitri Oros across the line and rounds off our 18 drivers in heat number 7. That brings an end to heat number 7. We'll quickly be on to heat number 8. But Fraser Brunton having to obviously start from a bit way back, from 9th place. And he managed to get his way up the order then. And I think they went on for one extra lap then. But in the meantime, Fraser Brunton still is the winner of the race. He was first across the line when the checkered flag came out. And Andrew Spencer in second place. And takes that heat win, does Fraser Brunton. And he needed that one as well. Wasn't easy for him, but he managed to get that move done on the last lap. But they were so engrossed in their own battle, they all didn't see the checkered flag. And the many yellow flags that are out there to slow them down after a race finish. But matter not, they got the message eventually. And will be making their way up towards the grid now. There is Fraser Brunton then, Heat 7 winner. And he will be sent round as one of the top 2 karts, along with Andrew Spencer. And Sam May managing to get 3rd place there in that one. He started from 8th place and managed to get his way up the order. Matt Hill couldn't quite find his way through. He got a bit stuck, unfortunately. He started 10th and finished 9th. So he couldn't quite find that move through. Jack Goldsmith from 16th to 8th place there. Picks up some valuable heat points for himself. As our drivers from Heat 7 make their way onto the grids and ready to hand over to the drivers for Heat number 8 of today's proceedings, which is our first group of heavyweights. And looking on for the heavyweights then, some drivers to watch out for in this one. Mike Smith finished 2nd in his first heat today. He'll be starting from 4th place. Reno DeMarco will start from 6th place. He finished 3rd in his first heat. And the one driver that we'll be keeping our eyes on, he won by 8.1 seconds. Anwar Beryl Smith starts from 13th place in this one. We will see how he gets on in this race, of course, as our drivers wait on then after this one. And our lightweight drivers, I think, going to be gathered by race director to the race end there, racing after the checkered flag, I assume. So once that discussion is had, we'll see the heavyweight drivers jump in. Stern words from the race director there, as our heavyweight drivers are being assigned their kart numbers for the race, and hopefully message received from the lightweight drivers there. Well, as our heavyweight drivers get onto the grid then, it's going to be Richard Warren who is on pole position for this heat. Henry Walter in 2nd place, Adam Nakar in 3rd. Mike Smith, who finished 2nd in his first heat, will be in the 4th kart, kart number 7 for Mike Smith. Reno DeMarco is also one to watch. He'll be in the 6th kart in that grid, which is going to be kart number 5 for Reno DeMarco. He finished 3rd in his first heat. And the 13th kart on the grid is going to be Anwar Beryl Smith. He won his heat by 8 seconds clear. It's the biggest gap we've had in heats so far. He'll definitely be one to watch in this one. Can he find his way through the field? We know he has the pace. It's a case now of trying to find his way past 11 other karts, 12 other karts to find his way at the front. There is kart number 5, which is going to be Reno DeMarco. And Reno here looking to get his way through. His best Kart Race of Champions finish last year was 11th place. And he has a self-described adaptive driving style. He'll be looking at bettering it, going in towards today. And there is Anwar Beryl Smith. A dominant display in his first heat. He'll be looking to build on that momentum heading into today's, or at least his second heat. Of course, he is very much experienced with Club 100, winning multiple bits of silverware in 2022 under Club 100. The heavyweight SP60, the heavyweight sprint champion, the heavyweight experience champion. And we have eyes on the lights. A signal from the man in orange. They get the visors down. This normally means we're not very far away from racing. There's the signal. Watch the lights then. We're about to get heat 8 underway for the heavyweights. They get going now. And what are the starts like then? Richard Warren will have the inside line, but it's a good start from Henry Walter, who will swoop through and take the lead of this race then through in towards turns 1 and 2. Now heading our way towards hairpin 1 then. And that's a move from Richard Warren up the inside. He gets that move done. Or does he? Because here comes Henry Walter right back up the inside to take back that position. Mike Smith, meanwhile, is taking advantage of his good start, and a good start he was assigned. He finished second in heat number 1, did Mike Smith, and now he's going up the inside. Not a conventional overtaking opportunity going through Pullman's there by any stretch of the imagination. He managed to hold on. It's 3 wide going up towards Garda then between Walter, Warren and Smith. How will they all emerge going through the centre chicane? It's going to be 13 and 14. Walter and Warren side by side. Mike Smith also in with the fight then as he makes his way through. Back up into second place he runs. And he makes his way through. Track limits also being awarded to Mike Smith then, as he now makes his way. A bit of contact between himself and Warren there, heading our way down in towards hairpin 1. He takes the lead momentarily, but Richard Warren has the momentum as the number 1, Michael Gibbons, runs a little bit wide, taking a bit of grass and dirt with him on the way. And all 18 really heavily packed at the moment. We're going 3 wide at the moment through in towards the S's, and Anwar Beryl Smith is one of those who was running 3 wide. He's currently 10th place from his 13th place start in this heat, and moves galore being had up and down the field at the moment as they all now head their way towards Garda, and they make their way through in towards the centre chicane. Bit of a gap being formed between Richard Warren and Mike Smith. Seb Miller trying to find his way through the order, as it's a pack of cars making their way towards the first corner once again. I see Joe Bailey's on the outside going in towards the first 2 turns there. Now heading our way towards hairpin 1. And Michael Gibbons up the inside. You've also got the likes of the number 5 Kart of Reno DeMarco, who wants a couple of positions for sure. He started in 6th place there. He finds himself 8th after the start then. As we watch on Seb Miller, that was as well part of that battle for 5th place. As we make our way down, someone running very wide in towards paddock there, but making our way up the hill we go and heading towards the centre chicane. There's your top 3 trying to break away. Adam Nakar is in the fight for the top 3 as well. He's managed to find his way through the order. So too has Seb Miller, who's up to 4th place now, as Mike Smith tries to battle away with Richard Warren. Richard Warren finished 18th in his first heat there. He's hanging on to this lead though, heading in towards hairpin 1. And now in towards hairpin 2 we go. A contact warning for the number 12 Kart of Seb Miller. There goes Mike Smith. Can't quite find that move just yet, heading our way through the S's. There's the number 8 Kart of Adam Nakar. He's been passed by Seb Miller. And Seb moves himself now up into 3rd place right now. And looking again for a move down the inside on Mike Smith in towards paddock. And there's the number 11 of Anwar Beryl Smith, who's trying to find some moves then. Try and find his way through the field. He knows this is an important race to grab points in. There's the number 8 Kart of Adam Nakar, who's trying to find his way, trying to find some pace once again. Try and get back into that momentum after the passes. Reno DeMarco's now up to 5th place. Must have heard me. Now in towards hairpin 1 we go. There goes Mike Smith up the inside of Seb Miller. And Mike Smith grabs that position. Now he's going for the lead now in towards hairpin 2, but he runs way deep there. He'll rejoin onto the track. They'll rejoin in the lead of this one. Seb Miller moves up to second place. And we have Richard Warren in third now as we head our way through in towards Pullman's, now towards Paddock. And that's a move then being attempted by Reno DeMarco. He'll be on the inside of Garda if he can make that move stick, going through the centre chicane. Here they come through that centre chicane, and Seb Miller gets past Mike Smith. In the lead he goes as we make our way through Cafe Curve, onwards then past the start-finish line. Heading our way in towards the first two turns, but it is Seb Miller who leads the way then down in towards hairpin 1. And moves being made there by Anwar Beryl-Smith. It's an aggressive move as a spinner at hairpin 1. It's the number 8 Kart of Adam Nakar who spins and is all the way down the order. Leaders making their way now through the S's. Seb Miller ahead with Mike Smith in second place. Seb Miller finished 9th in his first heat today. Now we'd love to get some serious points on the board, serious heat points on the board as we make our way through that centre chicane. There's the 13 and 5. That's Reno DeMarco who's passed Richard Warren on that last lap. He's now up into third place is DeMarco. Richard Warren in 4th and John Paragon in 5th. Joe Bailey 6th. And fastest lap of the race set by Seb Miller, 50.576. There's so much hard battling going on. It's hard to get yourself those fast laps, but Anwar Beryl-Smith is up into 7th place right now. The winner of his first heat by quite some margin. He's had to do a job today by finding his way through the field. The fight continues then. Number 6 car of John Paragon in the pink lid, trying to see if he can find a way past Joe Bailey. And there's a black flag here for the number 11 of Anwar Beryl-Smith, and I assume that's going to be something to do with the incident at hairpin 1. And unfortunately for him, that will be a stop-go penalty, and in a heat race that's the last thing you want. There goes Joe Bailey up the inside of Richard Warren, takes that position away, and John Paragon also fancying his chances as he makes his way through in towards hairpin 1 and will get that move done then. Now in towards hairpin 2. And we see then Mike Smith ahead of Reno DeMarco. As they head their way now, onwards they go. Through Syme, Sweep and Pullman's. And onwards through Paddock they go. Let's see what John Paragon can do against Joe Bailey. Bailey now has the fastest lap of the race meanwhile in that number 15, 50.037. He is the fastest driver out on track. Anwar Beryl-Smith raises the hand and comes into the pits to serve his black flag penalty. And that was Heat 1 winner, or first heat winner, I should say. And he will serve that, and away he goes. Meanwhile, right up at the front, Reno DeMarco gets a position there, moves himself up the order, and gets himself ahead of Mike Smith. Now he can try and focus on the lead here. He finished 3rd in his first heat. And he's looking to go one better here. He's currently in 2nd place with Mike Smith right behind him, close for comfort. Jason Kirkham has gone purple now in Sector 1. On a flyer at the moment. Let's see what that lap is going to be at the end. We have just under 4 minutes and 15 seconds of the race to run. We're watching on Mike Smith and Reno DeMarco in this battle for 2nd place as they now head their way through in towards hairpin 1. It's Seb Miller who leads though, and Reno DeMarco knows this is an important race to get some heat points in. A 3rd place in his first heat, and an important time to get himself up the order if he possibly can, with not many laps left to run. It is Seb Miller ahead of Reno DeMarco, but DeMarco here will be looking to see if he can find a way back through once again. And right onto the back now of Seb Miller as we head our way through in towards Calf Curve. Mike Smith 3rd, that's Joe Bailey in 4th place with John Paragon in 5th. Richard Warren is also trying to defend from Ben Pickard here for 7th place. Meanwhile, that's an attempted move there from Joe Bailey. Well, he gets past Mike Smith then. going in towards hairpin 2. And back onto the power he goes then. And Joe Bailey ahead of Mike Smith, but there goes John Paragon then. He wanted to try and find a move round the outside in towards the entrance of the S's. No way that was going to happen. Seb Miller goes defensive in towards Paddock. That's going to hand full advantage for Reno DeMarco, but Seb Miller blocks off the line and doesn't allow Reno DeMarco to use that momentum against him. Up the hill we go then. Through in towards Cafe Curve, across the line. Reno DeMarco knows there's a chance here. Joe Bailey in third, also willing to take advantage. As Seb Miller goes defensive to the inside, Reno DeMarco will have to use the long way round if he wants that position. But in doing so, that might open up the opportunity for Joe Bailey to find his way through. Mike Smith trying to battle away with John Paragon then. Paragon gets his way back ahead of Mike Smith for 4th place. But side-by-side running then, Ben Picard was trying to find his way up the order as well by going up the inside, heading in towards the S's. Well, he's now right behind John Paragon. And there goes Reno DeMarco. And there Joe Bailey tries to take full advantage, going up the inside in towards Garda. Did he get that move signed, sealed and delivered? He did. In fact, he went one better. He got the lead of the race with it. So Joe Bailey leads then from Seb Miller in 2nd place. And then in 3rd place, it's Reno DeMarco. Then John Paragon in 4th place as we head our way through. In towards hairpin 1. Again, Seb Miller up the inside in towards hairpin 1. Takes back the lead of this heat. And Joe Bailey onto the grass, onto the dirt. Matter not, it doesn't faze him because he gets himself back up the inside and back into the lead of this race. John Paragon looking for a move round the outside in towards the S's. Now heading our way through in towards Symes Sweep and Pullmans. There goes Seb Miller for a move up the inside then. And no, he's going to lose a bit of momentum. There goes John Paragon up the inside, but Seb Miller goes defensive. Tries to squeeze going in towards Garda then. And Seb Miller manages to defend that position for now. Heading up the hill. And we are now on to the final lap of this race then. Joe Bailey knows he has to go defensive here. Seb Miller 2nd place, John Paragon in 3rd place. And look at Reno DeMarco swooping around the outside in that kart number 5. Ready and willing to take positions as and when they fall for him. He might be on the inside here, heading in towards hairpin 2 here. Rides the curbs, and that's allowing the top 2 to battle away. There's the number 7 of Mike Smith, also going slightly off the track then. 2 wide, 2x2, going through the S's then, as they make their way through in towards Symes Sweep and Pullmans for the final time in this heat. Joe Bailey is still in the lead. Meanwhile, Richard Warren fancies his chances of a late move for position as they head their way now through in towards Garda. Now our leaders making our way up the hill through in towards the final few corners then. Well, we have our heat winner then. It is going to be Joe Bailey ahead of Seb Miller. And it's going to be John Paragon in 3rd place, Mike Smith in 4th, Reno DeMarco in 5th, Richard Warren in 6th, Ben Pickard in 7th place with Jason Kirkham in 8th, Michael Gibbons in 9th place with Matt Horgan rounding off the top 10. It's Matthew Borrowdale in 11th place with Joe Hamlet in 12th. Dean Abbott in 13th place with Henry Walter in 14th, Adam Nakar in 15th after that spin, Adam Preston 16th and Anwar Beryl Smith rounding off our 17 drivers, or 17th in that one, having to recover from the black flag penalty he received in that race. Clouds are starting to loom over the circuit here at Buckmore Park. I wonder who will be doing a little rain dance down in the grid. We'll have to wait and see. If anyone fancies breaking out a rain dance, they're more than welcome to. But there is your heat winner in Joe Bailey, and alongside Seb Miller, and as procedure, the top 2 karts are sent back around so that their karts can join the back of the grid for the next heat. Next up then we have Heat 9, which is the 2nd group of lightweights. So drivers have been assigned their karts, or those that know are making their way onto the karts. And of course, hopefully they're aware that it's decided by their position they're assigning their heats and not by their karts, because there is still a number next to names. So that's the first row of the grid then. You've got Ben Turnstill on the right hand side of the grid, Ivan Sana on the left. That's 6 and 7. And we have the second row of the grid then. It's going to be Samuel Essery in number 5 and Sean Dabin there in the number 13 kart. And Sean Dabin is always one to watch out for in these sorts of races. Sean Dabin making sure he's all ready and waiting. Then there's the third row, which is number 16 Neil Durrant and number 18, which is Corey Richards. The next row on that one is number 3 and 1. That's going to be Harrison Brooks and Harrison Kirkham, the Harrison row we might call that. Harrison's conversing there as well. And Tom Langford starting in 9th place then as well. He'll be in kart number 4. Definitely one to watch for Tom Langford. See if he can make his way up the order and up the grid. Sam Slater is going to be in kart number 10 as well, starting from 10th place on this grid. Again, battling away for a podium in his last heat. And he'll be looking to get some more heat points under his belt. We're almost ready here for heat number 9. We'll wait for the man in orange at the top of the grid to give starters orders. But it's a front row that's shared by Blaze Turnstill and Ivan Sana. The visors are down. Here's the message. We're almost ready to go. Red lights are on. They go green. We go racing here. Heat number 9 is underway. The lightweights here make their way onwards towards the first 2 turns then. And it's Blaze Turnstill, who's jumped at the start by Ivan Sana. So Sana then makes his way down in towards hairpin 1. Meanwhile, Sean Dabin got a good start as well. Started 4th place, now up into 3rd. And looking to make his way through the order. Of course, most recently was part of the winning team at the Buckmore Park 24 Hour. So he knows this circuit pretty well. He's got a lot of racing under here in the last month or so. As our drivers now field their way in through Syme Street, Pullmans, and now in towards Paddock Bend, as everybody sorts themselves out in these early stages of the race then. And Dabin will be happy with that start. He'll be pushing on and seeing if he can take other positions, but there is the number 5 kart then of Samuel Essery, trying to find his way through. A little bit of off-roading done there by Sean Dabin as he has to take to the curb. And now making our way up towards the first hairpin we go then. Still Ivan Sana leading the way. Blaze Turnstill in 2nd place. And Samuel Essery in 3rd. And it's Neil Durrant in 4th place then. Sean Dabin has dropped away a little bit. He's under pressure from Harrison Kirkham. Kirkham loses out. Well, he's still given that gap though as they run in towards the S's. They were running side by side through that. They're still running side by side as Harrison Kirkham gets up the inside in towards Paddock, takes that position away, running side by side. Essery and Durrant then heading our way up towards Garda. And how that one will be resolved, it will be resolved in the favour of Neil Durrant, who goes now up into 3rd place in this race. Sana and Turnstill battling away across the line they go. And heading away in towards turn 1, Neil Durrant up the inside of Turnstill then. Up in towards hairpin 1 we go. Ivan Sana knows he has to go defensive here. But Neil Durrant up and now into 2nd place. Sean Dabin in the number 5 there, picking up some grass and dirt. Committed to taking that inside line. And he's on the inside there of Harrison Kirkham. This time he finds his way through. Heading through now in towards Syme Street and Pullmans. And that was number 10 there of Sam Slater, losing out slightly through the S's. He lost a couple of positions to boot as well. Now the leaders make their way through Garda, through the centre chicane, and there is Neil Durrant, our new leader of this heat then, but this quintet is not going to let each other rest. Across the line they go then, and towards the first turn. Neil Durrant leads then, Ivan Sana has been passed by Blaze Turnstill. And you've also got Samuel Esri fancying his chances up the inside, and he does take that position away. Now up into third place goes Esri. Fourth place then is Sam Slater, who was 7th at the start of this lap. He's now got his way back up to 4th. Just a couple of corners means he's gained 3 positions there. Durrant then leading the way. Sana in 2nd place with Turnstill in 3rd. Samuel Esri putting that pressure on, of course. There are your leaders, though. I'm assuming there was a yellow flag there. That's why the hand was raised from Neil Durrant. But that's going to allow Blaze Turnstill to see if he can try and make a move. He'll have to go the long way round in towards Henry's Bend then. He's still on that outside, heading our way in towards hairpin 1. And a little bit of a switchback there from Blaze Turnstill. And he takes back the lead of this heat then, with Neil Durrant in 2nd place. And there is Sam Slater running wide then, but he does get past Samuel Esri. And heading our way through in towards the final, well, heading our way now towards the 3rd sector. Neil Durrant and Blaze Turnstill swapping positions lap after lap, it seems. And plenty of track limits warnings being given in this race. Sean Davin and Sam Slater the latest to go on the board. At the moment, Turnstill takes back the lead of this race. 7 minutes 40 on the board. Sam Slater in 3rd, Samuel Esri in 4th, Harrison Kirkham in 5th. As we head our way through in towards hairpin 1. Further back in the order is Ryan Shepherd trying to get some moves done here. And Shepherd, of course, doing very well in his first heat. Struggling to get through and get some moves done in his 2nd one. Our leaders now make their way in towards paddock. And then we head up Damon Hill towards Garda. Side-by-side action behind them. Kirkham was under pressure. I believe that was from Brooks then. As they head their way through the centre chicane. There's Neil Durrant still right on Turnstill's tail. And they head their way through in towards the first 2 corners once again. In towards hairpin 1 they run then. Blaze Turnstill leading the way here, representing Rye House Club. And he's a Janetta Scholarship participant. He's the Super 90 Endurance Champion 2022. It's his debut here at the Kart Racer Champions, and he's currently leading heat number 9 here. And he'll be hoping that he has those championships under his belt that help with that experience, of course. All of the drivers here very successful, as we see there's contact between the 5 and the 10 there as we head our way through. And well, that's the number 10 making it clear. Sam Slater makes it clear he doesn't want to yield. Well, that was Samuel Esri as well, also involved in that one. As we make our way onwards towards hairpin 1. Up the inside attempts Sean Dabin. No move there, but he might think about in towards hairpin 2. Following the number 5 of Samuel Esri through. Gets a move up the inside and makes that move stick then. And Sam Slater calling into question there. No matter, he's down the field a little bit after that kerfuffle. I believe he's in 7th place at the moment. Tom Langford is up into 8th place, by the way. He's managed to keep clear that little bit of traffic. See what he can do from this position. Which is just over 5 minutes left to run in this race. As Blaze Turnstill sets the fastest lap of the race, 59.534. It was a 10th quicker than that of Neil Durrant on that last lap. Harrison Kirkham in 3rd place, Sean Davin in 4th. And we have there a contact warning for Sean Davin being displayed on the digital flag at the start-finish line. So Sean will see that on the next lap, of course. Samuel Esri right behind him. Sam Esri has just gone purple through the first sector, which is the first part of that all the way up to the entrance in towards the S's. So he's really taken the hairpins well. He's really trying to put some pressure on Sean Dabin in these stages then. Is there a way past then for Esri against Dabin as they make their way through in towards Cafe Curve, on towards the start finish line. 4 minutes 21 on the board. David feels the need. He has to go slightly defensive. That might allow Sam Essery a move there. A quick look left and right for Sean David. And he knows roughly where Essery is and knows where to defend. Watch out for Sam Slater, though. He'll be more than willing to take some positions in this battle, in this heated battle at the moment. He's got himself past Harrison Brooks. Now to try and find a way past Sam Essery and Sean David. Through towards Paddock they go. And Sam Essery with the fastest lap of the race, 49.356. So he did manage to use that purple sector 1 to good effect. Heading our way now through in towards Cafe Curve. Sean David still in 4th place there, with Sam Essery in 5th, Sam Slater 6th, Harrison Brooks in 7th, looking to go around the outside perhaps of Sam Slater. Heading away in towards hairpin 1 as David has to go defensive, and Sam Essery tries to follow him through. Again, right to the inside there as we get back onto the power. Sam Slater under pressure here from Harrison Brooks in the number 1. They leave each other the room though, but Brooks has to yield because of the nature of the corner. Oh, there's an attempted move there from Harrison Kirkham up the inside of Neil Durrant. No way through there. Durrant looks behind and checks where Kirkham is. And there we see, there's the race leader, Blaze Turnstill. And then we see then Neil Durrant and Harrison Kirkham through in towards Cafe Curve. Now onwards we head towards the first 2 corners then. Kirkham wanting to find a way past for 2nd place. Harrison Brooks is past Sam Slater, as you saw on the timing screens there with the kart numbers. But Harrison Kirkham looking to try and find a way through. And just watching on here, Ivan Sana is putting up a huge fight between himself and the number 9 car of Ollie Wedden as well. He's still leading the way, and there will be yellow flags going in towards the S's there for that barrier repair, so there'll be no overtaking there. Once they get past that green light, which is just on the exit of Paddock, then they can start racing and overtaking once again. So here we go then, onwards towards the start finish line once again. Just under 2 minutes of this race to run. Sam Slater now ahead of Harrison Brooks and Sam Essery, and Neil Durrant feels the need to go defensive in towards hairpin 1. Harrison Kirkham will try and take full advantage of that one. He went right and goes left. Pulls out the dummy there, does Harrison Kirkham. Gets the move done and moves himself up into 2nd place in the closing stages of heat number 9. As we run through in towards Symes Street. Through Pullman's there, of course, with those yellow flags. No racing through there. Now it's green flag. Now they can get back. Racing action again through in towards Garda. Leader just passes through a Blaze Turnstill. There's your battle for 2nd place. Harrison Kirkham in 2nd place with Neil Durrant in 3rd. I can see some teammates, representatives on the line cheering Harrison Kirkham on after that move. As we are on to the penultimate lap of this race, Sam Slater awarded a track limits warning. As we watch on this battle for 2nd place. Is there a way through? Is there a way back through for Neil Durrant in these closing stages? 4th place as well, Sean David trying to get some daylight between himself and Harrison Brooks there. And there is still the battle for 2nd place, still those repairs going on, so no racing up towards Paddock, which has been quite a popular place to try and move. But no way through because of those yellow flags. And now we see heading our way in towards Cafe Curve. We're now on to the final lap of this race. Blaze Turnstill leading this heat right now from Harrison Kirkham and Neil Durrant in 3rd place. And we'll see now what happens here. Battle for 2nd, heavy and strong. There's also a battle for 4th place going on as well, as Sean David's trying to hold back the progression of Harrison Brooks. We've also got Sam Essery trying to find his way through. Bo Sullivan making a late charge through the order as well. See if he can grab some positions. He started from 18th place. He now finds himself within the top 6. A quick look back of the shoulders then from Harrison Kirkham. See where Neil Durrant is. And look at that, it's almost 4 wide there on the exit of Paddock with that green flag. And meanwhile then, our heat winner Blaze Turnstill crosses the line to take the victory here in heat number 9. Harrison Kirkham in second place, Neil Durrant in third place, and across the line goes Bo Sullivan in 4th place. A mighty, mighty charge up the order then to finish off this race. And he started this race from P18. And well, he was able to get that move done, get those positions that he started that lap, by the way, in 7th, managed to find his way back up to 4th. Really did a fine job there, Bo Sullivan. But that was a commanding performance from your heat winner there, Blaze Turnstill. He won by 2.2 seconds in that heat. And he'll be delighted with that one, picking up some valuable heat points on the board. And very happy that he got that one. So Blaze Turnstill first, Harrison Kirkham second, Neil Durrant third, Bo Sullivan 4th, Harrison Brooks 5th, Sam Essery in 6th, Sean Dabin 7th, Sam Slater 8th, Ben Johnson 9th, Tom Langford in 10th, Ollie Wedden in 11th, Stephen Westwood 12th, Ivan Sana 13th, Corey Richards 14th, Ryan Shepherd 15th, Matthew Clark 16th, Aidan Dancer 17th, and Michael Shepherd in 18th place. As our top 2 cars of that race. Top 2 carts will make their way through as procedure to line up on the back of the field, and we'll have Heat 10 very shortly. So after that refuelling break, we've got heat 10 coming up, and your front row there is Mark O'Grady on the right, and on the left it's Adrian Perez. It's 18 and 10. And they'll be looking to take advantage of their grid positions there. There's Alex Jones, one to watch here in the number 1. Third place he will start from. Strong opening heat from him. We'll see what he can get underway then. Let's see how he can progress up the field. There's Will Dendy, the wild card. He'll be starting from 6th place in the kart number 5. And he was spun at hairpin 1, managed to recover up to a good solid finishing position in his first heat. So keep an eye on him for this one. Well, eyes on the lights then. Red lights are on. And they go green. We go racing for heat number 10. And what are the starts like then? Mark O'Grady will have the inside line going in towards turns 1 and 2. Try and get himself up there. Ashley West looking to take advantage of positions here. Alex Jones down in towards hairpin 1, taking the inside line then. Ashley West in 4th place right now. Behind them, Will Dendy's managed to get himself up into 5th place after that start. And heading our way through the S's we go then. Through Syme Sweep and Pullmans. And it's Mark O'Grady leading from Adrian Perez. As they head their way up the field now, up the hill towards Garda. Emerging from the centre chicane then. Alex Jones still in 3rd place, Ashley West in 4th. That's Will Dendy in 5th place then. As they head their way across the line, Adrian Perez trying to carve out a move, but that's invited pressure from Alex Jones. In fact, it's invited Alex Jones to go up the inside in towards hairpin 1, and he gets himself now up into 2nd place. Ryan Sandel was starting from 13th in this race. He got himself up to 12th at the line. And Alex Jones still in 3rd place. Adrian Perez holding firm, not giving up on this one. As he makes his way through Pullmans, now in towards Paddock. A different line being taken there by Alex Jones. Up the hill we go. In towards Garda, and then we'll head back through in towards the centre chicane, running 3 wide as Will Dendy was so focused on the 17 of Ashley West, he didn't quite realise that another driver was trying to come on through. But all cleared up then. It was Johnny Wilson who was trying to sneak a move there, but Will Dendy didn't see him. Mark O'Grady through in towards hairpin 2, still leading the way. Will Dendy looking for moves up the inside. He's battling away now with Alex Jones for 3rd as they head through the S's. Through Syme Sweep and Pullmans they will go. Ashley West there is now behind Johnny Wilson, so Wilson now up a position. He's now up into 5th place now, ahead of Ashley West. And there is then Adrian Perez fighting away with Alex Jones. Will Dendy also looking to take full advantage of this one. Here comes Alex Jones, then he's got the inside line, heading our way up towards the first 2 turns. Will Dendy wants to try and follow him through here. They head their way through the first 2 turns. Will Dendy's also got even further up the inside of Alex Jones there. And a little nudge there from Johnny Wilson perhaps. He was coming in there hot. He's getting himself up into 3rd place. And that's Adrian Perez down now to 4th place. As we head our way through once again in towards Pullmans, Mark O'Grady has now got Will Dendy for comfort, and now here comes Johnny Wilson, who's trying to find his way through the field. He started this lap in 6th. He's now trying to battle away for 2nd place now. And as we head our way through, Will Dendy gets a position there, manages to hold firm. Johnny Wilson's not going to let him go without a fight. Behind them, Ashley West also involved in a battle with Adrian Perez and Alex Jones. Here goes Will Dendy up the inside of Mark O'Grady to take over the lead of this heat. And he showed some strong pace in his first heat there. Managed to recover from a spin at hairpin 1. get himself a strong haul of points in his first heat, and an even stronger haul of points in his second heat will be absolutely what he needs. Of course, as you score up your heat points here, Johnny Wilson going up the inside of Mark O'Grady in towards paddock there, and Johnny Wilson now second place ahead of Mark O'Grady. Your heat points here do matter because they're decided at which final you start in later on today. There's Adrian Perez then, Alex Jones right behind him in this battle for fourth place, and Johnny Wilson gets himself up to speed. He's ahead of Mark O'Grady and will want to keep pressing on. Where's Ryan Sandel? One to watch. He's currently 12th place at the moment, and Ryan Sandel is last year's heavyweight champion, so he'll be looking to try and defend this ground, but he's currently there in 8th place, although we saw from Bo Sullivan in the last heat that it's not quite over till it's over. And there goes the number 1 of Alex Jones, launching up the inside of Adrian Perez, gets the move done, moves now up into 4th place. In towards Garda we go. And they're still running side by side then. Adrian Perez up in the outside, heading in towards Calf Curve. No quarter given though between the two of them. Adrian Perez has the inside line. Meanwhile, there's the number 6, Reece Kello, up the inside, and he gets himself in a couple of positions. He's now up into 6th place, heading into hairpin 1. There goes Reece Kello. He's saying, you can all fight, I'll just take the positions from you. Through hairpin 2 we go. No way through this time for Kello. Richard Allen there as well, with Mo Hassan. And Ashley West to right in that sandwich. Through we go then, still battling away then, as Alex Jones tries to keep a hold of his position. Top 3 run through your picture then. Adrian Perez still in 4th place. He's now got Richard Allen behind him, who's made a charge up here, up on this last lap. He's trying to challenge away now for 4th place as we make our way up through the first 2 turns then. And onwards we go in towards hairpin 1. And a move then from Reece Kello, getting the back end sideways then. Top 3 make their way through in towards the S's. Then we have Adrian Perez still. He's dug in here, he's defending 4th place. He's now got Richard Allen behind him. There is your top 3. It's now Johnny Wilson ahead of Will Dendy. Mark O'Grady in 3rd place. And then we'll see Adrian Perez having to defend from Richard Allen. He's chosen the inside line, has Perez, going in towards Garda. Now they'll head their way through towards the final few corners. Just over 5 minutes left of this race to run. Mark O'Grady getting a track limit warning there. There is your battle for the lead though. It's Johnny Wilson versus Will Dendy, as they now make their way in towards Will Dendy, trying a move up the inside in towards hairpin 2. No way through for him, and Johnny Wilson holds firm, holds on to the lead of this heat then, as they'll now make their way in through Symes Sweep and Pullmans. Down in towards paddock they go. And up towards Garda they will go. Through the centre chicane. Johnny Wilson holding on to this one. We've seen today he's always eager to make an overtake. Will Dendy's keeping him close for comfort then. Just over 4 minutes left of the heat to run. Here is your battle for the lead then. Wilson ahead of Dendy. Dendy looking for a move up the inside in towards hairpin 2. He'll launch it. He'll get the racing line and take over the lead of the heat then. Dendy moving past Wilson. Through the S as they go, but Johnny Wilson will be far from done from this one. Heading our way through Pullmans, now in towards paddock. As they make their way up the hill now towards Garda. Is there a chance for Johnny Wilson to try and find a way back through? We know he loves overtaking. We've seen that all throughout today. Through Cafe Curve we go then. So Will Dendy is our new leader as he crosses the line. Just under 3.5 to go. In towards hairpin 1 they go then. Ryan Sandel is up into 9th place. as it stands. He started this race in 13th place. And last year's heavyweight champion is finding it difficult to get some moves done, which is always the case, it seems, when you're starting further down the field in your heat. The benefit for Ryan Sandel is that he'll get a start closer to the front in his third and final heat. But that doesn't help the here and now. Will Dendy trying to extend that gap between himself and Johnny Wilson. Wilson's not going anywhere though as we cross the line. So we're in towards Henry's Bend we go, now towards hairpin 1. Reece Kello, meanwhile, 5th place I should say. Fastest lap of the race, 49.6. As he looks to try and find his way through the field there. And there is Reece Kello then, so that is, I believe, 5th place right now. As Adrian Perez looks to try and find his way back through. There's your top 3 going through. So actually Reece Kello's up into 4th place there as he got that move done. And heading our way in towards Garda. Now, is there enough time on the clock for Reece Kello to mount a charge? It's 1 minute 50 to go. Meanwhile, Alex Jones and Adrian Perez still battling away for position then, as he now makes his way onwards over the start-finish line. Is there a way through for Alex Jones on Adrian Perez? Perez looks over his right shoulder in towards hairpin 1. No move for him there, but you can see how quick Reece Kello's got up the field then. Alex Jones goes over the curbs up the inside, and you can see Adrian Perez is not happy with that. But we've got yellow flags as well going through. That would be the reason for the arm race, although it seems to have cleared now. Adrian Perez will have a little bit of fire underneath him in that one, as he'll want to try and get past Alex Jones once again. But he's got Richard Allen behind him at the moment. Our leaders cross the line. We have 2 to go. Will Dendy leads from Johnny Wilson, and it's Mark O'Grady in 3rd as it stands. Ryan Sandel has just gone down the inside of, I believe that was Mo Hassan there. He moves himself now up into 8th place. There is Adrian Perez starting to lose ground on Alex Jones in that one. Number 4, Richard Allen as well, trying to close in. That was a tempting move from Johnny Wilson. He definitely thought about it, but we've seen him try moves there before. He does not shy away from moves there, does Johnny Wilson. But you can see it lost him a bit of momentum there as we head our way around the final corner. Will Dendy will start the final lap of this race then in the lead. Is that where he will finish it? Johnny Wilson in 2nd place, Mark O'Grady in 3rd. Reece Kello in 4th place. He's 2.9 back from Mark O'Grady. At the pace he's been lapping, he might not be able to catch him there. Dendy knows he's only got about 500 metres to go before he can try and wrap up this win. And it was a tough first heat for him. His 2nd heat has gone a lot better, but here is Johnny Wilson, always on the prowl to go down the inside at Paddock Dare. Will Dendy placed the cart so that he couldn't. And now they head their way through that centre chicane. Upwards they go then, through in towards the Cafe Curve and towards the start-finish line. Will Dendy wins heat number 10. Johnny Wilson in 2nd place with Mark O'Grady across the line in 3rd place. Reece Kello in 4th, only 2 tenths back from Mark O'Grady there. And great respect between the top 2 of Dendy and Wilson, as they are your top 2 there. Reece Kello in 4th, Alex Jones in 5th with Adrian Perez in 6th, Richard Allen in 7th place with Ryan Sandel in 8th, Mo Hassan in 9th, Ashley West in 10th, Neil Graham 11th, Todd White in 12th, Justin Elliott in 13th with Vito Dacres in 14th, Alex Morgan 15th, David Wood 16th, Gareth Thomas in 17th, and Tony Thompson rounding off the 18 drivers there. Tony Thompson actually brought the kart in a lap from home and finishes, or will be classified as 18th in that heat. There you can see top 2 make their way up towards the grid, and well, they will be sent straight back around because the top 2 of each heat, their karts are put onto the back. There are your heats top two. Will Dendy takes the win in heat number 10. Very shortly we'll have heat number 11, the lightweights of the second group. So heat number 11 is up and coming, and on the front row on the right is Kim Ellie and Mike Coppin nearest to the camera. Mike Coppin, who finished second in heat number 3. And he'll be hoping to really build on that momentum he set in the first heat. He had a great battle with Ollie Smith as well in that one. There is kart number 9, that's Zach Venn, who showed some real venom in his first outing. He'll be looking to do the same here. 7th place starting here, which means he'll be roughly around the same area for his third heat. So he'll be looking to take full advantage of this position on that charge. Alex Brazier starting in 4th place, by the way, as well. He'll be in kart number 10, definitely one to watch. There is kart number 17, that's Ollie Smith, and won heat number 3 earlier on. He's been a long time waiting to get back into the kart, but he is now, and he's definitely one to keep your eye on in this one, especially if he gets side by side with the number 6 of Mike Coppin. Well, we're under starters orders very shortly then for heat number 11. This is group 3 of the lightweights. Waiting for the signal from the man in orange then. The visors are down. We're almost ready to go then. Eyes on the lights. They're red for now. They go green. We go racing. And what are the starts like? Mike Coppin trying to get a good start him. Kim Ellie then takes the lead then through in towards turn 1 using her pole position very well indeed. But here comes Mike Coppin to go round the outside in towards hairpin 1. Can't find a way past really there. As here we go in towards hairpin 2. Mike Coppin still applying that pressure Alex Brazier is up into third place, having started from fourth there. And here goes Mike Coppin looking for a move up the inside in towards Simon Sweep and Paulmans. I think he's got that move done. He has. Mike Coppin up into the lead there. There goes Alex Brazier taking full advantage of that move. Up into second place. Kim Ely trying to find a way back through. I think she backed out going in towards Garda then, as the space was always closing. Meanwhile, the number 1 kart, Liam Tricker, trying to find his way through the order as well. Tricker starting from third place, currently in fourth. As we see that battle for second place then, Kim Ely getting back up the inside, going in towards hairpin 1. She gets that position then and moves herself up a position, back up into second place there. Keep an eye on her going into this one, of course, using her grid position she was assigned for heat number 11 to good effect, and has raced TKM from 1998 to 2006 and placed third place at the Daytona 24 Hours. And representing Club 100 today. And she's ahead right now of Mike Coppin, putting up a fight. That's Alex Brazier. She's trying to defend from Liam Tricker. Currently fourth place. Raj Kalar has passed by Ollie Smith on that last lap as well. Ollie Smith having to charge through from 8th place. And there goes Brazier up the inside. He's got the position there, got track position. Kim Ely will try and find a way around the outside in towards hairpin 2. Tries a little bit of a switch back here. Will have the inside line going in towards the S's here and takes back that position. It's chopping and changing for second place. What it does allow is for Mike Coppin to pull away at the top of the order, with second place being squabbled over. Mike Coppin again looking for a move up the inside, going in towards Garda. Can he find that move? No, he can't. Kim Ely holds firm then. Through in towards the final corner at Calf Curve. Watch out as well for the 17 of Ollie Smith, who's right into the back of Liam Tricker now. Ollie Smith will be looking to take full advantage of this. Winner of heat number 3 is the 17. And Brazier having to defend this time from Liam Tricker. But there goes Ollie Smith up the inside. Tricker now goes up the inside in towards hairpin 2, trying to get the power down. The momentum will favour Ollie Smith here as we make our way through the second part of the S's, and Smith does get the move done, and he moves now up into fourth place. Down we go in towards paddock then. Kim Ely looking to defend from Alex Brazier. And Mike Coppin right now is just setting those fast laps and making sure that gap opens up lap after lap. This battling is costing the group in second place a second per lap at the moment. They won't care as long as it's making sure they're battling. Alex Brazier up the inside then, going in towards the first 2 corners. Ollie Smith looking to try and follow him through in towards hairpin 1, which he does. And now Kim Ely is under pressure from Liam Tricker as well. Now in towards hairpin 2. As Kim Ely trying to go down the inside of Ollie Smith this time in towards hairpin 2. Can't quite find the move there and drops to fourth place. Liam Tricker currently in 5th place. As they make their way now down. Oh, a bit of a kick-off oversteer there from Liam Tricker. But that might favour him on the run up towards Garda, but Ely defends that one and there's no way through for him going in towards Garda. Battle now between Brazier and Smith. Through in towards Garda they go. Now onwards towards the start-finish line. Just under 7 3/4 minutes to go as Ollie Smith tries to manufacture this move for second place. It's not going to be easy to pass Brazier. And Ollie Smith knows that he can't let Mike Coppin get too far up the road. Looking for a move up the inside and towards the S's. Not quite the momentum on his side there to make that one work. Kim Ely as well, currently 4th place. Ahead of Liam Tricker. It's Adam Sheargold in 6th place, Gabrielle Quinta in 7th place. Zach Venn, who was showing some real moves earlier on in his heat. Meanwhile, Ollie Smith and Alex Brazier still side by side now, heading our way through Calf Curve. And Ollie Smith has the outside line though, going in towards turn 1. He knows that. And he knows that if he's on the outside there, he will fall under pressure, which he already has done, to Kim Ely then, who goes for a move up the inside then. and gets back third place. Alex Brazier trying to run away from the battling, but Ollie Smith falls to fourth place now. Also, Adam Sheargold has joined this battle as well, making his moves. A top 3 in his first heat as well. Watch out for him in this race as he's looking to try and find a way past Liam Tricker. Perhaps up the inside of Garda. He was certainly thinking about it, but I don't think he was close enough to try a move. And this is where we find out I was proved absolutely wrong. I was absolutely proved wrong. There you go. As Adam Sheargold does find a way past Liam Tricker, moves himself now up into 5th place. Well, Mike Coppin still leading the way by 6.6 seconds at the moment. There he goes in towards hairpin 2. And half of that reason is because we've had such a battle for P2 in this heat. Ollie Smith going up the inside of Kim Ely, then down in towards hairpin 2, gets that move done and moves himself up into 3rd place. And as we head our way through in towards this flowing section down in towards paddock, so number 3 Adam Sheargold sizing up a move on Kim Ely now, going in towards Garda. And as we make our way up the hill through Cafe Curve, again Mike Coppin just setting fast laps here, half a second quicker than anybody on that lap. There goes Sheargold up the inside of Kim Ely, but he runs too deep and Ely snatches that move back. Manages to hold on to that position under that Sheargold pressure. And meanwhile then, Gabriel Quinta in the number 13 is looking to move up some positions here. As we see, that battle for second place has broken away slightly, but that doesn't mean anything at this early stage. It's whether the gap continues to build. Ollie Smith here and Alex Brazier in a battle for second place. They make their way now through in towards Garda, through the centre chicane. And Ollie Smith knows that he needs to get at least into second place to be level on those heat points right now. He knows that. Through in towards the first 2 corners we go. Now in towards hairpin 1, he's looking for it, he's going to go for it. Ollie Smith down the inside of Alex Brazier. Goes defensive in towards hairpin 2 there. But he'll take the racing line out and holds on to P2 then. Now he can try and charge on, but he's only got 4 minutes left of this race. And the gap is 7.5 seconds between himself and Coppin there. So it's a tall order. But as long as Mike Coppin keeps putting in those lap times consistently, he should be looking to try and wrap up this heat. 3 minutes 40 as he crosses the line, left to run in the race. We'll see what sort of gap that Ollie Smith has to make up at this stage. It's 7.8 seconds and he was a tenth slower on that last lap, purely because he was battling away with Alex Brazier. Through in towards hairpin 1, now towards hairpin 2. And Brazier here will be looking to try and take that position back in these latter stages. There is Adam Sheargold then, who's currently in 4th place. And that's Gabriel Quinta in 5th in the number 13. Kabili in 6th place. And then it's the number 1 car, Liam Tricker, rounding off our top 7 at this moment in time. And you'll see then, emerging out of Garda, there is Adam Sheargold. Through in towards Cafe Curve we go. Almost towards the start-finish line. 2 minutes 40 on the clock left to run. Meanwhile, Alex Brazier and Ollie Smith battling away for position. But Ollie Smith manages to hold firm, hold on to second place as they were side by side on entry in towards Conways. Still watching on then, Adam Sheargold and Gabriel Quinta. Kim Ely in 6th place with Liam Tricker in 7th. Through they go then towards paddock. And Mike Coppin here still at the front, opening up the gap by a tenth of a second each time. He crosses the line, 2 minutes to go. Roughly 3 laps remaining of this one, if the maths is correct. Well, here we have Ollie Smith and Alex Brazier once again reigniting that battle, heading in towards hairpin 1. And now onwards we will go towards hairpin 2. Let's see if Alex Brazier, his different line there, can build the momentum. He can't quite. Ollie Smith looking to maybe concede defeat on the victory in the heat, but at least lock down second place at this stage. As they head through towards Garda, the race leader comes across the line, Mike Coppin, 1:09 on the board. And Ollie Smith under pressure now from Alex Brazier. Is Brazier going to try a move in towards the first two corners? Well, he took a different line, try and carry more speed out of Henry's Bend, now in towards the first hairpin. No way through for him there. We're now making our way in towards hairpin 2. Just trying to put Ollie Smith under that pressure for this time. Making our way through in towards the closing stages of this race. Ollie Smith still in second place, Alex Brazier in third, with Adam Sheargold in fourth place, Gabriel Quinta fifth. Mike Coppin is across the line to start the final lap of this race. This gap has been slowly building since Ollie Smith got past Alex Brazier. But Brazier's seen the final lap board. He knows now it's now or never in this heat. If he wants second place, he needs to go for it. Smith goes defensive. Brazier will have to go the long way round in towards hairpin 1. He'll try a switchback on the exit now towards hairpin 2. Again, a switchback attempted. Hasn't come off for him then. Ollie Smith holds on, but the momentum really is on Alex Brazier's side here. He's looking for a move down the inside in towards Symes Sweet, now in towards Pullman's they go. Ollie Smith defends that one, and look who's joined the fray. Adam Sheargold looking to take a late advantage here as we make our way now up towards Garda. As we see there's the heat winner, Mike Coppin, across the line to win heat number 11 there. And here's your battle for second place as Adam Sheargold has emerged. Gabriel Quinta also wants a piece of this battle, and across the line they go. It's too close to call at the line. It's Ollie Smith second, Alex Brazier in third, Adam Sheargold in fourth, Gabriel Quinta in fifth place, with Kim Ely in sixth, Liam Tricker in seventh, with Zach Venn in eighth, Owen Burton in ninth, with Megan Quirk rounding off the top 10. It's Dean Everest in 11th, Joe Peters in 12th, Ethan Hall in 13th, with Philip Simpson 14th, Barry Morris in 15th, Abby Foss in 16th, Cameron Das in 17th, and Raj Kular rounding off the top 18. A good performance there from Mike Coppin, also picking up the fastest lap of the race, a 49.435. He started this heat in second place, but rest assured, his third and final heat, the way the grids work, he will be starting towards the back, so we'll have to work his way through the order, but he's happy with that performance. And of course, as one of the top two karts, he will be sent around again. Ollie Smith, second place driver, then also heading round to ensure the top two karts go to the back of the grid. And with that, we'll have heat number 12 very shortly. Drivers getting in their karts for heat number 12, and this is the third group of heavyweights for their second heat respectively. Front row is Dan Wright and Robin Kassam. Robin Kassam, I believe, in kart number 3 will be one to watch from here, looking to make good on his front row. And then we have in the number 18 kart there is Jason Humphreys, and number 13, which is Sam Lukes. And Sam Lukes had a good scrap in his first heat for a top 3 position. And he starts 4th in this one. We'll see what he can do in the order then. Nathan Parker starting in 11th place. He shares the row there with Mark Puxty. But the signal has been given by the starter to watch the lights. Lights are on, and we go racing, we go green. And what are the starts like here? Looks like it's going to be Dan Wright who takes the lead in towards the first 2 turns then. And onwards we run towards the first hairpin. Sam Lukes as well has got up to 3rd place on that start. He had a good start. Yeah, he'll look to try and use that momentum on him. And Dan Wright looking to try and run away with this one as much as possible. Robin Kassam in 2nd place. Now there's Sam Lukes who's right on the back of Kassam, heading our way in towards Syme Sweep and Pullmans. And then we head in towards Paddock Bend. There's the number 7 there, I think, is trying to find its way through. Sorry, it's number 1 of Matthew Spencer, trying to find his way up the order as well. Put on a tough battle as well. He's side by side now with Sam Lukes as they head their way through in towards the final corner. Bit of a gap formed here for Dan Wright as he looks to try and take away, even take off in this race. 2nd place there is Robin Kassam. Sam Lukes in 3rd, Matthew Spencer in 4th place. Looking at the rest of the field, and everyone just making their way through in towards the first few corners. And there's a black flag out for number 16. That's Carl Vella. Meanwhile, side-by-side action between Kassam and Lukes. Sam Lukes gets his way up the inside. Meanwhile, Matthew Spencer wanted to try and find a move as well. Couldn't do it. And Robin Kassam holds on there. There's the number 9 of Jeff Lamb, who goes up the inside and gets his way up the order and making his way through. Dan Wright still leading in your picture. There's Matthew Spencer trying to find a way past Robin Kassam. That's a battle for 3rd place now as we head our way across the line and towards Conway's and Henry's Bend once more. Sam Lukes now has got that rhythm, got that momentum on his side now. He's really closed up to the back of Dan Wright now, heading our way through that chicane, through the S's, and then we head our way down towards the Syme Sweep, Pullmans, and towards Paddock once again. As you hear Dan Wright has sector times. Sam Lukes is closing right up to the back of him. We'll see him, look at that, right on his bumper as we head our way through in towards the final corners. Is Sam Lukes going to have a try move? He looks for a move up the inside in towards Conway's. Got the inside line and moves up into the lead of this heat then. So that's Dan Wright now down into 2nd place. It was a decent start from Dan Wright there. Dan representing Rugby Kart Club, who's the 2021 RKL medium weight champion, as well as the 2020 and 2021 RKL sprint runner-up. His best finish at the Kart Racer Champions was the B final. That was 7th place. And they'll be hoping that a strong start to heat number 12 will get him some heat points, some very valuable heat points at this stage. There goes Sam Lukes then, 2nd versus 1st. Sam Lukes leads the way though, Dan Wright in 2nd as we make our way through in towards the first 2 corners, now on towards the first hairpin. Sam Lukes looking to see what he can do at this stage through in towards hairpin 2. And then running on now through the S's. Sam Lukes is a self-proclaimed track limits bandit. That's what he says in his profile here. That's his words, not mine. But representing DJ Motorsport here, his favourite track is Buckmore Park. And he knows this place inside and out, and Sam Reed's sharing success with the likes of Alex Reed Motorsport in Club Motorsport, and the likes of Enduro Car. Now, if it's got 4 wheels, chances are Sam's going to like racing it. There's pictures then. That's the number 7, Mitch Taylor, who's onto the back of Peter Salmon here. Peter Salmon will have to hold firm in towards the first hairpin then. Is there a way through here for Mitch Taylor? Try and find his way through. He'd have to go the long way around if he wants it. Couldn't quite find the way through there. Peter Salmon of Club 73 having to defend hard here from Mitch Taylor of Lakeside as they make their way through. And through goes the number 6 of Barry Weller, taking full advantage of this squabble. Fancies a chance, fancies a move. He didn't quite get the positions he might have wanted. But there goes Max Jameson, who goes up the inside instead of Barry Weller and moves himself now up into a new position. Mark Puxley there in kart number 4, trying to make his way through the order as well. Mark Puxley started in 12th place in this race. Reese Harris in 17th at the moment, hasn't got his way up the order so far, just caught a little bit of traffic at the moment. Well, he'll get some moves done. We might see him fly up the order. There goes the number 6, Barry Weller. Still battling hard here for 9th place. This is Peter Salmon at the head of this field, at the head of this P9. As they make their way now through in towards paddock. There goes the number 7 of Mitch Taylor up the inside, and he gets that move done. Meanwhile, Max Jameson is on the back of Peter Salmon now. Through in towards Garda they went. And it's 4 wide there. Max Jameson onto the grass as they try and find some sort of space out there between them. And it looks like Mitch Taylor just jumped up the order then. Max Jameson now going up the inside of Peter Salmon, going in towards the first 2 corners. Now they head their way in towards hairpin 1. It's Kieran Chigsey who's down the inside now of Max Jameson. Watch out as well for Alan Swindon, wanted to take a move here. 3 wide on the exit of hairpin 2 then. Up towards the S's. Someone's got a blink. And, well, they make their way through there as Barry Weller holds firm on that position. This is for 9th place, Mitch Taylor in the number 7 kart, trying to hang on to that position as they make their way up towards Garda. Sam Lukes is still leading this race, by the way. 1 second advantage over Dan Wright. Dan Wright is 2 seconds clear of Matthew Spencer. So the top of the field have started to spread out slightly. And this really is our closest battle out on track. As Barry Weller tried to find a move up the inside. Was there contact between himself and Mitch Taylor? Mitch Taylor definitely thought so. As we head our way in towards hairpin 1. As hand held up from Alan Swindon there. As this battle for 9th place now makes its way in towards the S's. Max Jameson trying to battle away here. As that's Nathan Parker who fancies his chances. He now moves up into 10th place, going in towards paddock then. And on the run they go towards Garda. They go in towards the centre chicane. And that's Nathan Parker ahead of Max Jameson then as they head their way across the line. Nathan Parker up into 10th. There goes Max Jameson, who tries to go up the inside, but can he hold on to that position? Yes, he can. Max Jameson passed Nathan Parker in return. And Max Jameson moving himself up a position there. Alan Swindon just behind them as well in the 11 kart. Then it's Mitch Taylor in that number 7. Nathan Parker putting the pressure on. Here he goes, looking for a move on Max Jameson here. Is that a move done? No, it's not. Jameson holds firm. Down the inside goes the 7 of Mitch Taylor. And a look over the shoulder from Max Jameson. He knows Nathan Parker is there. And here we rejoin this battle here between the 2 of Nathan Parker and the 15 of Max Jameson in the battle for P10. We have just over 3 minutes of this race to run. There's the 14 kart. And that's Chris Alcock in 5th place. Jeff Lamb's right behind him as they head their way in towards the S's. Down the hill we go in towards Simon Sweep and Pullman's now in towards Paddock. As a little sideways moment there from Chris Alcock, currently in 5th place. There goes Sam Luke's leader of the race, Dan Wright in 2nd, but look at Matthew Spencer right on the charge here. Is now half a second back from 2nd place. And a black flag here for the number 2 of Nathan Parker. Well, I did see he had a couple of contact warnings on the board. He now has a black flag, and he'll have to return to the pits. Meanwhile, there's a battle there between Alcock and Lamb. Alcock up the inside then, managing to hold firm against Jeff Lamb for 5th place. Lamb is piling on that pressure. Mark Puxty, is also looking to close in as well. He wants those two to squabble so we can really close in that gap. Up the hill we go then towards Garda. And then making our way through the centre chicane. There is Sam Lukes, 1 minute 50 on the board. There's Dan Wright and Matthew Spencer. That'll be a battle for 2nd place. There's Alcock and Lamb in the battle for 5th. Robin Kassam is just a bit of a race of his own here in 4th place. Is he catching? He is by 1/10 of a second on that last lap. That's a pair battle for 2nd place. Sam Lukes leads the way. And there is Dan Wright battling his way through. Currently 2nd place. He started this race on pole, of course. Still managing to defend well from Matthew Spencer, who's had to start this race from 6th. Got himself up to 3rd right now. Up the hill we go then. Is there a chance for Matthew Spencer? 60 seconds on the board. We're on to the penultimate lap of this race then. Is there a move for Matthew Spencer on here? Well, Dan Wright defended the inside there, but not enough, because there goes Matthew Spencer up the inside then. Hand raised from Dan Wright. And Dan Wright trying to find his way back through. Can't quite do it. Look over the shoulder from Matthew Spencer just to check he's not on the inside going in towards the S's. Through Simon Street, through Pullman's we go. And now Dan Wright wants that position back. He wants 2nd place back. Up towards Garda they go. Spencer defending the inside line then, in towards Garda. Still ahead, still in 2nd place. Final lap board for Sam Lukes as he crosses the line. Now or never here for Dan Wright. Spencer goes defensive on the inside. Dan Wright will try and carry more speed through in towards the first 2 corners. He'll go the long way round in towards hairpin 1. Maybe try a switch back here on the exit of hairpin 1. Now in towards hairpin 2 as Spencer goes defensive. Trying to lock down 2nd place. There is Nathan Parker in to serve his black flag penalty. And that'll fall all the way down the field for Nathan Parker. Spencer currently 2nd place. Dan Wright. Is there a way through up at Garda? I think he's just slightly too far back here to try anything there. But as we make our way on towards the final corners, there is Sam Lukes to take Heat 12 victory across the line. It's Matthew Spencer in 2nd place, Dan Wright in 3rd, Robin Kassam in 4th, with Chris Alcock in 5th place, Jeff Lamb in 6th, couldn't quite get that move done. Mark Puxty in 7th there, as Barry Weller's across the line in 8th place. Jason Humphreys will cross the line in 9th place, Max Jameson in 10th, and then we have Mitch Taylor in 11th, Reese Harris in 12th with a late charge up the field, Kieran Chidgey in 13th place, Alan Swindon 14th, Peter Salmon in 15th place with Sam Green in 16th place, Nathan Parker across the line in 17th place, and making his way across the line now, very soon, will be Carl Vella. There goes Carl Vella making his way across the line and taking 18th place in this race. Well, Sam Lukes there with the fastest lap, also 49.859. He takes the win in the fastest lap in heat number 12. Good drive from Sam Lukes, got the move done that he needed to do against the likes of Robin Kassam and Dan Wright, and takes the heat victory. Up next then is heat number 13, where the cycle starts again, this time with our first group of lightweights. So heat number 13 coming up very, very shortly. And front row there is Sam Parent and Barry Lakes on the front row then. Looking to get the way underway. And we'll see what happens between those two going up towards turn 1. There is Jack Goldsmith. He'll be starting this race from 4th place. And he's been continuing on with the injured wrist. It's a hairline fracture he's carrying on with, and you see him, it is that wrist. And well, I shook his hand and then he told me he fractured his wrists, and I said to him, you should have led with that, Jack. But there we go. Row number 3 then is of Dimitri Oros and Andrew Strike. And Andrew Strike has been looking to field his way up and looking to see what he can do in this race. There is the number 18 then, getting suited and booted, ready to go. And that is ready there. We're under starters' orders now from the man in orange at the front. We're all eyes on the red lights. Green lights, and we get going here. And it's a good start from the number 10 card of Sam Parent, who makes his way up towards turn 1 and will be able to use any line he wants in through there. Although Barry Lakes is right back onto him in towards hairpin 1. Keeping an eye out for hairpin 1 then. And all clean through hairpin 1. The likes of Harrison Kirkham are down the order here. Sean Dabin, Neil Durrant, Blaze Turnstill, Samuel Essery, they're all towards the back here. Tom Langford will start this race from 10. Matt Hill would start in 9th. So a bit of a midfield scrap here for drivers that have been successful in their first 2 heats to find themselves towards the back of these ones. And they'll have to be made to work hard for their final heat points there. Jack Goldsmith up into 3rd place then. And right on his tail is Glenn Marrison then in the number 14 as we head our way in towards the first 2 corners then. Jack Goldsmith seeing if he can carve a move in these early stages. Whilst the iron is hot, he looks to strike up the inside. He goes in towards hairpin 2. Battling away between himself and Barry Lakes. He's up the inside of the S's and makes his move stick. Goldsmith up into 2nd place, Barry Lakes in 3rd, Glenn Marrison in 4th place. And there's the launch of the 18 of Christopher Ball up the inside of Glenn Marrison there, still on the inside as we make our way up towards Garda. Sam Parent in the lead though, Jack Goldsmith now in 2nd place as we watch our lead duo make their way through Cafe Curve on towards the start-finish straight. And Neil Durrant has got himself a contact warning. Meanwhile, Christopher Ball goes up the inside of Barry Lakes then in through the first corners. Jack Goldsmith up the inside. This is for the lead of Heat 13, which he does get and move himself up the order. Christopher Bell trying to defend for P3 here. Right behind him he's got Glenn Marrison as well. As Thomas Seabrook, Dimitri Oros, Andrew Strike, Matt Hill, and Jack Goldsmith really striking while the iron's hot, making sure he builds the gap as much as possible. He was saying today he's hoping to make it through. He's not sure if he will make it through all through the races, but he's leading at the moment, and that'll be a huge boost for Jack, carrying that injury. Christopher Ball and Glenn Marrison heading their way through Cafe Curve. Onwards we go then towards the first 2 corners. Barry Lakes is looking to try and get a position back here. He'll have to try around the outside in towards the first hairpin. Thomas Seabrook also fancies his chances against Dimitri Oros. As drivers now make their way through the 2nd hairpin. There's Andrew Strike making it known he wants some positions, and he wants them now. 9th place at the last timing line. You see there's the number 3 of Barry Lakes looking to apply that pressure. Pressure though being applied by Glenn Marrison on Christopher Ball in that battle for 3rd place. There goes that battle. And there's Christopher Ball still in 3rd at the moment. Jack Goldsmith leads the way. Look out for that 14 of Glenn Marrison all over the back of Christopher Ball heading in towards turns 1 and 2. A black flag for number 15. That's Dimitri Oros. He's got a black flag out there. and will have to return to the pits. Rejoining that battle for third then, Christopher Ball ahead of Glenn Marrison. It's Barry Lakes right behind as they head their way through in towards the S's, now and through in towards Sign Sweep and Pullman's. Now heading our way down towards Paddock there. And an aggressive line taken by Christopher Ball, who's made his intentions clear as Chris Ball. Let's work together to close in on the gap ahead. That's what that signal means, I promise. Through in towards Cafe Curve we go. Glenn Marrison here. Will he heed the instruction from Christopher Ball, or will he want that position for himself? Let's find out. Heading our way down in towards Hairpin 1. Well, one who wants a position is Barry Lakes up the inside, but he might have overrun Hairpin 1 slightly. He has, and Glenn Marrison takes that position straight back. And Christopher Ball here now wants to work together, try and close in on the top two. Representing Southern Rental Kart Championship, finished 4th in the Rapid Kart Championship. He's a national finalist in the British Indoor Karting Championship in 2023. It's his first time at the Kart Race Champions. He's hoping and expecting for an exciting event. Well, he's putting on an exciting show here in the battle for third place. But here comes Glenn Marrison again, trying to use that momentum, can't quite find it because here comes Barry Lakes. Glenn Marrison's got to be careful about leaving that door open there. But Marrison still in 4th at the moment. Heading our way through. Sean David is up to 8th. Harrison Kirkham is up to 7th place. And they'll be looking to try and join this battle. Matt Hill in 10th place. Neil Durrant in 12th. They've got Tom Langford 13th. Blaze Turnstile in 14th. Samuel Esri 15th. Andrew Strike running in 17th at this moment in time though. Race leader Jack Goldsmith finding his way through. Sam Parent in 2nd with Christopher Ball in 3rd place. Glenn Marrison in 4th. Across the line they go. Marrison still looking to see if there's a move to be had. Just under 6 minutes to run in this heat. Christopher Ball just placing that kart exactly where he wants it at the moment. Matt Hill is looking for positions further down the field, currently in 10th place. He went wide on the entry of Hairpin 2 and loses out on that position. Well, they are catching. Well, Christopher Ball wanted to catch the top two. They're certainly starting to catch Sam Parent with 5.5 minutes left of this race. Is it enough time? 2 seconds between Christopher Ball and Sam Parent. Onwards they go then across the start-finish line. Sean Davin trying to work up the order as well. Harrison Brooks is right behind him in that battle for 8th place. They head their way in towards Hairpin 1. Matt Hill getting involved as well as Ivan Sana. Christopher Ball then closed in by a 10.5 on that last lap. And look at that, Glenn Marrison on his rear bumper now. Heading our way through in towards Paddock now. And they are closing in. The gap is now about 2 seconds between Ball and Parent. Last time they crossed the line. It's looking a lot closer than 2 seconds now between 2nd and 3rd. In fact, a lot closer. That's not 2 seconds any longer. They'll cross the line there. And it's a 6/10 of a second. They've really closed in quickly now on this front two. Is there a way through now for Christopher Ball? Well, he got his wish. And the fact that Glenn Marrison gave him the pushes where he needed them to help catch the karts ahead. They've done that now. As Glenn Marrison sort of throw that impromptu alliance aside and see if he can get a 3rd place. Less than 4 minutes to run in this race. Christopher Ball has made it perfectly clear. He wants that 2nd place from Sam Parent. He's got the pace to get it as well. As we head away up the hill, through in towards Cafe Curve. Now Glenn Marrison, again, seeing if he can find a way through. Can't quite do it there. 3.5 minutes left to run. As we head our way in towards Hairpin 1. Watch out as well for that number 3 kart of Barry Lakes, and to try and close in the latter stages. Contact for number 13 is Ivan Sana. And a black flag here for the number 17. That's going to be Thomas Seabrook. We'll be having a stop-go penalty in the pit lane. Sam Parent here just set his personal best lap of the race last time around, a 50.172. Christopher Ball is starting to close in on him. Another 10th taken out on that last lap. In fact, a 10th and a half taken out on that last lap between Ball and Parent. There is Ball trying to see if he can get a move done here for second place in this race. Through in towards the S as we go then. And Sam Parent knows he's feeling that pressure now from Christopher Ball. Christopher Ball up the inside in towards Paddock then. Well, he felt that pressure. And now Glenn Marrison fancies his chances against Sam Parent. He was going for a move up the inside at Garda. Did he get that move done? No, they're running side by side. Marrison trying to get himself ahead, but Sam Parent using that momentum to his side, or to his advantage, to keep himself ahead. There was an attempt from Glenn Marrison to go up the inside at Garda, but no way through for him. There's the stop-and-go penalty being served in the pit lane by Thomas Seabrook, and he makes his way back out onto track. Jack Goldsmith has got about a 2.5 second lead over second place at the moment. And in Jack Goldsmith's mind, he'll want to have them battle constantly in these closing stages. And if they're battling, it means they won't be catching him as quickly. Well, Goldsmith did set his fastest lap of the race last time round. The fastest lap is Harrison Brooks with a 49.488. Up the hill we go then. Jack Goldsmith crosses the line with just about 1 minute and 3 to go. So 2 more laps here for heat 13. As we head our way through those first 2 corners then. And you can see there Barry Lakes looking to see if he can defend against Harrison Brooks, who's on a charge. He's the fastest kart out on track. 49.0 was Harrison Brooks' last lap there. He fancies a move against Barry Lakes, but couldn't quite find it there. On the run now through in towards Simesweep and Pullmans. He's looking for a move down the inside in towards Paddock then, and he does get that move done. Harrison Brooks now up into 5th place with that late charge. And Harrison Brooks started in 12th place in this heat. He's now up to 5th. Is there any more late moves to be made? Jack Goldsmith starts the final lap of heat 13 then. Last chance saloon for the likes of Sam Parent, Glenn Marrison, Harrison Brooks, Barry Lakes, to see if they can find a move, find any moves they can. With Harrison Brooks the fastest kart out on circuit 2 laps ago. He's got the fastest lap of the race. Can he find an overtake here? Well, Christopher Ball is hanging on to second place. Sam Parent is stuck with him, but Glenn Marrison is sizing up a move here. Going in towards Simesweep and Pullmans, now in towards Paddock. There's a move, there's a launch there from Harrison Brooks, who gets himself now up into 4th place. He has to go defensive going in towards Garda, and as they make their way emerging out of the centre chicane, he gets himself up into 4th place then. But there is Jack Goldsmith, who takes the win in heat number 13 then. Second place across the line is Christopher Ball, Sam Parent in 3rd, with Harrison Brooks getting up to 4th place, Glenn Marrison in 5th with Barry Lakes in 6th place, Harrison Kirkham in 7th with Ivan Sana in 8th, Sean David in 9th, Neil Durran in 10th, Matt Hill in 11th place with Blaze Turnstill in 12th, Sam Essery in 13th place, Tom Langford 14th, Andrew Strike in 15th place with Tom Langford. Andrew Strike 15th place, Corey Richards in 16th place, Thomas Seabrook 17th place, and Dimitri Oros rounds off the 18 drivers. Well, what fractured wrist for Jack Goldsmith. He takes a win in heat number 13, and as his last heat, we'll have to wait and see what that does to his heat points. We still have many more to run through. But a win there for Jack Goldsmith. Christopher Ball's 2nd place, and of course their 2 karts will be sent back around as is procedure, so their 2 karts can go to the back of the next heat, which is heat number 14, and that will be coming up very shortly.
Okay, drivers, your car numbers for the next heat. We have Mike Wood, 14, Matthew 10, Dean 3, Matt Morgan in 5, John in 8, Anwar in 7, Joseph in 2, Joe Bailey 13, Adam 6, Richard 1, Mo in 11, David Bruce in 16, Will in 12, Ashley 4, Vito 15, Alex Jones 17, Adrian 9 and Mark in 18.
Drivers have been given their kart numbers for heat number 14, and it will be a front row of Mike Wood and Matthew Borrowdale. Borrowdale was closest to your camera as you saw it. Keeping our eyes as well on the likes of Anwar Beryl-Smith, Will Dendy, Alex Jones. Matthew Borrowdale will be looking to take advantage of that front row start as well. There is Anwar Beryl-Smith, who started towards the back last time round, charged through the field. He's starting from 6th place here. He's already got a heat win under his belt earlier on today. Will Dendy out there also has a heat win under his name as well, as he will be looking to take full advantage of that one. Of course, the first heat ended, or it started, not the greatest for Will Dendy. As he look there to try and make his way back up the Uri. You can tell he's racing a couple of McLaren GT races with the apparatus coming out of his lid there. You can spot that from a mile away if the helmet livery wasn't clear enough. He's got a heat win under his belt. But starter's orders then, eyes on the lights then. Lights are red. They go green and we go racing. It's just Matthew Borrowdale on the front row, so he gets a nice clean run up towards the first two turns then. And he will be leading through in towards turns 1 and 2, in towards the first hairpin we go then. Matthew Borrowdale leading the way then. Matt Horgan trying to defend from Dean Abbott. And Anwar Beryl-Smith there in 4th place already. Bearing in mind he started in 6th place, of course he would have got that free position with an empty throw or empty right-hand side of row 1, but he's still got to position himself. Can he make it 2 heat wins? Well, he's going to go right down the inside, right from the off, making his intentions clear. And Anwar Beryl-Smith now moves up into 3rd place. Making his way now up the hill we go, through in towards the Cafe Curve. I have to say though, Dean Abbott's not done with Anwar Beryl-Smith at this stage, heading our way through in towards the first 2 corners then. Well, Borrowdale leading the way from Matt Horgan. As I see there, the number 8 car of Joe Paragon trying to get some moves up the inside in towards hairpin 1, further down the field. He was 7th at the time he crossed the line. He is still 7th at the moment. Will Dendy, meanwhile, charging through the field. Started 13th, crossed the line 9th last time around. And there he is in kart number 12. Heading away up towards Garda then, through the centre chicane. And there is Borrowdale versus Horgan through in towards Cafe Curve. Matt Horgan with a track limits penalty. Sorry, just the warning, Anwar Beryl-Smith in 3rd though, Dean Abbott in 4th. There's Joe Bailey in 5th place in that number 13. Is he looking for a move down the inside? No, not just this time. Through in towards hairpin 1 we go. And up at the front though, Matt Horgan is side by side on the exit of hairpin 2 with Matthew Borrowdale, but Borrowdale holds firm, holds on to the lead of this race. Is able to try and press on through in towards Sign Sweep and Pullman's we go, and down towards Paddock. Beryl-Smith in 3rd at the moment, and well, we saw him make his intentions clear on how he was going to measure this race. He'll move down the inside of Dean Abbott at Paddock. He's on the charge now though. Joe Bailey up into 4th place past Dean Abbott. Meanwhile, the 17 kart of Alex Jones up the inside of Will Dendy, I think that is. And making our way now down in towards the first hairpin. Sorry, Will Dendy is on the back of Mo Hassan. But our leaders then, Matt Horgan gets himself ahead. Borrowdale's not too happy with that one, but Horgan is in front. Through in towards Pullman's we go, now in towards Paddock, and that squabbling has allowed Anwar Beryl-Smith to really close up. Joe Bailey as well, fastest kart on track, 50.2 from Joe Bailey. Puts him right into this battle for the lead of this race then. It's Horgan leading Borrowdale, then it's Anwar Beryl-Smith and Joe Bailey, 3rd and 4th. Joe Bailey looking to try and apply that pressure in these early stages of the heat. And we'll see now. That was Will Dendy going through in towards hairpin 1 on the inside of Mo Hassan, but too aggressively. Even Will Dendy concedes that position, but it's now opened up an opportunity for Alex Jones to try and move down the inside in towards the S's. And as they make their way down the hill then, Anwar Beryl-Smith looking for a late lunge on Matthew Borrowdale down the inside, and he makes it stick. That's also opened up the gap then for Joe Bailey to have a move up the inside of Garda. Did he get that move stuck? Yes, he did. He moves now up into 3rd place, and that's Matthew Borrowdale down to 4th. Anwar Beryl-Smith then looking for 2 heat wins today. It would be a good succession in this one. If he gets that 2nd heat win, he's all but guaranteed a spot in the A final, which is what these heat points are all totting up to. As we make our way through in towards the S's, and we're watching on then Joseph Hamblett, Dean Abbott and Joe Paragon then. This is a battle for 5th place at the moment. There goes your top 4 through. And Joseph Hamblett here trying to make sure he tries to secure 5th place. 7 minutes to go. It's a long time when you're sprint racing to hang on to a position. Dean Abbott and John Paragon are right behind. There you can see the point forward from Anwar Beryl-Smith though in the 7, signalling to Joe Bailey, let's work together. Again, unorthodox partnerships in this race. But just like in any race, any unorthodox partnership that starts is bound to end at some point. There's a battle there. That's the 3 of John Abbott up the inside of John Paragon there. I don't think he realised, Paragon, that Abbott was up the inside again. And they make their way through the S's. Onwards they go now, down in towards Simon Sweep and Pullman's. Track limits being awarded to Will Dendy, just a warning, and also to the number 11 kart of Mo Hassan. Will Dendy, though, is up into 8th place. There is Anwar Beryl Smith and Joe Bailey battling away. And now Matt Horgan, well, that's Beryl Smith trying to go up the inside. He decided that move late, but it was in time to get himself into the lead. Joe Bailey trying to follow through here as Anwar Beryl Smith points forward. He wants to get on with this, and get on with it he shall. Joe Bailey trying to find a move up the inside. No, he has to stay behind Matt Horgan this time around. And that also leaves him under threat from Matthew Borrowdale. Down the hill they run in towards Paddock. And up towards Garda they will go then. Just under 5.5 minutes left to run in this race then, as our leaders emerge out of the centre chicane. It's Anwar Beryl Smith who leads this race. It's Matt Horgan in second place, but here's Joe Bailey trying to get a move up the inside. The gap's there, and Joe Bailey's going to go for it. Up the inside he goes, still has the inside line, heading our way up in towards the first hairpin, and he takes that inside line and takes over second place in heat 14 as we head our way now onwards through the S's. Contact warnings being given out as well to Mo Hassan and Alex Jones in 11 and 17 respectively. Will Dendy has the fastest lap of this heat so far with a 50.020. And Anwar Beryl Smith now might be looking over his shoulders at Joe Bailey, because Bailey's all over the back of him. Bailey trying to find an inside line and quickly realises he's got to tuck back in. He quickly realised he didn't have the momentum to keep on the inside and tucked back in so that he could find a way through. Now he goes the long way round, through in towards Henry's Bend, now in towards hairpin 1. He'll have to try the long way round, didn't quite work off there. The top four battling away for the lead of this heat then. It's Anwar Beryl Smith at the top of the order right now. Joe Bailey in second, Matt Horgan in third, Matthew Borrowdale in fourth place. Now they run down the hill through Simon Sweep and Pullman's here. And Anwar Beryl Smith really attacks Paddock there. Takes a more aggressive line, and a black flag for number 17, that's Alex Jones. He's been summoned to the pit lane there. Beryl Smith still holding on then. He's under major pressure from Joe Bailey in this heat. As they cross the line once again, 3.5 minutes left to run in this race. Anwar Beryl Smith and Joe Bailey have exactly the same best lap time, a 50.040. Pretty much matching each other for pace at this moment in time. Joe Bailey slightly quicker on that last lap. They head their way through in towards the first and second hairpin. Now through the S's we go. Joe Bailey right onto the back of Anwar Beryl Smith, through Simon Sweet, through Pullman's. And Joe Bailey thinking about a move up the inside there. Not quite, but maybe a switchback might be on. Up towards Garda. Anwar Beryl Smith looking over his right shoulder. He knows that one's coming. As we now make our way through in towards the centre chicane. Up the hill we run, with Anwar Beryl Smith leading the way. Second place Joe Bailey. And onwards they go then. Is that a move? An attempted move from Joe Bailey around the outside on the exit now of Henry's Bend in towards the first hairpin there. And Anwar Beryl Smith is going to shut that door, which he does, in towards hairpin 2. Anwar Beryl Smith still leading the way. 2 minutes 20 to run in this race. And Joe Bailey, I don't think he's quite thrown the kitchen sink yet, but we're close to it. Through in towards Pullman's, and now towards Paddock we go. Again, two different lines taken by the two front runners, as Joe Bailey has to go the long way round if he wants that move to be done. Going through in towards Garda and then the centre chicane. No move there. Onwards we go then. Should have 1 minute. Well, we've got 1 minute 47 on the board between 2 and 3 laps of this one. Again, Joe Bailey tries around the outside, and this time Matt Horgan fancies a battle as well. He's going to try and follow the 7 of Anwar Beryl Smith through, which he does, and that really was there for Joe Bailey. Not great. And now Matt Horgan says, I'm going to follow you, get on with it. He wants to hold on to second place in this one, it seems, as he knows those heat points will be valuable. Joe Bailey there, now down to third place. And there's Joe Hamblett, who's joined in this battle there. Made it a 5-car battle for the lead of this race, as they make their way now through in towards the centre chicane. It'll be close. We'll see the final lap board, or whether we'll get one more lap on top of that. So we're on to the penultimate lap as we stand. Through in towards the first 2 turns we go then. Anwar Beryl-Smith leads from Matt Horgan and Joe Bailey, trying to see if he can find a move down the inside. Joe Bailey up the inside through hairpin 1 then. Matthew Borrowdale and Joe Hamblett also trying to find moves then. Hamblett round the outside of Borrowdale in towards the second chicane. Can't find the way through. Through the S's we go then. And running down the hill through Symes Sweep. And then through Pullman's we go. And on the run through in towards Paddock Bend. Up the hill we go. As Matt Horgan had momentum and decided to transfer it to Anwar Beryl-Smith there. We go through the centre chicane. Up through Cafe Curve. Onwards towards the start-finish line. Final lap of this race has just been started. Anwar Beryl-Smith holding on to this one. Matt Horgan in second. Joe Bailey wanted to try and move up the inside. Couldn't quite find it. This quintet now battling hard. All for a place for a win here. Joe Hamblett gets ahead of Matthew Borrowdale going through in towards hairpin 1. Moves him up into 4th place. Anwar Beryl-Smith will lead them through the S's then, with Matt Horgan in 2nd place. Joe Bailey, I feel a move coming here somewhere at Paddock, but no move ever emerged. Anwar Beryl-Smith back onto the power. This will be a chance here for Matt Horgan to see if he can find a way through. In towards the centre chicane. But Anwar Beryl-Smith holds on to it. Through in towards the Cafe Curve. Onwards they go then towards the start-finish line. Heat 14 winner Anwar Beryl-Smith across the line. Matt Horgan in 2nd place. Joe Bailey 3rd. Joe Hamblett in 4th. With Matthew Borrowdale in 5th. Will Dendy in 6th. Adrian Perez in 7th. John Paragon in 8th. Dean Abbott in 9th. Mark O'Grady in 10th place. With Ashley West in 11th. Mo Hassan in 12th. Vito Dacrez in 13th. Dawood 14th. We've got Adam Preston in 15th. Alex Jones in 16th place. Well, there is your Heat 14 winner, Anwar Beryl-Smith. That's 2 heat wins for him today. And that guarantees his spot in the A final. Had to work hard for that one, though. Really a tale of 2 victories for Anwar Beryl-Smith. One was completely dominant, the other he had to work hard for. But there he goes then, with another heat win under his belt. He and Horgan will go around one more time to take their cards to the back of the grid for heat number 15, which is coming up next and will be our second group race. drivers being assigned their numbers for heat number 15, which is our second group for the lightweights. And our front row will be Abby Foss on the right, Megan Quirk on the left, with Dean Everest and Barry Morris sharing the second row, with Dean Everest in third and Barry Morris in fourth place. And we'll see what happens here at this stage. It's Adam Sheargold, who is one to watch for this race, has been performing consistently in the heats previous. He'll be looking to try and take full advantage of that one as well. And there's Fraser Brunton, who's starting from 10th in this heat. Obviously some solid performances, top threes as well as hard charging. Whenever he's been at the back, he finds himself in the midfield here. But we have our starting orders almost ready then. I'll just wait for the red lights to signal that everything really is good to go. So Abby Foss on the front row, on the right in number 2, Megan Quirk on the left in 13. Red lights are on, starters orders are there. We'll keep an eye on the red lights then. And they go green, we go racing. Good start from Megan Quirk then, as she moves into the lead of this race. Meanwhile, in the background there, the number 15 onto the grass almost there. That's Sam May, who's trying to get a good start and try and make use of his good start as well. But it's Quirk who leads, going through the first hairpin. It's Foss in second place. Then it's the 12 of Dean Everest then, who will want to win under his belt by the time proceedings are finished there. Heading our way through in towards the S's for the very first time. Barry Morris and Owen Burton as well, trying to find their way, trying to find their moves up the order. As at Cameron Dass is in cart number 9. There's Owen Burton trying to find a move past Barry Morris in the number 8 car. He then had the inside line going in towards Garda then. Does he have that move? Well, it's the number 8 emerges ahead of the number 10. So Burton is now ahead of Morris. But look at Barry Morris now. He's got that momentum. Will he try and look for a move here? Up the inside in towards the first corner. Then we head our way through in towards Henry's Bend. And now on towards the anchors through hairpin 1. And a little bit of grass and dirt kicked up towards the mid-pack there. As we find our way through. It's the number 9 card, I think, that it was Cameron Dass who felt aggrieved about being onto the grass there. But Megan Quirk leading the way then, as we see the number 4 of Adam Sheargold then trying to find a move, trying to find the gap on Barry Morris. No way through for him that time around. And as we head up the hill we go through in towards Cafe Curve. Dean Everest versus Owen Burton in a battle for third place. Through in towards the first corner we go. Fraser Brunton also finding his way up the order. He was 7th as he crossed the line there. And looking once again for a move around the outside is Fraser Brunton. There he is in the 11 with the orange streaks on the shoulder. He looks to get up the order there. And Sam May also trying to find his way through the order, trying to follow through as well. Down in towards Paddock Bend we go there. Fraser Brunton applying that pressure as we head our way up the hill and towards Garda once again through the centre chicane. Side by side running we go then. That's between Sheargold and Brunton. Brunton on the outside, but it's 2 by 2 right behind them as we head our way across the line. Brunton has to go across the curb there. And he goes to the inside, heading away through in towards Conway's, now towards Henry's Bend. Brunton on the inside then. Will try and take the racing line away. Runs up slightly wide. Again, having to go defensive in towards hairpin 2. They'll get back onto the power then. As once again, it's the 18 of Joe Peters trying to find his way through. He wants positions and he wants them now. He's been on the grass a couple of times in this race. As we head our way through in towards Paddock then. Up the hill we go and towards Garda. A couple of track limit warnings being awarded out there. Fraser Brunton trying to get away from this pack because we're almost 3 wide going in towards Cafe Curve there. One of them is the 6 of Callum Jones, who found himself rightly slightly aggrieved running wide there and lost quite a few positions, quite a bit of time as well. He kept it on the track and has got to just regain that composure through hairpin 1. Now onwards towards hairpin 2 we go. As Fraser Brunton then up into 6th place. It's Joe Peters right behind him for 7th. Meanwhile then Sam Mays trying to find a move on Adam Sheargold. He'll have to go the long way round, but it gives him the inside line for Paddock Bend. Now up the inside. And he was always going to come in there with a head full of steam was Sam May. He was running slightly deep, whether he liked it or not. Still running side by side between himself and the number 5 card of Andrew Spencer, who's found his way up the order. He was up through the field already, found himself up into 9th. He was about 13th to 14th on the last time they crossed the line. Such is the close nature of this battling. Andrew Spencer finds himself at the front of that mammoth battle. Through in towards hairpin 2 they go. The 15 of Sam May is trying to follow the 5 of Andrew Spencer through in towards the S's. Now we head our way onwards through in towards this flowing section, heading down towards Paddock now. And it's Megan Quirk still leading the way from Abby Foss. Meanwhile, that's the number 6 of Callum Jones wanted to try and find a move there. There go your 2 leaders, but there is Dean Everest, who's closed in on Abby Foss on the last couple of laps. Owen Burton also joins in. There's the number 4 Kart of Adam Sheargold. He's got Callum Jones right on his tail then, going in towards the first 2 turns, but that's going to allow Tom Kempnick to try and find a way through. Kempnick runs deep though in towards hairpin 1. That cost him a little bit of time. It's cost him a bit of time as well to Trevor Hansford, who finds a position up there. Number 8 Kart looking for a move down the inside, and Owen Barton trying to find that move and make it stick. Still they're running side by side. Up the hill they go towards Garda. Quirk still leading, and it's Everest who's got past Foss then. So now this is Abby Foss versus Owen Burton for 3rd place in this race. There's the number 10 of Barry Morris. There's Owen Burton trying to go up the inside, going in towards the first 2 corners. Can he make that move stick? Well, he's now got the inside line going in towards hairpin 1. Abby Foss is on the outside. She might try a bit of a switchback here. Again, she'll be on the outside going in towards hairpin 2. I think momentum will favour Owen Burton as he moves himself up into the top 3 in heat 15. Now his next target, well, we'll try to catch up to Dean Everest. As Megan Quirk still leading the way then. Expecting her to come round Cafe Curve. There she goes, leader of the race right now. With 5 minutes and 14 on the clock. Dean Everest 2nd. And watching on, Fraser Brunton is at the front of that battle for P6. With Andrew Spencer getting involved as well. There goes the battle then for what is right now 3rd place. Owen Burton battling the way with Abby Foss. And that's Barry Morris in the number 10 also trying to get involved in this one as well. Heading away now towards Paddock. Dean Everest is falling behind Megan Quirk. Quirk putting in some good lap times there. In fact, she gained half a second on Dean Everest on that last lap alone. Everest in 2nd place right now. You'll see there that Andrew Spencer has cleared this battle. Or Fraser Brunton there getting involved, going in towards the start-finish line. There was contact. There were cars hooked up there. Somehow they all made it through as they make their way towards hairpin 1. Just watching on Fraser Brunton trying to hang on against Sam May as we head our way in towards the hairpin 2. There they are on your screens. Fraser Brunton leading this battle here in this battle for 7th place right now. Sam May putting everything at it to try and get past Fraser Brunton at the moment as we head our way in towards Paddock Bend. Callum Jones in the number 6 is also involved in that battle, as well as Tom Kempink as well. They'll make their way through Garda, onwards through the centre chicane. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Sorry, that's number 18 of Joe Peters, who's right behind there. In this battle for 7th place, making their way up towards the first 2 corners then. And as they go towards the first hairpin, Brunton having to go the long way round, as that is Callum Jones up the inside. Sam May also gets the move done. Brunton could lose out on 3 positions here if he's not careful, as Joe Peters tries to find a way through, can't find the way through, and Fraser Brunton down to 9th. And that's going to be Sam May up into 8th place, or up into 7th place. Callum Jones now up into 8th. As we have less than 3 minutes on the board then. And there's the number 10 Kart then, Joe Peters. Under pressure from Abby Foss. He's got that move done, but Abby Foss is not done with that battle. Megan Quirk putting in some solid laps, 6.5 tenths quicker than Dean Everest on that last lap. She's now 3.5 seconds clear at the top. Dean Everest is now being closed in by Owen Burton as well. He'll be looking over his shoulder soon, will Dean Everest. Through the S's they go then, as they make their way now on through the Syme Sweep and through Pullmans. And Owen Burton, there goes the number 5 of Andrew Spencer right up the inside of Abby Foss then. Foss has the inside line going in towards Garda. Can she retain that position for P5? Or has Andrew Spencer got the move done? Andrew has the move done. And Abby Foss, you can tell, just a bit frustrated about that one. But Andrew Spencer now on full attack to try and catch and try and get as many positions as possible. There's the battle for 2nd place. Dean Everest versus Owen Burton right now. Heading out of hairpin 1, now towards hairpin 2, as Owen Burton wanted to see if there was a move up the inside possible through hairpin 2. Couldn't quite get that move done. As Dean Everest now really focuses on defence here. He knows that right now he's got to hold on to 2nd place. We've got about 76 seconds on the clock as Megan Quirk leads the way. And we'll see Dean Everest, there he is, 2nd place with Owen Burton in 3rd, and it's Barry Morris in 4th, Andrew Spencer in 5th, and Andrew Spencer will be hard charging through the field right now, trying to find his way through. He started in 16th place. He's up into 5th at the moment, with a chance here to grab 4th place away from Barry Morris. He's going to go for it then, up the inside he goes, and does get that move done. So Andrew Spencer now up into 4th place. Can he get a top 3 here in the closing stages? It's possible, he's got the pace to do it. He's got to be wary that Dean Everest and Owen Burton have been battling away for the past few laps. They are locked in that battle as they make their way through Pullmans, now in towards Paddock. Up the hill we go towards Garda, and a move attempted there from Barry Morris, I think, in the background there. But it's Andrew Spencer who manages to get the move done and moves up a position, up into the top 3 now. Andrew Spencer could go and try and get 2nd place away from Dean Everest there, as we're on to the final lap of this race. Megan Quirk heading through hairpin 1 now. Is this going to be a chance for Dean Everest to try and move in towards hairpin 1? Not this time. Impressive drive from Andrew Spencer. In about 11 minutes, he's got himself from 16th to 3rd. Can he go one further and grab himself 2nd place? He tucks back in to that little slipstream of Dean Everest then, through the S's. Now we go through in towards the Syme Sweep and Pullmans for the final time in this heat. Andrew Spencer's lining up the move. Down the inside he goes. Has he got the momentum? Because Dean Everest is on his outside going in towards Garda. And they'll make their way through in towards the centre chicane. There is Megan Quirk then to take Heat 15 victory. And yes, Andrew Spencer does have the move done. He gets up into 2nd place from 16th on the grid there. Dean Everest in 3rd with Owen Burton in 4th place. Barry Morris in 5th with Abby Foss in 6th place. 7th place is Sam May. And in 8th place it's Callum Jones. Tom Kempink in 9th with Joe Peters in 10th. Fraser Brunton in 11th. Trevor Hansford in 12th. Adam Sheargold in 13th. Cameron Dass in 14th. Ethan Hall 15th. With Connor Ambrose 16th place, Jennifer Tompkins in 17th place, and across the line now is Lewis Rogers to complete our 18 runners. It's the first heat win for Megan Quirk here at Kart Race Champions 2023. and the pace she had was good enough to open up the gap between Dean Everest. She never looked back then. Andrew Spencer finishing in second place there from 16th on the grid. A great performance from Andrew Spencer. Very valuable heat points on the board. And as the top two karts are sent round to go to the back of the grid, we'll have heat 16 up shortly, which is our second group of heavyweights.
We don't need to refuel this heat, so I'm calling on the bell. Reece Harris, 12, Allen in 8, Barry, Weller, 10, Kieran, 2, Mitch, 15, Matt, 6, Nathan Parker, 1, Mark Huxley, 18, Carl, 4, Ben, 9, Sebastian, in 14, Jason, in 16, Reno, in 3, Mike Smith, in 7, Michael Gibbons, 17, Adam, 5, Henry, 13, Richard Warren in 11.
So drivers assigned their karts for heat 16. This is the second group for the heavyweights. And on pole there, on the right hand side, furthest from the picture, is Reece Harris alongside Alan Swindon, who've both shown a good bit of pace in this one. They're looking for top threes in this heat for this one. Let's see what they can do from that position. Second row at the moment is Barry Weller and Kieran Chidzi. And there is the number 1 kart, which I assume is going to be filled by Nathan Parker. And Parker's shown some strong pace. Will be one to watch for that one. Mark Huxley in 8th place, also one to watch. He'll be racing in the, I believe, the kart number 18. There's kart number 14, which is Seb Miller. He was called to race control after his last heat. Hopefully the words will stick. He got himself a top 3 in that last heat on track. There is Nathan Parker, starting in 7th place. Be looking to get his way up the order. And that's Mark Buxley just jumping into his kart. And quick turn around, it's already starter's orders. The red lights are on. Visors down signal is there, eyes on the lights. And it's green, we go racing. Good start there from Reece Harris. He'll take the lead going in towards the first 2 corners then. Barry Weller in 3rd place. Kieran Chidzi trying to hang on to that position from Mitch Taylor, who's trying to find a way through. Heading our way now down in towards the first hairpin. Looking clean so far from all involved. Now in towards hairpin 2. So it's Reece Harris leading the way then, ahead of Alan Swindon in 2nd place. It's Barry Weller in 3rd. As they head their way through in towards Syme Sweeps and Pullmans. Now in towards paddock. A little slide there from Rhys Harris. That might allow and invite Alan Swindon to try and apply a little bit of pressure in towards Garda there. Now heading through in towards the centre chicane. Harris here from Alan Swindon now. Onwards we go towards that start-finish line. And in towards Conways and Henry's Bend. Max Jameson is in 4th place now. Jameson started 6th place, now up into 4th as he looks to try and apply the pressure. He's shout because he's right on the outside here, going in towards hairpin 2, as that's Alan Swindon who takes over the lead from Rhys Harris. Barry Weller sticking in there, Max Jameson in 4th, and Mark Puxty as well, up now into 5th place. That's a good start from Puxty. He started in 8th, now up into 4th place. And they make their way now upwards towards Garda then. The Swindon lead going in towards Garda, and Swindon leads coming out of it. Oh, contact there. Barry Weller runs into the side of Rhys Harris as they make their way through Cafe Curve. Close quarters, that's for sure, as Mark Puxty tries to gain some positions here, try and go round the outside through in towards Henry's Bend then. And Rhys Harris has fallen away there on the outside. He was left out to dry. But the battle for P2 carries on then. Mark Puxty picking up some grass, picking up some dirt. A couple of drivers picking up some curb as well, as Nathan Parker gets involved in this battle as well. He wants a move done here on Max Jameson. But Parker on the outside knows he has to back out of that one, otherwise he'll find himself in all sorts of trouble from drivers behind, as that's the 15 of Mitch Taylor trying to go up the inside there of Barry Weller as they head their way up towards Garda. Alan Swindon is trying to run away with this one. Mark Puxty there now up into 2nd place. And it's Max Jameson in 3rd there as they head their way across the line. Now comes the question for Mark Puxty. Can he try and pull away from Max Jameson? We've got Nathan Parker there in 4th place as well. He's had a good start, has Parker. 7th to 4th now. Rhys Harris is currently down slightly there, but we still want to make good on what he's had there. Well, he's had some sort of moment because he's classing as 18th place at the moment, and in fact Rhys Harris has pulled the kart into the pits and has decided to pull out from this race, so we are down to 17. Seb Miller trying to get his way up the order as well. Mark Puxty there in 2nd place. There is Seb Miller in the 14, getting his way past Mitch Taylor. So Seb Miller's up to 6th place now, heading across the line. And now up towards turns 1 and 2 we go. Swindon leading the way from Puxty in 2nd, Jameson in 3rd. Now Seb Miller trying to get the pace on as he makes his way through the S's. Through we go in towards the S's and in towards Simon Streep and Pullman's there. There's the number 2 of Kieran Chidsey trying to battle away here as he makes his way on the inside up towards Garda. Did he get that move done, I wonder? Well, he's just got ahead of the 17 of Michael Gibbons, and as they cross the line stays ahead. Alan Swindon leading the way, but Mark Puxty's just set the fastest lap of this race. In fact, so fast he was a 2nd faster than Alan Swindon on that last lap. He's made the move then to take the lead of this race then. Alan Swindon battles him out of hairpin 2 as we head our way through in towards the S's. And there's yellow flags, I believe, there. Yeah, that's for the reason why Alan Swindon raised his hand in the air. Yellow flags being waved through in towards the S's. That's called a temporary cease on the battling, but it's allowed Max Jameson to see if he can put a bit more pressure on. In fact, there is Jameson up a position there as we round our way through the final corner. There goes Nathan Parker, through he goes, and around the outside Barry Weller's looking for another move here on Alan Swindon, and a little bit of a tail happy moment there from Barry Weller. That's going to allow Seb Miller to see if he can find a way through. Couldn't quite do it that time around, but we make our way through in towards hairpin 2. Seb Miller passes Barry Weller for 5th place in this race. yellow flags, I assume, are being waved. That was the hand raising from drivers there. Number 9 Kart of Ben Pickard trying to make some positions up in the midpoint of this race. A black flag for number 7, Mike Smith. He's been called to the pit lane. Watching on there, Ben Pickard. And the number 15 of Mitch Taylor as well. He's on the back of Barry Weller, heading our way through the first 2 turns. It's Mark Puxty, though, leading the way from Max Jameson in second place. Mark Puxty pulled nearly 0.4 of a second away from Mark Jameson on that last lap alone. And Puxty here looking to see if he can score some very, very valuable heat points here. Black flag as well for kart number 3. That's going to be Reno DeMarco. He's being summoned to the pit lane. Seb Miller now looking to apply pressure on Alan Swindon, who managed to get his way back up to 4th place as we head our way through the centre chicane. And there is Alan Swindon trying to get a move on Seb Miller. They'll head their way through the cafe curve. Seb Miller holds firm as there is the 7's now making its way in towards the pit lane. Mitch Taylor coming in to serve that black flag penalty. There's also one out for number 3 as well. There is Seb Miller. Seb Miller trying to defend now from Alan Swindon in this battle for 4th place. There's the 17 as well, Michael Gibbons. Just trying to see if he can find a way past Ben Pickard for 8th place in this race. And Gibbons trying to put him under pressure. Number 2, Kieran Chidsey, trying to find a way past. I think that was Adam Nakar that passed him there earlier on in the lap, and he wanted that move back. And no, sorry, it was Barry Weller who got the move back done. We have just over 4 minutes of this race to run then. And it's Mark Puxty leading the way. Again, pulling 0.2 of a second away. Oh, sorry, being closed in 0.2 of a second by Max Jameson on that last lap. Gap is now half a second. As the battling continues through hairpin 2. There's Seb Miller, currently 4th at the moment. Alan Swindon in 5th, Mitch Taylor 6th. As Taylor here will put some pressure on Swindon. A move here. A lunge from Mitch Taylor down the inside. He's got that position, but only temporarily, as Alan Swindon had the better momentum coming out of paddock to get himself back ahead through Garda. And there's Max Jameson closing in on the race leader. Just saw that briefly. There's Alan Swindon, 5th place right now, trying to hold off the likes of Mitch Taylor, Ben Pickard, and Michael Gibbons. Kieran Chidsey's also in that battle in the number 2. And up the inside goes Mitch Taylor. Alan Swindon might lose a couple of positions here because he's lost a position to Ben Pickard as well. Through in towards hairpin 2. Arms raised there from Alan Swindon. He's not happy, but he's got to keep his head down. Lost a couple of positions in that battling. There's Michael Gibbons. Now it's his turn. Oh, and that's a lock up there for Alan Swindon going in towards paddock. Exit stage left for him, and he'll rejoin onto the track then with a mountain of positions lost. Kieran Chidsey, that is, battling away with Barry Weller through in towards Cafe Curve. Weller wins on that occasion. Adam Nakar also now in the fray in the number 5 car, looking for moves through in towards the first 2 corners. Less than 2.5 minutes left to run in this race, as that's a move then from Adam Nakar. Up the inside in towards hairpin 1, and he's got the move done. Kieran Chidsey, though, wants to have that position back. Has he got the inside line in towards the S's? Well, the door's left open by Nakar, but the running side by side hasn't favoured Chidsey there, and he has to hold on and settle for 10th place at the moment. Less than 2 minutes now of this race to go. There's Nathan Parker, currently 3rd in this race, as he makes his way through. As Seb Miller looking to try and close in on him on that lap. About just shy of 0.3 away, or 0.3 quicker than the car ahead of him on that last lap. Meanwhile, there's Max Jameson and Mark Puxty, not in that order, because it's Puxty leading. And at the moment, Jameson looking to try and put him under pressure now. Less than 90 seconds on the clock. Through they go in towards Sweet and Pullman's as they head their way now in towards Paddock, up Damon Hill and towards Garda. Not long left of this heat to go for Mark Puxty to keep on defending, but there's not a lot of opportunities left for Max Jameson to get some moves done. They make their way onwards then towards the start-finish line. We should have 2 laps left of racing. Mark Puxty still in the lead on this one, but Max Jameson trying to find a move down the inside, tucks back in for now. Favours a better line on the exit of hairpin 1. Set himself up for hairpin 2. Mark Puxty holds on to that position as it stands. Now they make their way through the S's they go. Mark Puxty here has had a lot of success here at Buckmore Park over the years. Can he get this heat win under his belt? Upwards they go towards Garda they go. Well, his best finish at the Kart Race Champions is 3rd place. He achieved that in 2020. We head our way now on towards the final lap of this race as Puxty looks right. Jameson tries to go left. Through in towards the first 2 corners. As Jameson got the inside line he's going to stick it up the inside here. In towards hairpin 1 they go. 2 wheels in the air from Jameson. That might allow Mark Puxty a wave back through. In towards hairpin 2 we go. Puxty, a little bit of contact between himself and Jameson there as they make their way now through the S's. Now Puxty's going to be on the outside as they make their way through in towards the next few corners then. Max Jameson takes over the lead of the heat then, and representing Club 100. He's got 7 podiums from 10 Club 100 races. He was hoping for top 5 in class. That would be nice, he says. But Mark Puxty's not done with this one yet. They head their way through in towards the cafe curve and onwards towards the start-finish line. It's going to be neck and neck towards the line. It's going to be Jameson who takes the victory away from Mark Puxty there by 0.032 seconds. Nathan Parker in 3rd place. Seb Miller in 4th. Mitch Taylor across the line in 5th with Ben Picard in 6th. Michael Gibbons in 7th with Adam Nakar in 8th. Kieran Chidsey in 9th place with Barry Weller in 10th. Henry Walter in 11th, Jason Kirkham in 12th, Carl Vella in 13th with Richard Warren in 14th place. Reno is heading his way across the line. He'll take 5th place. Reno DeMarco, 16th place for Mike Smith as he heads across the line. Alan Swindon is in 17th place. And Reese Harris, 18th there in terms of heat points. But a great battle, a great last lap battle between Jameson and Puxty. And what a result there for the both of them. But Max Jameson takes that victory in heat number 16 victory then. And as so, the top 2 cars are sent round so that they can join the back, the carts at least, for heat 17. Heat 17 then coming up, which is the 3rd group of the light plates.
Hey guys, we shall part number 4 next heat. Both
So heat 17. Drivers been assigned their numbers then, and looking like it, it's going to be the front row of Bo Sullivan, number 12, and Michael Shepherd, number 8. Looking to add to the good result he got, Bo Sullivan, charging through the field in the last heat he had, 4th in his last heat. And we'll see what happens there between the two of them. There is Ollie Smith. He'll be starting from 11th place in this race. Again, looking for a charge through the field. As his last chance to grab some very valuable heat points. And Mike Coppin is starting all the way at the back, 17th place. One to watch for him. He and Ollie Smith have been pretty inseparable. Starters orders then, as drivers are told, watch the lights. And we're green lights. We're racing as we make our way now onwards towards turn 1. Who gets the better start? Bo Sullivan trying to go up the inside of Michael Shepherd then as we make our way through in towards the first 2 turns. Now onwards we go towards hairpin 1. Ben Johnson as well, trying to find some momentum in his early stages. Tried to go around the outside, had to scoot back in, but he's got himself a try and run there, but he lost out more positions than he gained on that one. Ollie Wedden as well, trying to find his way through at the early stages, but Bo Sullivan leads Michael Shepherd. Ollie Wedden is in 3rd place now, and from 6th place on the grid. That's a great start from Wedden in these early stages. It's exactly what he needed at this stage. Heading our way then up the hill we go, through in towards Cafe Curve. Now we head our way on towards the start-finish straight. Sullivan leading. Ollie Wedden is now up into 2nd place. He's gained 4 places in the first lap, has Wedden. Great start from him. He can now set his sights on trying to battle away for the lead of this heat. Gabriel Quinta has just gone up the inside. Might have grabbed a couple of positions there. He's currently in number 2. And as they make their way through in towards the S's once again. Now through they go in towards Science Street and Pullman's. Bo Sullivan trying to make a break for it, as that's the inside move there for Ryan Shepherd. Aggressive, and I think one of the drivers letting him know it was aggressive. Through they go in towards Garden, now heading through the centre chicane. And Michael Shepherd then now behind Ryan Shepherd. And now they head their way onwards towards turn 1 once again, as Ryan Shepherd ahead of Michael Shepherd. There goes number 10, Sam Slater, down the inside. He gets himself a move, but it's 4 wide on exit, coming out of hairpin 1, with Slater right on the inside then, riding those curbs, and he manages to take away those positions there. Brave stuff from Slater to keep his nose in it, and he gets himself all that reward of a couple of positions to hand. Up into 3rd place now, 4th place for Sam Slater, and he's got himself a little bit of a challenge heading up towards Garda. Now we make our way through in towards the centre chicane. Up the rise we go and towards Cafe Curve, as this real armada makes its way across the line and onwards through the first 2 corners. Good battling in the midfield as well. Heading into this one, there's the number 2 card of Gabriel Quinta. He's keen to make up a few places from the start. And we make our way through in towards hairpin 2. And through they go through the S's. Michael Shepherd, Ben Johnson locked in a battle as well. Gabriel Quinta moving himself up into 7th place. There goes Michael Shepherd trying to move up the inside, can't quite find it. And also there's Mike Coppin. You can't rule him out. He's had to start from 17th place in this race, and he's making some moves out there. Onwards we go then. There's the number 9 coming into the pit lane there. And, well, he'll get a word from the man below, I'm sure. But he makes his way out of the pit lane then. Meanwhile, it's Bo Sullivan leading. Oliver Wedden in 2nd place. It's Sam Slater in 3rd, with Stephen Westwood now in 4th place. There's the 18 there of Mike Coppin, trying to get some positions up there. He was 8th place when he crossed the line last time around. Ollie Smith is also in that vicinity as well, in the number 16. Heading our way in through paddock now. Back up the hill we go, up towards Garda. Fastest driver out on track is Zach Venn with a 49.809 at the moment. There they go then up the hill. That is going to be Mike Coppin battling away and gaining that position then as he moves past the number 6 kart and up a position there. Kim Ely losing out on a position there as Mike Coppin moves up into 8th place. Ollie Smith will be just ahead of him for 7th place. Almost 3 wide going in towards hairpin 2 there. We're in the battle lower down the order. There you can see Ben Johnson in that number 1. Is there a way past for him against Liam Tricker? Down in towards paddock we go. And Ollie Smith looking to make good on what he's done so far. Bo Sullivan now the fastest driver out on track with that last lap. The 49.6. There goes Johnson trying to find a move there. He's still on the inside, going in towards 1 and 2, but he tucks back into that toe of Liam Tricker and waits to battle for another day. Meanwhile, the 5 of Aidan Dancer trying to find a move here, but he's left the door open for Philip Simpson in the number 11 to find his way up the inside. There's the 3 then of Liam Tricker holding off Ben Johnson in the 1 for now. And then it's Michael Shepherd in the number 8 kart. There's the 14 as well of Matthew Clark looking to try and take advantage of this battle between Simpson and I think that was Alex Brazier as well. It just shows you if you're starting further down, if the grid order starts you further down than you might like, it is tough to make up those positions. It's tough to make up that time. Here they go there. That's Gabriel Quinto, who's currently in 5th place at the moment, as he makes his way onwards then towards the first hairpin. Get back onto the power then, through in towards the second hairpin, as Mike Coppin trying to make some moves then, and got himself, of course, ahead of Kim Ely in that last one. Kim Ely actually the fastest lap of the race last time around, 49.582. And we can see if we can try and pass, or get back past Mike Coppin there. There goes the 14, looking for a move up the inside. Has to back out of that one, Matthew Clark. And Alex Brazier is the driver in kart number 4. There's Ben Johnson and the number 3 kart of Liam Tricker battling away for position. Gabriel Keita just in your view there, but behind them is Stephen Westwood and the 16 of Ollie Smith. Westwood looks over his right shoulder. Ollie Smith isn't there as he tries to find his way through. Kim Ely as well, trying to find a way back past Mike Coppin. And onto the power they go then through in towards the S's, as they head their way through in towards Syme Street and Pullmans. This is a chance for Ollie Smith here to try and find a way past Stephen Westwood in the 17. Up towards Garda they go. And who will come out on top in that one? Ollie Smith still behind at the moment, heading our way through in towards Cafe Curve. Ollie Smith has got a good run here. He goes right and then left and then back right. And just putting Stephen Westwood under pressure in this battle for 6th place at the moment. Westwood goes defensive in towards the first hairpin. Is that an opening here that Ollie Smith needs then? Oh, he goes, switches back right down the inside in towards hairpin 2 then. He gets back on the power, gets his position up there. Stephen Westwood has a little bit more momentum on his side, but Ollie Smith positions that kart perfectly to hold on to the position. Mike Coppin as well looking to take advantage. He's now onto the back of Stephen Westwood in these latter stages of heat number 17, penultimate heat to run in this session. And we'll make our way through in towards the final few corners. There's Sam Slater, 3rd place. And that is the number 15 of Ollie Wedden right behind. Zach Venn in 4th place. Sam Slater now up into 2nd place as they make their way onwards towards there. There goes up the inside. Zach Venn up into 3rd place against Ollie Wedden. And in towards hairpin 2. Make sure of that move too. Bo Sullivan is charging away at the front of the field right now. Last lap he set was the fastest lap of the race, 49.449, or 4.59 I should say. He's now got himself a 4.3 second lead. Zach Venn still looking for a move against number 10 of Sam Slater. In towards Garda they go. And now they'll make their way through in towards the centre chicane. Sam Slater still ahead of Zach Venn right now. Is this going to be a venomous attack from Venn through in towards the first two turns? As he sized up this move then, he was certainly thinking about it, right on the rear bumper. 2.5 minutes left of this race to run. And Zach Venn is, well, actually he's trying to signal to Sam Slater to work together, but 4.4 seconds is on the mark there with 2 minutes 20 to run. I think this is going to be a battle for second place, whether Zach Venn likes it or not. He did set the fastest up of the race last time around as well, 49.335. He means business, does Zach Venn, as he makes his way up towards Garda, and then they'll make their way down in towards the centre chicane towards Cafe Curb. We go, less than 2 minutes to run in this race. Bo Sullivan leads it from Sam Slater in second place, Zach Venn in third, Ollie Wedden in fourth. And this is your battle for second place. You're watching as they head their way through and towards hairpin 1, now towards hairpin 2. And onwards they run then, heading our way through in towards the S's, now in towards Symes Sweet and Pullmans, as Sam Slater still in second place right now, down towards Paddock. And perhaps this is a game for Zach Venn to play. Right on the back of him now. Through the centre chicane, still it's Sam Slater ahead. Through in towards flying left-hander of Cafe Curve. A minute on the clock, so we've got 2 laps to run in this race. Bo Sullivan is leading the way by 5 seconds now, and again setting a fastest lap of the race, 49.281. Sam Slater second, Zach Venn in third. Through the second hairpin, and they'll now make their way towards the S's then. Zach Venn all over the back of Sam Slater, looking to try and make this move stick. Through they go, through Symes Sweet, through Pullmans, and now in towards Paddock here. Chance here for Zach Venn to size up Sam Slater, see what lines he's taking, see where he could possibly defend, and use all of that information against him. But for Sam Slater, he's been defending well so far. As we head on to the final lap of this race then, Bo Sullivan has started it. And now for Zach Venn, there's only 1,000 metres to go to try and get that move done. We're heading our way now towards hairpin 1. He's looking for it down the inside in towards hairpin 1. And Zach Venn gets the move up the inside. Through hairpin 2 we go. Venn moves himself up into second place. Is there a response here from Sam Slater in the closing stages on the final lap of heat number 17? Through we go then, through the Symes Sweep, through Pullmans, and perhaps a dive here. There is going to be a launch here from Sam Slater up the inside in towards Paddock. That's not worked because here goes Ollie Wedden up the inside, going in towards Garda, and that might have cost Sam Slater a top 3. There goes Ollie Wedden, but there goes Bo Sullivan across the line to take win in heat number 17. Second is Sam Slater, third is Ollie Wedden, and Sam Slater is fourth in that race. Ollie Smith across the line in fifth, Mike Coppett in sixth, Gabrielle Quinta in seventh, Kim Ely in eighth, with Ben Johnson in ninth and Stephen Westwood rounding off the top 10. It's Liam Tricker in 11th place, Aidan Dancer in 12th, with Michael Shepherd in 13th place, Philip Simpson across the line in 14th, with Alex Brazier in 15th, Matthew Clark 16th, with Raj Kalar in 17th, and Ryan Shepherd in 18th place. Well, Bo Sullivan took over the lead, won by nearly 6 seconds there at the top of the order. Once he got that move for the lead, once he got his way up the order, he started on pole position. And of course, you need the pace to get your way back up that order. And of course, his kart and Zach Venn's kart will be gone around for another lap. So their 2 karts can be put on the back of heat number 18. That's coming up shortly, and that'll be the third group of heavyweights and our final heat of the day.
Tony Thompson, 17, Chris in 5, Keith number 8, Sandbury 11, Matthew Spencer 14, Jason Humphrey 4, Jeff Land 7, Sam Lucas 9, Robin Patanton 12, and Dan Wright in 13.
So, karts are refueled then and assigned to their respective drivers for the final heat before we go into our finals. So, we have heat number 18 coming up then, and we have the front row, which is Todd White and Alex Morgan. We'll be sharing that front row, and drivers to keep an eye on then. Matthew Spencer, who's starting 13th place, got a second place in heat number 12. Sam Lukes as well, starting further down the field, starting in 16th place, and he'll be hoping that he'll be making sure he can get himself up there. Got a hand up at the back, I think that's Robin Kissan, who's having a slight issue there. So hopefully that issue can be resolved. Looks like that issue has been resolved, and we're not too far away then from the action starting. Our final heat of the day. Starters orders then. Eyes on the lights. They go green, and it's a good start then as we head our way through in towards the field. Todd White gets away into the lead. Alex Morgan in second place, and Justin Elliott in third as they make their way through in towards the first two turns. Now heading our way towards the first hairpin now, as Reece Kello looking to recover from a retirement in heat 2. See if he can put himself up then. Let's see what he can do from this position. Down the field they go then, in towards Pullman's now, in towards Paddock. And Kello having to hold firm on that position. That opens up an attack from Ryan Sandor, and there he goes then up the inside and making his way through the order. And obviously keeping our eye on Ryan Sandor at the moment, because he is last year's heavyweight champion, back to try and defend his crown. And the last chance for drivers to score some valuable heat points, which will decide where they start or which final they're assigned to later down the line. There's a battle then. Justin Elliott up the inside of Alex Morgan then. And that's Justin Elliott in the 18, still on the inside, heading our way in towards the second hairpin. And back on the right pedal they go. Through they go in towards the S's. And Alex Morgan takes a chance then, but Justin Elliott goes up into second place. It's Todd White leading the way though. There though is Ryan Sander with a number 6, looking to try and close in and see if he can get some moves done early on. Johnny Wilson also in 5th place, one to watch going into this one. Johnny Wilson started in 7th, now up to 5th, as our top 3 make their way across the line. Ryan Sandel 4th, Johnny Wilson 5th, Reece Kello in 6th place then, with Gareth Thomas in 7th place. Reece Kello starting in 3rd place at the moment, and struggled off the start but has managed to recover and got some pace underneath him now after that start. And Tony Thompson also winner of one of the heats earlier today, and made his finish in the pit lane in his last heat. So he'll be hoping to get some points on the board, at least to try and give himself the best chance of the A final as possible. Ryan Sandel is the fastest kart out on track, and look at that, right now onto the back of Alex Morgan, heading our way through in towards the Cafe Curve. Onwards towards Conway's and through Henry's Bend we go. Now we make our way towards the first hairpin. Through we go then as we negotiate through the first hairpin, now through the second hairpin. And as we make our way onwards then towards the S's. Let's see, Ryan Sandel, fastest lap of the race, 49.615, and the only driver right now in the 49s. He's on the charge here, is Sandel. And he knows here that there's a chance to go up the inside of Garner, trying to get past Alex Morgan. Is that a move he found then? He did find it, and has moved himself up into third place. Through in towards Cafe Curb we go, and onwards over the start finish line. That's Ryan Sandel then, last year's heavyweight kart race of champions champion, moves himself up into the top 3 in heat number 18. Through we go then in towards the second hairpin. It's a case of if Ryan Sandel can find his way through the order, can he get a heat win under his belt? And after this, the scores are totted up, and it will be decided which drivers will be in C, B and A, as that looked like an opening for Ryan Sandel up in towards Garda up the inside. Is that one he took advantage of? It is indeed, and he does move up into second place now, Ryan Sandel. Onwards he goes then across the start finish line, second place right now. His next target will be Todd White and the lead of this heat. Down towards the second hairpin we go. There's a black flag out for number 2, which is Gareth Thomas. So he'll be due into the pit lane shortly. He's been summoned to the pit lane. Gareth Thomas currently in 14th place out there. And we're watching on Ryan Sandel. He's making it look like Garda is the overtaking opportunity, and he's going to set it up here for another try. Up the inside in towards Garda. And we'll wait to see who emerges going through the centre chicane. And it is Ryan Sandel who gets himself now up into the lead of this race. But Todd White is right behind him though, heading our way across the start-finish line. Still less than 7 minutes to run in this heat. And Ryan Sandel has now taken over the lead of this race. He started in 6th, is now up leading. And he's had to start from all over the place in the last heat he was in. This time though, he gets a better start, a better starting position. And he's got some moves on. He's made Garda look like a very easy overtaking opportunity. Down in towards Paddock we go. And up Damon Hill towards Garda. And then we make our way now through in towards the centre chicane. Up the hill we go. After this heat, of course, the heat points are totted up, and drivers will find out which final they made, whether it was a C, B or A final. And we get straight into the C and B finals for the lightweights and the heavyweights. Before the A final, there is a super pole to deal with as well for the drivers. More on that later on. Ryan Sandel still leading the way. Then Todd White in second place, Justin Elliott in third, Alex Morgan in fourth. They've managed to break away here. And Johnny Wilson in fifth now, Chris Alcock in sixth, Reece Kello in seventh, Neil Graham in eighth. As Ryan Sandel looks to continue his charge, although Todd White's not letting him get away too much, as he now makes his way up the rise in towards the cafe curve. And then onwards he will run over the start finish line. Just over 5 minutes left of the heat to run. Sandel is leading the way. It's all about making sure you can withstand pressure there. That's Sam Lutz, by the way, started 16th place, is in 14th place at the moment, and kart number 9 out there. He's trying to make sure he gets his way up there, but unfortunately it's just not worked out for him today. He's setting a 50.5 in his last lap, which was the fastest lap of the race. The fastest lap of his race, I should say. There's the battle there, number 3 kart. That's Neil Graham, who is battling away with Dan Wright and Jeff Lamb. The 8th place battle we've picked up here through the centre chicane. And then up the hill we go. Neil Graham currently in 8th place, Dan Wright in 9th. And then onwards then we go over the start finish line. We start another lap here in this heat. That looks like It's a move attempted from Dan Wright down the inside. He's got that move done, and Jeff Lamb also fancies a piece of the action then. But no way through for him. Definitely was side by side, but couldn't quite find the gap, and Jeff Lamb has to settle right now for 10th place, just behind Neil Graham. In towards paddock they go then. He's had a move there from Jeff Lamb to try and find a way past Neil Graham. Going in towards Garda. They will re-emerge side by side. And there's all nip and tuck between them. And 14 there, Matthew Spencer just flies through then. Takes advantage of the squabbling and finds himself a position higher. And now he's got the number 7 to try and hang on to as well. See if he can try and pass. So Jeff Lamb from Matthew Spencer is currently 9th and 10th. And all that squabbling did allow Dan Wright to open up a little bit of a gap. But now they're straight back on it, all drivers, making sure that they can try and close in that gap. Close back in as well after they're battling. Sandal still leading the way though. 9/10 of a second ahead of Todd White. There is Dan Wright. That's the battle for 8th place. It's Jeff Lamb right behind him. Matthew Spencer in 10th. With Neil Graham now in 11th. Robin Kassam was trying to see if he could find a move there. Couldn't quite find it. Dan Wright in the 13 there. Now has Jeff Lamb to contend with. Jeff Lamb, by the way, on the last lap went purple through sector 2. He's on a charge here. He's trying to find his way through. Here we go, down in towards paddock then. As we see an attempted move here from Jeff Lamb on Dan Wright, going in towards Garda. Well, Jeff Lamb wanted the inside line and he got the move done, moving himself ahead. And now, so that's Jeff Lamb up into 8th place, with Dan Wright now to 9th. And Matthew Spencer in 10th place right now. Just over 90 seconds left in this one. And at the moment it's Ryan Sandal in the lead from Todd White and Justin Elliott. Johnny Wilson is in 4th place. He's closing in on Justin Elliott. Closed in by nearly 3/10 of a second on that last lap. 17 and 3 battling away. This is Neil Graham and Tony Thompson. Through in we go towards Pullman's now and down towards paddock. As we get back onto the power then, Tony Thompson moves ahead of Neil Graham on that lap. And as they make their way through Garda, now in towards the centre chicane. Toby Thompson here looking to pick up some valuable heat points to get him into a high final that he wants. Again, now Neil Graham up the inside of Tony Thompson, but he puts his hand up there. He's still on the inside, heading our way in towards hairpin 1. Takes the position over. And Graham now up into 12th place ahead of Tony Thompson then. Seconds on the clock then. There's a move attempted by Johnny Wilson on Justin Elliott then. Elliott holds firm. And now heading up towards Garda, through in towards the centre chicane. And Justin Elliott holds on to that position, but Johnny Wilson has made it all too clear. Race after race, heat after heat he's been. He's going to try and move down the inside at paddock. That's a given. Going through the first 2 corners. We are on to the final lap of this race. Ryan Sandal is leading the way, heading his way through hairpin 2. Meanwhile then, still watching on this battle. We've also got the battle between the number 5 of Chris Alcock there and the number 10 of Alex Morgan. Chris Alcock finds his way through and he moves now up into 5th place. This battle here is to decide 3rd place. Justin Elliott in the 18 versus number 1, Johnny Wilson. Wilson might be sizing up a move here. No move to be found going through in towards paddock. But now they make their way on towards Garda. Last chance saloon for them there. As we make our way on towards it, it's Ryan Sandal who takes the victory of heat number 18 then. Todd White across the line in 2nd, Justin Elliott across the line in 3rd, Johnny Wilson 4th, Chris Alcock in 5th with Alex Morgan in 6th, Reece Kello in 7th with Jeff Lamb in 8th, Dan Wright in 9th, Matthew Spencer 10th, Robin Kasama in 11th place there, with Tony Thompson in 12th, Neil Graham 13th, Sam Lukes in 14th place. Peter Zaman is making his way across the line now to finish in 15th place. Jason Humphreys should be the 16th kart up towards the line in the number 4 kart, which he is. That's Jason Humphreys in 16th, Sam Green in 17th place, and that will mean we're expecting Gareth Thomas in the number 2 to come up towards the line to take 18th place in this race. And that concludes then all the heats running. And your winner there, Ryan Sandel, got the moves done early, got them all done there, going in towards Garda, and managed to make them pay. Well, with all the heats done, a heat point will be totted up, and we'll find out the finals and which drivers made which final. We are getting into the nitty-gritty of the Kart Race of Champions 2023. Coming up now are the C finals, and we start with the C final for the lightweights. And we've totted up the heat points, and it's built as a grid where Abby Foss is on pole position with Sam Parent in second, Liam Tricker in third with Barry Morris in fourth, Barry Lakes in fifth, Philip Simpson in sixth, Ethan Hall seventh, Thomas Seabrook in eighth, Connor Ambrose ninth, Aidan Dancer in 10th, Lewis Rogers 11th, Corey Richards 12th, Cameron Das 13th, Jennifer Tompkins 14th, Raj Kular in 15th, Matthew Clark 16th, Michael Shepherd 17th, and Dimitri Oros in 18th place. Winner of this C final gets a bye into the B final. So still all to play for our C final drivers. We will be starting with these lightweights. We'll have the heavyweights straight afterwards. We've also got the B finals to contend with as well. The B finals, the top two in the B finals will be promoted to the A final, and the A final will be a super pole to decide the grid, which will consist of just the one flying lap, one slow lap, one flying lap, and the cool down lap. That's all they get to decide the grids in both the lightweight and the heavyweight A finals, and we'll give you coverage of that as it happens as well. So Abby Foss will be on pole position for the C final lights. She'll be in kart number 2, and Sam Parent also on the front row in kart number 18. Ready to start this one underway. Just waiting for hopefully the last drivers to make their way to the grid, and we should be able to get proceedings underway very, very shortly. And as mentioned previously, there is a spot in the B final for the winner of this C final on the line, so it's still all to play for in these closing stages. It looks like then they're taking the number 3 kart off the grid, and so Corey Richards, I believe that would have been, is taking no part in this race. So we have then a chance, a spot in the B final. Eyes on the lights then, starters orders. Lights are red, they go green. We get this C final underway for the lightweights as they make their way now towards turn 1. Sam Parent gets a good start ahead of Abby Foss then as we make our way onwards then towards hairpin 1. Just 10 minutes in the C final to decide the order as we make our way onwards now out of hairpin 1. A spinner at hairpin 1 then, that's the number 17 kart, and that's Lewis Rogers who's all the way down the field in this C final. And now the drivers make their way through in towards the S's and will now make their way onwards now through in towards the Symes Sweep and Pullmans on the first lap of the C final for the lightweights. A battle developing here, heading out now up the field towards Garda, and Garda has been proven to be for some a great overtaking opportunity, but it is Sam Parent leading the way. Abby Foss in second place with Barry Lakes in third, and Liam Tricker rounding off the top 4 as they head their way across the line. It's then the number 10 of Philip Simpson in 5th, Ethan Hall in 6th, as drivers now make their way onwards then towards the first hairpin. Sam Parent with the advantage then at this stage. Abby Foss in second place. And of course, heat points were decided where these drivers placed in their final and decided their grid positions. And Abby Foss and Sam Parent both scored 32 points in their heats. And if that's the case, and if that happens, it's a case of they have to go with the fastest lap set across the entire event. That went to Abby Foss. That's why she had pole position. Sam Parent leading the way though, but Barry Lakes has got past Abby Foss in that last section of corners to get himself up into second place and see if he can continue his charge upwards towards the first place spot. It's only this spot that gets you into the B final. There goes Liam Tricker up the inside of Abby Foss, who's now down to 4th place. Liam Tricker now up into 3rd. As now we make our way through the S's. As we watch on Liam Tricker, now third in this C final. Heading our way through now, onwards we go towards Paddock. There's a move then from Philip Simpson up the inside again of Abby Foss, who starts to fall down the order slightly. There's a good move from Philip Simpson to get himself up the order. And there's Liam Tricker in third place right now, heading our way through the cafe curve. Sam Parent a look over the right hand side shoulder, seeing where Barry Lakes is as we head our way on towards another lap here. 3 laps completed here in the C final for the lightweights. And it's Sam Parent who leads. Barry Lakes second place, with Liam Tricker in third. And Sam Parent here seeing if he can hang on to this one. He got a good start, and of course with those heat points he got, he was able to get a front row start representing Rapid Kart at the 2019, 2020 and 2021 Rapid Kart lightweight champion. His expectations is either to finish first or blame the kart. Well, he's in first place in the C final right now, and we'll see if he can use that momentum and keep a hold of that position. Barry Lakes in second place, Liam Tricker in third. As they make their way through Cafe Curve another time, onwards towards the Sicily Straight, now towards turns 1 and 2 once again. Barry Lakes here closing in, he's getting closer and closer lap after lap, but there goes Liam Tricker, who's trying to go up the inside of Barry Lakes here. Through in towards hairpin 1, he'll be on the outside going in towards hairpin 2. That hasn't stopped some drivers, but Liam Tricker has to put a halt on that one. Barry Lakes holds firm and he's able to stay ahead at this moment in time, but Barry Lakes finds an opening there. Sam Parent is past then as we head our way in towards Paddock, and there goes Liam Tricker up the inside there, getting his move done. Barry Lakes moves up into the lead of this race. The driver representing Daytona champs, 3-time Milton Keynes Super Champs champion, 9 times 3-hour endurance winner in Milton Keynes, the 2022 Milton Keynes Endurance Series champion. He is looking good out there right now to see if he can get into this one. His best finish was third place at the last Kart Race of Champions in the C final. Well, he's doing 2 better right now, currently in the lead of the C final as it stands. And with that comes the prize of a place in the B final. And the drivers now making their way, heading through in towards Symesweet and Pullmans before we make our way through in towards Paddock. We've got 5 minutes on the clock, nearly halfway through the C final for the lightweights. And they'll re-emerge coming out of Garda. There is Liam Tricker though, who's looking to put the pressure on. Now we head our way on towards the Sicily Straight and towards turns 1 and 2 once again. Can Liam Tricker find a way past Barry Lakes here as we're past the halfway mark of this race? Here goes Liam Tricker then up the inside in towards hairpin 1. He runs a little deep. That's going to allow Barry Lakes to find a way back through. Philip Simpson also getting involved in this one. He's now moved up into second place, and Barry Lakes goes down to third. Now Liam Tricker is in the lead of this C final here as they head their way through Symesweet and Pullmans once again as we head our way down towards Paddock. Liam Tricker defends going in towards Paddock there. No way through for Philip Simpson as Barry Lakes wanted to see if he could try and move up the inside going in towards Garda. Couldn't quite make that stick. And our top 3 then making our way through in towards the final corner. Onwards they go. 4 minutes left to run in this race. Liam Tricker goes defensive, taking a tighter line in towards turns 1 and 2. Will that help him or hinder him? Well, it will certainly hinder Philip Simpson here as he was under pressure from Barry Lakes through in towards Henry's Bend there. Now they head towards the second hairpin. Liam Tricker trying to make sure he's got every trick in the book to keep himself ahead. Can he do so at this late stage? Through they go then. In towards Pullmans. Now in towards the flying right-hander of Paddock. And Philip Simpson is on the charge now, trying to find his way through. Is there a way through, I wonder, for Philip Simpson, currently running in second place in this C final? His expectations for here were to have fun and enjoy the experience. Well, this is a great performance so far from him. Second in the C final right now, representing the NRG Sprint Series, is the NRG Series champion of 2021 and 2022 when he's trying to get the inside line and gets the move done. Now in towards hairpin 2. Can he hang on to it? Yes, he can. Look in the background because Barry Lakes is challenging Liam Tricker now for second place in this one. And he now gets that position. It's been topsy-turvy, unpredictable, this top three. They are swapping positions like it's going out of fashion. But right now, Barry Lakes is in second place. And that's going to put Liam Tricker now down into third. Leading the way, though, in this C final is Philip Simpson, representing NRG Sprint Series T-side karting. Meanwhile, as well, there's Sam Parent, who wants a late charge through the order once again. Ethan Hall joins the fray in the number 13, as Ethan Hall goes up the inside of Sam Parent and moves himself now up into fourth place. They head their way now the field in towards the first hairpin, now onwards towards the second hairpin. Fastest driver on track right now is Ethan Hall at the moment, 49.9, so he's trying to make those moves stick. Watch out for that number 13 in the closing stages here, as Barry Lakes trying to put the pressure on here, running down in towards paddock there. It's Liam Tricker in second, right up ahead of him. Philip Simpson still leading the way. Philip Simpson, who's also Elite Championship runner-up in 2013. And in fourth place finish in the 2011 Red Bull Kart fight. Now leading here the C final. We've only got 90 seconds on the clock. Philip Simpson leading, heading our way in towards the first hairpin. Liam Tricker is going to try and push him and try and make sure he gets that position back all the way now in towards the S's before they handle and take on Syme Sweep and Pullmans. And we've already seen that paddock is an opportunity for an overtake here. No way through this time for Liam Tricker, as now Philip Simpson is being hounded by Liam Tricker. Also Barry Lakes is up there trying to find his way through and try and take back the lead of this race. At the moment then, we head our way around the Cafe Curve and we are on to the final lap of this C final here for the lightweights. They make their way now through in towards turns 1 and 2. Onwards they go towards hairpin 1. Simpson goes defensive against Tricker. Going in towards hairpin 1 now. Lakes also on the charge. Ethan Hall's trying to make a late charge as well in the number 13. Coming out of the second hairpin, Barry Lakes trying to challenge Liam Tricker for second place. Going through the S's now, and Barry Lakes does have second place now. Ethan Hall trying to challenge now for third against Liam Tricker. In these last closing stages now, Philip Simpson defends that inside line, and Barry Lakes is trying to find a way through. Ethan Hall trying to move round the outside, going in towards Garda now. In towards the centre chicane they will go. Who will emerge first out of them? Philip Simpson is going to try and run away now towards the start-finish line as the battle for third continues around them. Philip Simpson wins the C final in the lightweights and books his spot into the B final. A great performance from Philip Simpson there, and representing the NRG Sprint Series T-side karting, he's booked his spot there into the B final. Great performance, great battling between the likes of Philip Simpson, Barry Lakes, Liam Tricker. Ethan Hall also with a late charge at the end there, but it wasn't quite enough to try and book his spot there. A great performance from Philip Simpson, and he makes his way, he will take a place in the B final upcoming. He cocked the lead with about 4 minutes to go and held on to it. Barry Lakes in second place, Liam Tricker third, Ethan Hall in fourth with Sam Parent fifth, Abby Foss in sixth with Barry Morris in seventh, Aidan Dancer in 8th place with Thomas Seabrook in 9th, Connor Ambrose 10th, Dimitri Oros in 11th, Matthew Clark in 12th place with Cameron Dash 13th, Michael Shepherd 14th, Jennifer Tompkins in 15th, Lewis Rogers 16th, and Raj Kular in 17th place. There is your winner then of the C final. Philip Simpson takes the victory and books a spot into the B final for the lightweights. And the rest of the drivers will form up onto the grid. For the rest of the drivers, that's their day done. And put on a valiant performance as they make their way back onto the grid to set up now for the C final for the heavyweights. So, C final for the heavyweights, up and coming. And it's Barry Weller who will be on pole position for this C final. Richard Allen in second place, Dean Abbott in third, Adam Nakar in fourth, Richard Warren in fifth, Neil Graham in sixth, Jason Humphreys in seventh place, Vito Dacres in eighth with Henry Walter in ninth, Peter Salmon in 10th with Alan Swindon in 11th place, Rhys Harris in 12th with David Wood in 13th, Adam Preston in 14th, Carl Vella 15th, Sam Green in 16th, Gareth Thomas in 17th and Mike Wood in 18th place. So there is your front row and a cart being changed out. In fact, the number 18 would have been Richard Allen. So it looks like Richard Allen will take no part in this race. So it's going to be a lonely front row then for Barry Weller, with a chance of a B final in hand. Also just a last call for another driver. Kart number 7 is, well, it's currently empty at the moment, but that's going to be towards the back now. That could be, I wonder if that's probably, yeah, Gareth Thomas. And it is Gareth Thomas being called. So we're just awaiting that one. There's your row there. That's the fourth row of the grid, which would have been Jason Humphreys and Vito Dacres. But a bit of some carts, some rows a little bit empty there. Nevertheless, we press on with the C final for the heavyweights. We're under starters' orders now, awaiting this race to start. Eyes on the lights. They go green and we go racing. Well, Barry Weller with a lonely front row is able to take full advantage of that. Heading our way now in towards turns 1 and 2. But Dean Abbott is going to be right on his case as we head our way onwards then towards the first hairpin for the first time then. The top 5 seem to get a great start, and then everyone behind them is just a little bit of a gaggle there. Through in towards hairpin 2 we go. Barry Weller still leading the way. Dean Abbott in second place there as they make their way through. Adam Nakar in third place, I should say. As we follow the leaders now going through Pullmans and in towards paddock there. Neil Graham is in fourth place at the moment as they head their way up the hill going in towards Garda. Again, 10 minutes for the C final here. As we head our way up the hill through in towards Cafe Curve and now towards the start-finish line. A contact warning be awarded there to Alan Swindon in the number 15. Barry Weller still in the lead of this one, heading our way in towards hairpin 1. Dean Abbott is right behind him though, and Adam Nakar is also trying to put the pressure on, trying to apply that pressure in these early stages. Through we go in towards the Syme Sweep and Pullmans then. Adam Nakar, I thought he might have tried to move in towards paddock there, but nothing doing for him at the moment. And we now head our way upwards towards Garda. And Barry Weller here through in towards the centre chicane. Dean Abbott in second, Adam Nakar in third. As we head our way onwards towards the Sisley Straight. And we'll see then Barry Weller fastest lap of the race so far, 50.575. And well, the top 4 pretty much matching each other for pace at the moment, all within sort of 50.5, 50.6 and that opening lap. Richard Warren there trying to defend from Jason Humphreys in that battle for 5th place. As Barry Weller continues to try and press on in this C final heavyweights. Barry Weller representing Club 73 and his 2022 heavyweight B final with 9th place, in 2021 a B final of 6th place at the Kart Race Champions. He finds himself in the C final at the moment. There's Neil Graham looking for a move up the inside of Adam Nakar, going in towards the first 2 turns. Then still there on the inside goes Neil Graham and applies the anchors and gets himself in towards at 3rd place right now, and still hanging on. We head our way in towards the 2nd hairpin, but still Adam Nakar is still there, but finally he gets that move done and moving himself up the order there. Through we go then in towards paddock. Barry Weller still pressing on, still looking to try and get this one. And when he was asked to describe his driving style, it was 100% focused and fair, was the words of Barry Weller. As he makes his way onwards then to try and keeping on. Dean Abbott, though, has just set the fastest lap of the race, looking to try and take that win away from Barry Weller. And Dean Abbott, representing Formula 270, as a F270 champion of Red Lodge. It's his first time at the Kart Race of Champions. His expectations, in his words, were to survive. Well, he's thriving right now as he tries to battle away for the C final lead in the heavyweights, making our way through Pullmans, now towards paddock then. Back on the power, up the hill and towards Garda, as Barry Weller has just under 6 minutes left to defend. See if he can book his spot into the B final. That's what this C final is all about. Heading across the line and heading our way towards the first 2 turns of Conway's and Henry's Bend. Now we head our way towards the first hairpin. Still no way through for Dean Abbott. Barry Weller doing enough to keep a hold of the lead at this moment in time. Onwards they go then. Through the S's. And now they have Sign Sweep and Pullmans, with Dean Abbott closing in on that gap. Just coming out of the S's there, he was closing in. And we make our way up the hill then, through in towards Garda. And Barry Weller here, still leading, still at the front. Dean Abbott in 2nd place, chasing him down. They head across the start-finish line to start another lap in this race. Dean Abbott still putting on the pressure as they head their way towards the first hairpin then. Onwards they go. Adam Nakar has slightly fallen away from the battle at the front, but still in P4 at the moment. There they go, Barry Weller and Dean Abbott. Neil Graham also lurking on in the distance as well, ready to take advantage. It's Weller from Abbott then. Through in towards, and up the hill towards Garda. And on the exit of Garda through the centre chicane. Barry Weller holding on to this one. Through in towards Cafe Curve. Just over 4 minutes on the clock. Weller leads from Abbott and Graham. Graham's just set the fastest lap of the race on that last lap of 50.050. He means business right now. Heading our way through the first hairpin. Perhaps there's a chance here for Neil Graham to try a move going in towards the first and second hairpin. As we make our way onwards then through in towards the S's. Neil Graham's fallen back a little bit going through hairpin 2. Barry Weller here leading on. Up towards Garda they go. Dean Abbott chasing him all the way. Through in towards the centre chicane. Up the hill we go then. Up the rise and in through the Cafe Curve. And through turns 1 and 2. Personal bests being set by Barry Weller and Dean Abbott. Both of them a 50.1. Pretty much matching each other for pace at this stage in the race. Dean Abbott's first time at the Kart Race of Champions against Barry Weller, who's been here and done that. Made a couple of B finals, got himself 5th as a best result. And he makes his way now onwards towards Garda. And we'll be hoping to book a spot in the B final to have a chance of bettering his previous results. through in towards Garda we go. Now onwards. Over the start finish line. 2 minutes 20 on the board. Through the first 2 turns we go then. Dean Abbott getting closer and closer. In fact, he took out at nearly 900ths of a second, did Dean Abbott. Fine margins between them. But Abbott getting closer. Trying to put Barry Weller under pressure. Through the S's they go. And here's a move attempt from Dean Abbott then, but he has to back out of that one. Perhaps in towards Paddock then. No, they both take a wider line to take a good exit through up the hill and towards Garda once again. But Dean Abbott it's very clear that he wants that position. It's very clear that he's just warming himself up now. He's been following Barry Weller's lines. He's been understanding how Weller drives, how he defends. And Dean Abbott here looking for a move down the inside into the first 2 turns, but was always aware that the door was closing. Now in towards hairpin 1. 80 seconds left on the clock. As now Dean Abbott might have to do a little bit of defending against Neil Graham here. As we head our way through in towards the Simon sweep. A little head shake there from Dean Abbott. He knows that wasn't the best series of corners, but he also knows he can close back up to Barry Weller. He's done it before. Heading our way up the hill now towards Garda. We're on the penultimate lap as it stands, and Barry Weller now makes his way through Cafe Curve, as Dean Abbott will see final lap on the board, which he does right now. And we head our way onwards towards turn 1, but there's a launch then from Neil Graham up the inside of Dean Abbott then, as they're fighting away for the top 3 in the C final. Dean Abbott tries to close the door, and Neil Graham is still there. That's allowing Barry Weller to scamper away in this C final heavyweight. Through in towards the S's they go, and that little bit of a squabble between Abbott and Graham has bought Barry Weller a little bit of track space. Graham's not done with this though, as we head our way through in towards Pullman's, now towards Paddock here. Back on the power they go. A little look over the shoulder from Dean Abbott. He knows he's clear in towards Garda, but he also knows that's a lot of time he's lost between himself and Barry Weller. Our leaders then make their way through the Cafe Curve, and it's Barry Weller who will take the victory in the heavyweight C final. He's off to the B final with Dean Abbott in 2nd place, Neil Graham across the line in 3rd, with Adam Nakar in 4th place. Across the line is the number 6 in 5th place, Jason Humphreys from Alan Swindon in 6th place, Richard Warren in 7th, with Carl Vella in 8th, Peter Salmon just pipping Henry Walter to 9th place there, Vito Dacres in 11th, Reese Harris in 12th place, with Sam Green in 13th place, and Adam Preston rounding off our 14 starters in the C final for the heavyweights. But a great performance from the top 3. Barry Weller books his spot then into the heavyweight B final, and he'll be mightily pleased, of course, and makes his way up there. Well, I'm not sure if he's realised that it's actually a checkered flag, but he's seen the because they go red flags at 7 and 8 at the last 2 posts after a checkered flag to remind the drivers to stop racing. Well, it did work for Barry Weller. He just didn't realise the race was over, but he has won and got himself onto the top step. It'll hit him in a minute that he's actually won this race, but when it does, the victory will be very, very sweet. Well, up next then will be the B final. The first of the B finals, and it'll be the lightweights that are coming up. So getting ourselves ready then for the lightweights B final, and it will be on the front row, Neil Durrant and Matthew Hill, first and second. Neil Durrant furthest from the picture, Matthew Hill closest. And well, Neil Durrant has a podium to his name in heat number 5. Matthew Hill has a podium as well, also in the second heat of the day. And well, we'll be looking to see what happens there. Between them, though, it was one position that decides the front row, with Neil Durrant getting a 3rd, a 9th and a 10th, and Matthew Hill with a 3rd, a 9th and 11th. Third on the grid then will be Alex Brazier, who got one podium to his name in his second heat. Tom Langford in 4th. He got 2nd place in his first heat and a 9th and a 14th, which puts him on the 4th spot on the grid. Gabriel Quinta in 5th with Callum Jones in 6th, Ben Johnson 7th, Owen Burton in 8th with Joe Peters in 9th, Tom Kempink in 10th place, Glenn Marrison in 11th, Samuel Lessery in 12th, Ryan Shepherd in 13th, Kimmy Lee in 14th place, Trevor Hansford in 15th, Stephen Westwood in 16th place, Ivan Sana in 17th, Andrew Strike in 18th place, and as winner of today's earlier C final for the lightweights, Philip Simpson will be starting in 19th place as a reward for winning that C final. 2 positions are up for grabs here in the B final as a spot into the A final, and we're under starters orders then as we keep an eye on the red lights then, ready and waiting to get this underway. We are underway now, and it's a good start then from Neil Durrant as Matthew Hill does the bombing technique to try and find a way through, try and get the power down better. As he's around the outside is Matt Hill, now in towards the first hairpin of Neil Durrant then, sticking it up the inside, managing to hold on to that position then. Alex Brazier also trying to get involved in this one in the number 17. Tom Langford in 4th and number 2 car. As our drivers now make their way through, Matt Hill on the inside of the first part of the S's becomes the outside of the second part. Alex Brazier takes full advantage of Matt Hill going slightly wide, moves himself up into 2nd place now. Neil Durrant leads the way. Matthew Hill now down to 3rd place. It's Alex Brazier in 2nd place then as they make their way now on through Garda. And we make our way now onwards then through in towards the centre chicane, now through Cafe Curve. Neil Durrant leads the way then ahead of Alex Brazier. Matthew Hill in 3rd place. And Matthew Hill looking for a move up the inside, but has to back out of that one. But meanwhile, that's Brazier who gets a move done. A little bit of contact between Durrant and Hill. And there goes Tom Langford. He runs a little too deep in towards the first hairpin and is lost out in a couple of positions there, I think. He'll try and get that position back on Gabriel Quinta as he now tries to press on, but he's lost out to Gabriel Quinta, then running slightly wide in towards that first hairpin has cost him. Matt Hill then losing out on another chance of a position, but Alex Brazier goes up to the lead. And Neil Durrant in 2nd place. Matt Hill looking for an outside move going in towards Garda. Try and maybe get a better run down the hill, and then we go up. That's exactly what he's tried to do. Try and grab an inside line there, but the door's closing. Matt Hill saw that coming and has to back out of that. So Alex Brazier now leads the way here in the B final. 15 minutes in the B final, and we're nearly 5 minutes through. As that's Gabriel Quinta trying to get some positions. Tom Langford also trying to muscle through. Quinta picking up some little bit of grass and dirt then as we head our way through. Quinta now up into 3rd place with Matt Hill falling to 4th place. Tom Langford right on his tail though and gives that little bit of a sponge blocker whack through the second part of the S's, does Langford. There's nowhere for him to go. He's on the inside. No, he backs out of it in towards paddock then. Watch out for Callum Jones in the pink lid in the number 15 Kart, looking to try and make some moves in these midpoint of the B final. And there is Tom Kempink trying to find a way past Callum Jones, which he has done. Now he'll try and see if there's a way past Ben Johnson here. Back to the front, back to the lead pack then. Alex Brazier leading them down in towards the first hairpin. And for Alex Brazier here, he'll be looking to keep on keeping on at this moment in time. That's what he has to do as Brazier leads the way, representing Buckmore Park Club and he's a Bayford Meadows champion. His best finish at the Kart Racer Champions is 4th place. He's hoping for another top 10 in this self-proclaimed calculated racing style. Well, he's up into the top 2, which is an important position to be, to get yourself a spot onto the B final. As we head our way through, there goes Neil Durran then side by side with Gabriel Quinta, who's had a late charge here, trying to find his way through. Has to go onto the curb. There's nowhere else for him to go. Quinta has the inside line, then up the inside in towards the first 2 corners. Matt Hill trying to follow him through then. Quinta will go defensive in towards the first hairpin. Matt Hill trying to find a way through as well. He goes up to 3rd place. Tom Langford now is in 5th place. I think that's sick. That's Ben Johnson who gets a move there and gets himself up a spot. Meanwhile, all that squabbling is allowing Alex Brazier to try and run away at the front of the field. Down in towards Paddock we go, and now up towards Garda we go. And with contact warnings going out to Gabriel Quinta and Neil Durran in an attempt to calm them down. Quinta and Matt Hill now nose and tail across the line they go then, as they head towards the first corners. Through Conways, now through Henry's Bend. Is there a way through for Matt Hill? Well, Gabriel Quinta defends the inside line. Make sure there isn't a way through for now. Now they make their way onwards towards the second hairpin. Matt Hill might try and get some more momentum. The better run coming out of the second hairpin now. Onwards they go then through in towards Symes Sweep and Pullmans. Matt Hill right on Quinta's tail as they head their way in towards Paddock. Now onto the power they go then. If Matt Hill wants that move, he'll have to go the long way round at Garda, or at least maybe try and take a different line. Well, it's a different line he's taken. Now they run side by side. Matt Hill has just got a nose ahead, but Quinta's got the inside line here. Matt Hill and Quinta side by side for 2nd place. Meanwhile, Neil Durran is looking for a move as well. Up the inside of Quinta then. Matt Hill now up into 2nd place. Neil Durran trying to go up into 3rd place. Oh, there's contact between himself and Matt Hill. Matt Hill runs deep with that contact and will have to come back from that one. And Neil Durran, well, he moves himself up into 2nd place. And that's the number 10 cart, Tom Kempink, now up into 3rd place, looking to try and get his way up the order. Through they go now in towards Paddock then. There's a move attempt there from the number 12 cart of Gabriel Quinta, trying to make up those positions there. It was slightly caught up in the Hill-Durrant incident at hairpin 1. But now we make our way through in towards the final corners, and it's a black flag for Neil Durran, number 3. He's been called to the pit lane. He moves to the left-hand side, but he wants to try and battle away anyway. This might be his last lap to do so, as that's the 12 of Gabriel Quinta trying to find a way up the inside of Tom Kempink as they make their way in towards the 2nd hairpin. It's allowing Alex Brazier to get away, try and lead and build that gap very, very early on. Tom Kempink in 2nd place, and he knows this is a critical position. Can he find a way to hold on to 2nd place? Can Tom Kempink, the Belgian, try and hang on to 2nd place, representing the British Indoor Karting Championship? He's got 7 championship titles, including the LMC Kart Championship in 2014, the BUKC Graduate Championship in 2017. But he's now having to defend here from Gabriel Quinta, who wants to try and find a way through. And there is the number 3 cart. That's a penalty for Neil Durran. He served that. He knows that's what it will be for, but he's decided to retire the kart as well. And he knows then with that black flag, his day will be over. And, well, that's Ben Johnson wide on the 2nd hairpin. Now we see Tom Kempink and Gabriel Quinta then seeing what they can do in these latter stages. We have 4.5 minutes on the clock then. Gabriel Quinta knows there is a way past Tom Kempink, but can he find it? Representing Rapicart is the Portuguese karter. Now he makes his way up the hill. He's a BIKC regional finalist in 2020-2021. And his expectations for the Kart Racer Champions 2023 is to go wheel to wheel with some new drivers. Well, wheel to wheel he has gone. Now coming down in towards the first hairpin. He's got to try and find a way past Tom Kempink there. Kempink in turn during this race has set the fastest lap of the race. as he now makes his way through in towards the S's there. Gabriel Quinta, third place. Matthew Hill in fourth. They head their way now through Simesweep and through Pullmans then. And onwards then through Paddock. Up the hill we go towards Garda, and now in towards the centre chicane. Tom Kempink still in second place. In a moment though, Gabriel Quinta might have to switch focus here, because Matt Hill is right on his tail as they make their way on towards the first two turns. Then Matt Hill representing Club 73. He's the 2022 Club 73 Procast champion, and 2021 as well, as he tries to find a way through. He's got racing experience under his belt. They all have, of course. Multiple championships under belts, multiple trophies under belts as well. As drivers now make their way through in towards Simesweep and Pullmans. Alex Brazier still within distance here of Tom Kempink. He hasn't let him get away. Tom Kempink has closed nearly half a second on that last lap. Tom Kempink is not done with this just yet. The Belgian is pushing on as he makes his way up the hill. Matt Hill, meanwhile, going side by side with Stephen Westwood. Matt Hill holding on to that one for fourth place. Stephen Westwood has to manage for fifth for now. Ben Johnson's just set the fastest lap of the race, moving up into sixth place at 49.475. As now we see the leaders make their way through and towards the first hairpin. Now they make their way towards the second. It's a chance for Tom Kempink there. He's been setting fast lap after fast lap. He's closed nearly 7/8 tenths over the last two laps against Alex Brazier alone. He knows there's a chance of a move here. Heading our way in towards Pullmans, now towards Paddock. We go up Damon Hill and head our way now towards the right-hander of Garda, the off-camber Garda. It's still Brazier from Kempink and Quinta in third. Matt Hill in fourth. Stephen Westwood in fifth as they make their way across the line. Just under 2 minutes left to run of the first B final. And Kempink now is putting all the pressure on Alex Brazier. Now towards hairpin one they go. Still no way through at the moment. Gabriel Quinta also knows that he's got to get ahead of either Kempink or Brazier to get a spot into that B final then. Through they go in towards the S's. Still it's Brazier. Kempink is giving him a push now through in towards Simesweep and Pullmans now. Down we go in towards Paddock here, just reminding Alex Brazier that he's there is Tom Kempink. Heading their way now in towards Garda. They'll get the power down, running their way through in towards the centre chicane. And Alex Brazier now makes his way through in towards the final corner, onwards towards the start-finish line. We will have 2 laps left to run here in this lightweight B final. Now we head our way through in towards Conways, through in towards Henry's Bend. And 4 karts trying to battle away for the lead here in towards the first hairpin. Gabriel Quinta's having to defend from Ben Johnson there. In turn, Stephen Westwood trying to now get a position up into 4th place. He'll get the power down and he gets a move into 4th place, does Stephen Westwood. Now he can try and put some pressure on Gabriel Quinta then. Heading our way through Simesweep, now through Pullmans. As we head in towards Paddock, as Ben Johnson tries a move down the inside of Stephen Westwood then. He's still on the inside, so they make their way in towards Garda. They'll make their way through the centre chicane. Still, it's Alex Brazier who leads the way. Tom Kempink knows he's running out of opportunities, running out of chances. Gabriel Quinta knows the same thing to get into the top 2. We're on to the final lap of the race then. Alex Brazier leads them through the first 2 turns. It's Tom Kempink in 2nd place. Gabriel Quinta in 3rd. Ben Johnson in 4th place there, looking for moves late on in this race. As they make their way now out of the first hairpin, in towards the second hairpin. Alex Brazier goes defensive, knows he has to take the tighter line, knows he has to take the racing line. Through in towards the S's now, trying to run away as fast as he possibly can. Down through the Simesweep, through in towards Pullmans. There's not many more chances for Tom Kempink there, but he's in 2nd place. He stays in 2nd place for now. Up the hill they go. Gabriel Quinta knows there's not many chances for him to get into that top 2. Through they go then, up towards the final corner, through the cafe curve, and onwards they will go to take the checker flag. It's Alex Brazier who will take the win in the B final. It's going to be Tom Kempink in 2nd place with Gabriel Quinta in 3rd, Ben Johnson in 4th, Stephen Westwood 5th, Matthew Hill in 6th with Callum Jones in 7th. Tom Langford in 8th, with Ivan Sana in 9th. Joe Peters in 10th. Owen Burton in 11th. Ryan Shepherd 12th. Samuel Essery in 13th. Andrew Strike 14th, with Trevor Hansford in 15th. Philip Simpson in 16th place as the B final promotee. 17th place for Glenn Marrison, 18th place for Kim Ely, and 19th place for Neil Durrant, who got the black flag penalty and decided to retire after the penalty was awarded. But Alex Brazier, winner of the B final. Tom Kempink in 2nd place, and that will lead us nicely when we have our B final for the heavyweights coming up very shortly, and the carts will get gridded up for then.
Today's drivers, pre-finals for heavies, 303, Matt. And John Carrigan in 6th, Bobby in 12th, Nathan Parker 15th, Ben 13th, Matthew Borodell 1, Mark 2, Tony Thompson 8th, Joseph 5, Michael Gibbons 19, Justin Piggott 7, 5th in 4, Alex in 14, Mo 11, Ashley 9, Jason 17, Kieran 16, Barry Weller in 10.
The B final for the heavyweights. Getting into their carts, it's going to be Reno DeMarco on pole position, with Matt Horgan in 2nd place, John Paragon in 3rd, Robin Kassam in 4th, Nathan Parker in 5th, with Ben Pickard in 6th, Matthew Borodale in 7th, Mark O'Grady in 8th, Tony Thompson in 9th, with Joe Hamlet in 10th, Michael Gibbons 11th, Justin Elliott 12th, Mitch Taylor in 13th, Alex Morgan 14th, Mo Hassan in 15th, Ashley West in 16th, Jason Kirkham 17th, Kieran Chidzy in 18th, and Barry Weller, our winner of the C final earlier on, takes his place as the 19th spot on the grid there. Running through the orders there as we see drivers getting ready to go. That's your 3rd row of the grid then. That's Nathan Parker and Ben Pickard sharing their row there. And no kart on the 2nd place grid. That would have been Matt Horgan. So he is not taking part in this race. And there's an issue there, seemed to be for 15 there. I think that's Nathan Picker, who's summoning the man in orange to see what the problem is. Nathan Parker Parker seems to be happy with that. Also seeing now, yeah, so that's definitely grid position 2 is vacant, so that would have been the position for Matt Horgan. Well, Rino DeMarco has a third place. He's been consistent in his first 2 heats. He'll be looking for a bit more consistency to continue. Starters orders, eyes on the lights. And we're away. And it's a good start then, of course, from Rino DeMarco. He had that whole grid clear. Unfortunately, not a good start for John Paragon there, as he didn't get away. Kind of bogged down at the start then, but now making away now in towards the first hairpin we go, with Rino DeMarco leading the way then as they head their way through. Robin Kassam in the number 12 cart now is in second place. He was started 4th, of course. He would have got that free position with the vacant P2. Nevertheless, he's still up those positions as we start to make our way down the hill now, through in towards Pullman's and in towards Paddock. Rino DeMarco then look over the right shoulder. There's Robin Kassam, who wants to move down the inside, going in towards the right-hander of Garda, and the number 3 comes out on top. But now Robin Kassam is under pressure from Ben Pickard then. Through they go then. Ben Pickard now up into 3rd place, considering he started in P6. It's a good start from him. John Paragon trying to go up the inside in that pink lid to try and pass Matthew Borrowdale, which he does do then. And heading our way through in towards the first hairpin, now towards the second one. And look at this now, a charge from John Paragon. He started in 3rd place. He would want those positions back, of course, after the start he had. But at the moment, though, Rino DeMarco leads the way from Robin Kassam in 2nd place. Heading away now out through Paddock, up towards Garda they go then. Rino DeMarco again looking over the shoulder just to make sure that it's all clear for him to turn in. Robin Kassam is right on his tail then. So too is Ben Pickard, 3 wide as we make our way up towards the cafe curve. Just about got away with that one as the top 3 start to try and break away. As Rino DeMarco still leading the way. Ben Pickard trying to go up the inside of Robin Kassam. Now they head their way down towards the first hairpin with Pickard then up the inside. Kassam tries a little bit of a switch back, a little bit of a fight back. Through in towards the second hairpin we go. Back onto the power. And onwards they go. Through in towards the S's. Now onwards they go through in towards Sime Sweep and Pullman's, before we make our way now down in towards Paddock there. Rino DeMarco holding on to the lead. Kassam loses out to Ben Pickard then, who's now into 2nd place. And up the hill they go then, through in towards Cafe Curve and onwards towards to start another lap here. Warnings going out here. John Paragon has got a warning as well for contact, so he's got to be careful from here on in. Robin Kassam looking for an inside move then. He's got down the inside of Ben Pickard then. He'll look to try and go down the inside of Rino DeMarco as well. DeMarco holds on to the lead, but Kassam now finds himself into 2nd place. Pickard in 3rd, but he's now under pressure from John Paragon as they go side by side through the S's. Paragon up the inside on the second part of the S's, gives him the inside line through the Sime Sweep, and he gets that position there. Where's the number 15 of Nathan Parker as well, trying to find his way through the order. He goes off the track on the left-hand side, but he's battling hard there as they make their way through in towards Garda. Re-emerging then through the centre chicane. It's very close quarters. Rino DeMarco holding off from Robin Kassam. And it's John Paragon who now gets himself up into 3rd place. A launch then from Nathan Parker up the inside, through in towards Conway's and Henry's Bend. He's got that move done. Now coming in towards the first hairpin. He fancies another one here, does Nathan Parker, and he has got that one. Up into 2nd place. He fancies one more, trying to go up the inside in towards the second hairpin. Does he fancy one more? Does he get one more? Up in towards the S's we go. He does get one more. 3 positions through 4 or 5 corners. What a series of lap and corners there from Nathan Parker, from 4th to 1st before you even knew it. Now he's up the order and now in towards the lead of this race, heading up towards Garda. Can he hold on to this one now, Nathan Parker? He's been a quick driver throughout the day. He got the podium in his 3rd heat of the day, got a 5th place as well in his 1st. It was just the 2nd heat that it let him down a little bit, but he knows now this is the chance he needs to try and pull away, pull a gap. I mean, when you can get 3 or 4 moves in the space of a couple of corners, you know you've got some confidence underneath you. As Nathan Parker will look to carry on, to keep on pressing on and seeing if he can get away from the rest of the pack. It's going to be so important for him in these latter stages. We're about halfway through the B final here. But with Nathan Parker, Buckmore Park is his favourite track, and he's a 2-time national winner, and it's his first time at the Kart Race of Champions as well. Battling away then for 3rd place and 4th place just behind them. John Paragon battling away here with Joe Hamlet. Paragon has the inside line in towards the cafe curve. Robin Kassam now in 2nd place. Ben Pickett in 3rd with John Paragon 4th. Joe Hamlet in 5th there. Rena DeMarco has fallen to 6th place in the space of a couple of laps. So they go through hairpin 1, now on towards hairpin 2 with Nathan Parker leading the way. Robin Kassam in 2nd. There's Ben Pickett in 3rd with John Paragon in 4th place then. As Rena DeMarco, you can see there, has lost out big time. He was leading the race a few laps ago. There's a launch from Justin Elliott down the inside there of Joe Hamlet. An aggressive move that didn't pay off on the run up towards Garda. There's 3rd, 4th and 5th there. John Paragon in 4th place at the moment in that number 6 kart. There go your leaders then. Nathan Parker leading the way ahead of Robin Kassam. Ben Pickett in 3rd place with Robin Kassam setting a personal best, but John Paragon has just set the fastest lap of this heat so far. 50.337 from Paragon. And he's looking to try and use that pace, use that momentum to push him forward. Joe Hamlet putting him under pressure though, in through the 2nd hairpin. Meanwhile, Robin Kassam has got the inside of Nathan Parker, then through the S's, and Robin Kassam takes over the lead of the B final for the heavyweights. Now they head their way through in towards Paddock there, and the 13 of Ben Pickett fancied his chances, but couldn't quite find it there. Coming out of the centre chicane then, still Robin Kassam in the lead, representing Club 73. He's got 9 podiums in the BRKC. He's a Kart Sport champion in 2014. He's made 4 appearances in the A finals at the Kart Race of Champions. And he's the Club 73 Clubman champion reigning of 2022. As he takes over the lead of this race. Nathan Parker in 2nd place, now under pressure from Ben Pickett then, through in towards the 2nd hairpin. And now we make our run on through the S's. Ben Pickett putting the pressure on for Nathan Parker. Through they go in towards Pullman's and heading our way down towards Paddock. Pickard tries a move down the inside, but no way through for the T-side NRG driver. Back-to-back, or 2021 lightweight champion and then runner-up in 2022. He's looking to press on and book and get a spot up into the top 2. Nathan Parker, though, fancies a move up the inside of Robin Kassam, but the door was always closing. He had to back out of that one. Robin Kassam holds on to the lead here of the B final in the heavyweights. Through the 1st hairpin we go. Nathan Parker still eyeing up that opportunity to take the lead. Ben Pickett knows he's got to try and get up into that top 2. The driver he has to pass right now is Nathan Parker. Nathan Parker knows how to make an overtake as he makes his way now through in towards Sime Sweep, through Pullman's, as we head our way now onwards towards Paddock. Now up towards Garda we go as we head our way through in towards the centre chicane. Up the hill we go once again through in towards the flying left-hander of Calf Corner. Robin Kassam still leading. He's just set a personal best this race. Nathan Parker in 2nd, Ben Pickett in 3rd, with John Paragon in 4th, Joe Hamlet in 5th. As our top 3 trying to start to break away. Nathan Parker thought about a move up the inside, but nothing doing there for him. That might have put him under slight pressure from Ben Pickett then. As we make our way through in towards Sign Sweep, now towards Pullman's here. And here goes Ben Pickett then up the inside, aggressive move, contact made. And there's a raise of a hand and an apology, and he lets Nathan Parker back through, but it was an aggressive move, and I think Pickett knew that at the time. But he makes his way now up in towards Calf Corner. onwards towards the start-finish line. 2.5 minutes left of this race to run. Pickard again trying to choose the inside line there. Joe Hamlet is putting John Paragon under pressure for P4 as well. He thought about a move up the inside, but couldn't quite make that one stick. Nathan Parker knows P2 is valuable here in this B final. Coming out of the second hairpin, Robin Kassam leads then as he heads his way through in towards the S's. And Ben Pickard then just a little bit of a tap to the rear bumper of Nathan Parker, letting him know he's there. Not that Nathan Parker needs any reminding, of course, but Nathan Parker can now try and turn defence into attack as he looks onto the back of Robin Kassam then. Nathan Parker went purple through that second sector, and he's got the lead of this race then in towards Garda. But look at the momentum. The momentum favours Robin Kassam now as we head our way onwards towards the first two corners then. Nathan Parker now leads ahead of Robin Kassam. Ben Pickard in third place as we head our way in towards the first hairpin, as that's John Paragon and Joe Hamlet squabbling away for P4 in this race. Justin Elliott also fancies his chances as well in that battle. That's just behind the top three there. That's the 7 of Justin Elliott, who's trying to find some moves then. Robin Kassam now trying to find a way past Nathan Parker here. Through Pullmans we go and in towards Paddock. This could be a chance here. Robin Kassam didn't take the greatest line through in towards Simonsweep and Pullmans, but Ben Pickard couldn't quite take advantage of that. We head our way through the centre chicane. Up the hill we go through Cafe Curve as our drivers will cross the line. This is the penultimate lap of this race, and Pickard has got up the inside of Robin Kassam and takes away second place. Robin Kassam now is on the back foot. He'll have to try and overtake if he wants to get a place up there. He's now got to try and pass the driver representing Teesside Energy in Ben Pickard. Pickard here seems up for it now in these latter stages. He seems fired up. Now he wants the lead. He's got Nathan Parker to contend with now. We've seen him try and move here at Paddock before. He backs out of this one this time as we head our way up Damon Hill, but Robin Kassam now has a chance there. Ben Pickard didn't get a great line through Paddock. What can Ben Pickard do? Can he defend? Yes, he can. He holds off Robin Kassam then as we head our way up the rise and in towards Calf Corner. We're on to the final lap of this race then. Ben Pickard again defending from Robin Kassam for second place here in this B final for the heavyweights. Kassam will have to go the long way round if he wants that move in towards the hairpin. Behind them, John Paragon is holding on for fourth place at the moment. Now they make their way through in towards the second hairpin. It's Nathan Parker leading ahead of Ben Pickard and Robin Kassam. Through the S's they go then. Robin Kassam is surely lining up a move here to have a go in towards Paddock here. Will Ben Pickard see this coming? I think he will. He defends that move in towards Paddock. Now up the hill we go in towards Garda. Ben Pickard again having to defend the inside line heading in towards Garda. And for the final time we make our way up the rise and through Cafe Curve. Who's going to make it to the line? It's going to be Nathan Parker to take the victory, and Ben Pickard in second place, Robin Kassam in third, with John Paragon in fourth, Joe Hamlet in fifth, Justin Elliott in sixth place there, Matthew Borrowdale in seventh place, Reno DeMarco in eighth, Jason Kirkham in ninth, Mo Hassan in 10th, Michael Gibbons in 11th, Tony Thompson in 12th, Mark O'Grady in 13th, Barry Weller in 14th place, Kieran Chidsey in 15th, Mitch Taylor in 16th, Ashley West in 17th, and Alex Morgan rounding off our 18 drivers. Barry Weller, meanwhile, of course, was the C final winner, finishing in 14th in that race. A good effort from him. And our B final comes to an end with Nathan Parker and Ben Pickard booking their place into the A final. And we will have, coming up next, the A final, and we'll have the Super Pole for the lights. Now the Super Pole will work as drivers will one by one take to the track to set a lap, and it will start, of course, with the driver with the lowest heat points will take to the track first to set a lap, and then we'll go through the order in reverse order up towards the most points in the final. So we should be starting with the likes of Christopher Ball, Megan Quirk will be first to set their lap times in the Super Pole. It will be one by one, so driver one will make their way out onto the track for a warm-up lap. They'll get one flying lap and return to the pits. As soon as they've passed the start-finish line, the next driver then gets released for their warm-up lap, and so on and so forth until all drivers have set a lap time, their one and only lap time, to decide their grid in the A final, and that will be coming up shortly.
So am I.
Now we've got all drivers for the super pole right. Please make sure you are in the pit lane.
Your legs. First half of that, but we get a bit of heat in, but then it improves at the end of that. depends. The last race finished. The last was for me. At that time, it's well, do you want to sit there? That's the thing. Chill in the bank. I'm going to get the life super taxi.
we've got some, I think Ollie does that.
He hasn't got his helmet on, I can't.
Oh, he hasn't got his helmet on.
off. I'm not.
Oh, but if he goes to an arse,
Well, that's sure.
yeah, I guess you could do 4 and then 9.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know how was he going to tell you? 14? No.
It's not, I can't see, but it's not.
To be fair, quite a few drivers have probably said it.
3.1. Don't know if I'm a fan of it. I quite like the idea, but it's just too long. Brains and guts got similar, 50.1 as well, just on Jack. Brains is third at the moment. How do you normally start? Do you bend at the throttle to like, so you are putting on the time of it? Who's in 7? Did you say? Is it worth ducking your head for the line and not backside? But then the guy's tyres cold, so it might be a true one situation. So race, I think. Well, you know how quick it is to do the race. I thought 20 minutes to get that pace. First time in the car as well. Sorry? Yeah. You know the car's really quick, so just stick it in first lap.
Well, the Super Pole for the A final for the lightweights is done and completed. The one chance to get their lap time on the board. And we have our starting order for the A final here on the lightweights. So on pole position, it's Sean Dabin of Bayford Meadows, the 2023 Buckmore Park 24-hour champion, 2021 Lakeside champion as well. Second place will be Bo Sullivan of Brentwood Karting. Plenty of experience for Bo Sullivan, including a 9th place at the last time he came to the Kart Race of Champions. Third place on the grid then is Fraser Brunton of Club 100. And making his way onto the grid, looking to improve on the win in class he had in his second heat. Going into this one here, Jack Goldsmith, Kart Race of Champions champion of 2019 and 20, a 3-time Sodi World finalist. His aim today is to get back pole position. 5th place on the grid is Andrew Spencer of Daytona InKart, a 2-time NKL champion and 7-time champion in InKart. Looking to take a win today. Mike Coppin is in 6th place on the grid, completing that third row for Club 100, 2019 D-Max 24-hour champion and a 3-time Sodi World finalist. In 7th place, it's Ollie Smith of TRX Racing, a Buckmore Pro champion in the heavyweights of 2019 and the medium weights of 2020 and then the lightweights of 2022. 8th place is Adam Sheargold of Club 73, a 3rd place in the British Indoor Karting Championship of 2022. Ninth place is Tom Kempink then, who was a winner in the B final of the British Indoor Kart Championship. He's a British Indoor Kart Champion of the Regionals in 2022 and an MR Karting Sprint Champion of 2018. 10th place is Dean Everest of Bayford Meadows, a Bayford Meadow Champion of 2022. 11th place on the grid is Harrison Kirkham of Club 73, a Steve Bateman Cup Champion of 2022 in Club 73 for the best rookie of the season. 12th place is Harrison Brooks of Kartmasters, a 3-time Brighton Kartmasters champion. 13th place is Alex Brazier, a winner in the B final earlier today for Buckmore Park and a winner of the champions of Bayford Meadows. 14th on the grid is Ollie Wedden of Club 73, a 2-time Sodi World finalist. But we've given the starters orders. It is red lights, turn to green. We go racing here in the A final of the Kart Race of Champions. What are the starts like as they head their way through and towards the first 2 turns? It's Bo Sullivan who gets a good start then, going side by side with Sean Dabin on the run. Down towards the first hairpin we go. Fraser Brunton in 3rd place with Jack Goldsmith rounding off the top 4. Here we go in towards hairpin 2. Dabin still leads then. Fraser Brunton trying to challenge away with Bo Sullivan as they head their way towards the S's. Sullivan now has to be on the outside. Jack Goldsmith is happy to follow his way through in towards Simon Sweep and Pullman's now in towards Paddock, and Jack Goldsmith gets himself up into 3rd place, a 2-time Kart Race of Champions champion of 2019 and of 2020. Through they go in towards the final few corners, now heading away through the cafe curve. A tap of the helmet from Bo Sullivan as he asks Jack Goldsmith, let's work together to catch Sean Dabin, who is out in the lead at the moment. As we head our way through the first 2 turns then, onwards then towards the first hairpin. Heavy onto the brakes, Jack Goldsmith looking for a move up the inside. Fraser Brunton wants that position back. He's got to watch out, Brunton, with Mike Coppin behind. He won't worry about that now as he's up the inside of Jack Goldsmith in hairpin 2. No move there though, and Goldsmith holds on to 3rd place right now. Bo Sullivan just ahead of him for 2nd place at the moment as we make our way through in towards Pullman's, now towards Paddock Bend. And Fraser Brunton gets a good run out of Paddock there on the run up towards Garda then, and we head our way through the centre chicane. Meanwhile then, Sean Dabin leading the way. There you can see the number 6 of Mike Coppin trying to close in. He's under pressure though from the number 7 of Andrew Spencer. Through in towards the first 2 corners we go. Brunton here. Can he find a way past Jack Goldsmith, representing Club 100 here? And can he find his way through onwards and upwards towards hairpin 2? A move in the background there from Ollie Smith as he tries to fight his way through the field in kart number 5. And Ollie Smith of TRX Racing trying to find his way and fight his way through the field towards the front. In towards Paddock now with Jack Goldsmith watching on this battle for 3rd place as Fraser Brunton looks for a move up the inside in towards Garda. Now they head their way on through, and Fraser Brunton does take over 3rd place in the A final here. As they make their way through Cafe Curve and across the start-finish line, it's a track limits warning awarded to Bo Sullivan in the number 15. First warning for Bo Sullivan. He'll have to keep an eye on those ones. In towards hairpin 1 we go. Sean Dabin still out in front then. And Dabin of Bayford Meadows, the 2023 winner of the Buckmore Park 24 hours. So it's fair to say he's had his fair share of practice over the last month. And he's also looking to improve as well. He managed 8th place in the Kart Race of Champions in 2021. He currently leads the Kart Race of Champions 2023. Here's Fraser Brunton looking to put the pressure on Bo Sullivan. Again, for the 2nd time in a lap, finds the inside line at Garda, and for the 2nd time in 2 laps, finds the move and moves himself up a position. Fraser Brunton here looking to try and close in, and now close in on the leader in Sean Dabin. Can he find the way through now? As they make their way now on towards the first hairpin. Still Bo Sullivan is not done with this battle yet. As we make our way through in towards the 2nd hairpin. Fraser Brunton, a 5-time Brentwood champion, an 8-time Buckmore Park solo champion. A 5-time Daytona solo champion. A 2-time Ella Park champion. Plenty of trophies laid in his cabinet. Can he add one more here as well in the Kart Race of Champions 2023? Jack Goldsmith looking for a move up the inside of Bo Sullivan now in towards Garda, and he gets that move done, moves himself now up into third place. Mike Coppin in fifth place, eager to be in on the battle here as we make our way across the start-finish line with just under 16 minutes left to run of the A final. Jack Goldsmith now into third place with Bo Sullivan fourth. That was a move in the background there from Ollie Smith. He was trying to find his way past Andrew Spencer. Meanwhile, Mike Coppin trying to find a move up the inside. Now side by side now with the 15 of Bo Sullivan. Through the S's we go, a little bit close for comfort. They're both off the track, and that's going to allow Ollie Smith to try and go through a couple of positions there, which he does do. And the 15 of Bo Sullivan's off the track, manages to gather it back up, and he's absolutely furious with that one. Was running up in the top three, now down the order. He'll have to recover and make his way back up through the field. Leaders now make their way through. Sean Dabin leading the way from Fraser Brunton in second place. Jack Goldsmith in third. It's now Ollie Smith fourth with Mike Coppin in fifth. Andrew Spencer sixth with Adam Sheargold in seventh. Here come our leaders then through in towards the first hairpin. It's Fraser Brunton finding a way past in towards hairpin 2, taking a slightly different line to Sean Dabin then as we head our way through the S's. Fraser Brunton taking a different line to Sean Dabin. Now they head their way through the Symes 3, through Pullmans, and down towards Paddock we go. Fraser Brunton getting the better momentum coming out of Paddock, but nowhere to put that momentum going in towards Garda. Dabin still leads then as we make our way up the hill. Sean Dabin of Bayford Meadows facing up against Fraser Brunton of Club 100 as they now make their way onwards towards Conways and then in towards Henry's Bend. Jack Goldsmith of Club 73 lurking in the distance, almost making it 2 wide, 3 wide there as Fraser Brunton gets the better launch coming out of the first hairpin. Dabin has the inside line going in towards the second hairpin. Here comes Jack Goldsmith who wants to take advantage of the top two squabbling. He's side by side with Fraser Brunton then as we ride our way through in towards Symes Sweet and Pullmans. And now on the run down towards Paddock. There goes the number 5 card of Ollie Smith up the inside of Jack Goldsmith. He'll still hold the inside line going up towards the right-hander of Garda. They emerge into our picture. The gaggle of karts led by Sean Dabin as they make their way through as Mike Coppin, the number 6, finds his way now up into 4th place. The leaders make their way through. Jack Goldsmith up the inside of Fraser Brunton. And Fraser Brunton here now on the outside, heading our way in towards the first hairpin. Dabin on the inside, still hanging on to this lead. Look at Ollie Smith and the number 5, now trying to follow through. He goes up the inside, in towards hairpin 2 to try and grab second place. Look at Jack Goldsmith on the inside. There's contact between the 5 there. And Jack Goldsmith made his way through. He's now up into second place. It's his turn now to put some pressure on Sean Dabin. There goes an inside move from the number 7 of Andrew Spencer. Mike Coppin has to go wide on the exit coming out of Paddock as we head our way in towards Garda. Re-emerging, Dabin still leading from Goldsmith. Ollie Smith is now up into 3rd. Fraser Brunton in 4th place as they make their way round the cafe curve. Watch out for Bo Sullivan in the 15 on a charge back through the field. Meanwhile, Fraser Brunton back up the inside then of Ollie Smith to reclaim 3rd place. Dabin goes defensive. Here comes then the number 13 of Fraser Brunton, wanting to look for a move round the outside. He's left himself open to attack from the number 5 of Ollie Smith. Runs deep in towards the second hairpin. Will he get the better line? Will he get the better drive out of the corner? Fraser Brunton holds on to 3rd place for now as Jack Goldsmith continues to harry the leader in Sean Dabin then. Down we go in towards Paddock. Dabin taking a defensive line. Goldsmith for now staying behind as we make our way up towards Garda. They'll re-emerge into our picture then as Dabin still leads the way. Fraser Brunton and Ollie Smith side by side in the battle for 3rd place. Brunton just about gets his nose ahead and gets the position ahead as well as they cross the line once again. 11.5 minutes left to run of this A final for the lightweights. Now we see Jack Goldsmith trying to find an attack here. Fraser Brunton having to go the long way round. Ollie Smith is in there. There's a little bit of contact because Bo Sullivan's charging his way through the field now. He's now back up into 5th place Sean Dabin looking over right and left to find out where Jack Goldsmith is. Goldsmith will try the inside line in the second part of the S's. Contact between the two of them. On the run now through in towards Simesweet and Pullman's. Jack Goldsmith round the outside. He'll have the inside going in towards Paddock now, and Jack Goldsmith takes over the lead of the race. Up now, here we go towards Garda, with Fraser Brunton also in the mix, trying to gain a few positions there as well. He stays in third place because Ollie Smith has now jumped up to second. Sean Davin now down to fourth place. Bo Sullivan is right behind him in the number 15. They cross the line once again. 10 minutes 40 to go. Jack Goldsmith leads from Ollie Smith and Fraser Brunton. That's your top three so far. And there goes a diving move from Ollie Smith then. Into the lead of the race he goes at hairpin 1. And now in towards hairpin 2. Watch out for Sean Davin in that 20. He'll want those positions back. He's battling away with Fraser Brunton. Concedes that position for now and holds on to fourth place. But Ollie Smith with a move at hairpin 1 to take back the lead of this race then. Down in towards Paddock we go. Goldsmith in second with Brunton in third. Davin fourth. As we see Bo Sullivan as well recovering to fifth place. Right back into this battle. Heading our way through in towards the centre chicane. Sean Davin applying that pressure to Fraser Brunton, who in turn is trying to follow Jack Goldsmith as well. Brunton trying to move up the inside. Meanwhile, Mike Coppin is trying to move up the inside of Bo Sullivan there, going through in towards Henry's Bend. Sean Davin as well up the inside in towards hairpin 2. He grabs third place now away from Fraser Brunton. You cannot take your eyes off of this one. Davin trying to move up the inside. Gives a little shuffle to help with the acceleration out of hairpin 2. He knows he's compromised. So does Fraser Brunton though. Heading our way through the Symes Sweep. It's Brunton and Davin side by side. Now Mike Coppin wants to get in on the action. Trying to go round the outside, going in towards Garda. Did he get that move done on Bo Sullivan? They'll re-emerge in our picture. He has just about got ahead now as we make our way through in towards Cafe Curve. And in number 7, Andrew Spencer trying to find his way through the order as well. The number 2 cart as well of Adam Sheargold fancying a move further down the order as we keep an eye on our leaders making their way in towards hairpin 1. There is Fraser Brunton, who's currently in 5th place right now. Ollie Smith trying to break away from the pack, so too is Jack Goldsmith. As they head their way through the S's, Sean Davin is in 3rd. Mike Coppin there in 4th, with Fraser Brunton in 5th place. Andrew Spencer in 6th, Bo Sullivan 7th. Following the pack now, as they make their way in towards Paddock. And up the hill they will rise as they head towards Garda. It's Ollie Smith and Jack Goldsmith starting to break away. Sean Davin in 3rd at the moment. Mike Coppin is all over the back of him now. So too is Fraser Brunton. And Brunton here might have a run. He might think about a move in towards turn 1. Doesn't. Backs out of it. And making our way out of Henry's Bend now towards the first hairpin. Still no way through for them. Plenty of side-by-side action behind them as well as the number 17 tries to find some move. That's Harrison Kirkham. We tried to find a move in towards hairpin 2 there. Ollie Smith and Jack Goldsmith starting to really break away now, setting their personal best lap times, starting to break away from the lead pack. And Jack Goldsmith has taken back the lead against Ollie Smith as they make their way now up the hill towards Garda before they'll tackle the centre chicane once again. 7.5 minutes left on the clock. Goldsmith leading the way then through in towards the final corner. Now onwards over the start-finish line. Heading our way in towards the first 2 corners then with Ollie Smith right on Goldsmith tail. Goldsmith defends the inside line from Smith in towards hairpin 1 as Smith will try and find a little bit of a cutback here in towards hairpin 2. Still running side by side. Again Smith tries to get the power down. No way through for them. And they make their way through the S's. Meanwhile, right behind them, Mike Coppin also fancying some positions. He was trying to hassle Sean Davin for position, which he has done. Mike Coppin is up into 3rd place now as we watch the lead 2 make their way up in towards Garda. Back through the centre chicane they run then. And up the hill they will go. Jack Goldsmith, 2-time Kart Race of Champions champion in 2019 and 2020. He said his expectations for this one to reclaim the title. Andrew Spencer currently in 6th place. He was the 2021 Kart Race champion. As we see Goldsmith here. Again, Ollie Smith going for a move down the inside in towards hairpin 2. Goldsmith gets the better run out of the corner and retakes the lead, heading through the S's, but that squabbling is allowing Mike Coppin in the number 6 to really start to close up to the two of them again as we head our way in towards paddock. Fraser Brunton in 4th place there, as Ollie Smith again looking for a move up the inside. Jack Goldsmith sees that one coming and covers the inside line. But they run side by side through the centre chicane, heading our way through the cafe curve. Watch out there as well for Mike Coppin and Fraser Brunton, who've now got a piece of the action once again. Goldsmith defensive in towards turn 1 as Mike Coppin trying to defend this position against Fraser Brunton, 3rd place. As we head our way in towards the first hairpin, Goldsmith goes defensive. As through there goes Sean Davin in the number 20, taking a better line. Now round the outside in towards the second hairpin. Back onto the power they go then. Davin trying to muscle his way back into 3rd place. Fraser Brunton thinks otherwise and reclaims 3rd spot. On the run now through Syme Sweep and then through Pullman's once again down in towards paddock. Fraser Brunton then in 3rd place, Sean Davin in 4th. On the run up towards Garda now. We'll head through the centre chicane and the leaders again side by side action as they head their way up the hill through the cafe curve. Fraser Brunton pushing Jack Goldsmith through and gets 2nd place with it. Across the line they go then, starting another lap, less than 5 minutes on the clock. Through the first 2 turns, now up towards hairpin 1. Fraser Brunton here goes wide in towards the first hairpin to try and get the better run. He'll get the inside line now in towards the second hairpin to try and follow Jack Goldsmith through to help him defend against Ollie Smith. It's worked that time. Sean Davin in 4th, and that's Mike Coppin in 5th place now. Fraser Brunton, it's his turn now to apply some pressure to Jack Goldsmith. Heading our way through Pullman's, now in towards paddock there. Fraser Brunton trying to take a different line, using that momentum. Jack Goldsmith covers off the inside line as they head their way up towards Garda. Still now, it's Ollie Smith in the number 5 in 3rd place. Sean Davin right behind him now as the leaders make their way through to start another lap. Goldsmith still leading, and there goes Sean Davin up the inside of Ollie Smith. Up back into 3rd place. Goldsmith then in towards the first hairpin, trying to hold on to this one. Fraser Brunton in 2nd place now. Ollie Smith trying to find a way past Sean Davin in towards hairpin 2. Can't find that way through. Sam May in the number 10 has also joined the fray as well in this battle. Jack Goldsmith, Fraser Brunton heading their way through Pullman's. Now in towards paddock here. Again, Fraser Brunton will try a run out of paddock and up towards Garda. Again, Jack Goldsmith covers the inside line, heading in towards Garda. And they make their way now on the run out of the centre chicane. Brunton still trying to find a way past Goldsmith, with Sean Davin in 3rd place. And watch out for the 17 of Harrison Kirkham as well. Fraser Brunton side by side there. Oh, a little bit of contact between Smith and Davin there. Smith has the inside line, heading in towards the first hairpin as it's nearly 3-4 wide. Coppin raising his arms there. He's not happy. Through in towards hairpin 2 we go. It's a crowded scene for the win here at the A final. But Jack Goldsmith is ahead of Fraser Brunton at the moment. Through in towards Syme Sweep and Pullman's. Again, Brunton applies the pressure, taking a different line, heading our way out of Paddock Bend. Sean Davin trying to get the inside line on Ollie Smith as they make their way now in towards Garda. Through the centre chicane, and Brunton takes a bit of curb. Side by side action for 3rd place. Sean Davin round the outside. Ollie Smith has the inside. Now heading away across the line. 2 minutes 20 on the clock. Goldsmith from Brunton, from Davin now, as they head their way through the first 2 turns. Mike Coppin as well, fancying a move. Ollie Smith round the outside in towards hairpin 1, thinks better of it, but it's allowed Mike Coppin a little bit of a sniff of an opportunity. Ollie Smith launches it down the inside, going in towards hairpin 2, gets back up to 3rd place. Again, that squabbling is allowing Goldsmith and Brunton to try and run away. Davin fancies a move here, trying to go and get that position back, but not through Syme Sweep there. In towards Pullman's we go, and Sam May in the number 10 now trying to battle away, currently in 5th place at the moment. The top 2 now heading up the rise and in towards Cafe Curve. Goldsmith leading Brunton then, and Jack Goldsmith looking to try and make it 3 wins at the Kart Race of Champions here at Buckmore Park. Having to go defensive in towards hairpin 1. Fraser Brunton looking for the switch back then. He'll be on the outside for hairpin 2. as they continue to fight and scrap for the win here. Now they head their way through the S's. That's invited Ollie Smith to apply the pressure once again. And we know Ollie Smith, just a sniff of an opportunity for Smith, and he will go for it. Down in towards Paddock we go then. Less than a minute on the clock. Goldsmith looks over his right shoulder to see if he's covered off the inside line in towards Garda. Looks like he has this time. Brunton still in second place with Smith in third. Heading their way through in towards the final corner. And the final lap board is out here at the Kart Race of Champions 2023. For the lightweights, the A final, Goldsmith having to hang on here. Brunton goes for it down the inside, in towards the first hairpin. Through goes Ollie Smith into the lead here. And now he goes in towards hairpin 2. Goldsmith in second place, Brunton in third. It's all on Jack Goldsmith now. If he wants this third Kart Race of Champions, he's going to have to work for it. Work for it he will. Through in towards Syme Sweet. Now in towards Pullman's we go. And in towards Paddock. Ollie Smith trying to fend off the pressure then as we head up towards Garda. Can he hold on for just a couple more corners as we make our way through the centre chicane? Ollie Smith for TRX Racing has only got one corner to go, but Jack Goldsmith of Club 73 Racing is not going to go without a fight. It's so close to the line. It's Jack Goldsmith who gets to the line first and claims his third Kart Race of Champions victory. What a race. Fantastic stuff. Ollie Smith in second place by 0.043 seconds. Fraser Brunton takes off and rounds off the top three for the Kart Race of Champions 2023 lightweights race. What a fantastic race. Raced hard and fast. But Jack Goldsmith it is, takes the checkered flag and will take his third Kart Race of Champions victory. His first since 2020, and he told me at the start of the day that he had a hairline fracture in his right wrist. Well, it didn't look like it out there, and Jack Goldsmith takes that victory. Hard fought, and Ollie Smith second with Fraser Brunton rounding off the top three. A fantastic race there. Sam A in fourth, Harrison Kirkham in fifth, with Mike Coppin in sixth place. It's Andrew Spencer 7th, Zach Venn in 8th, Bo Sullivan in 9th, Tom Kempink in 10th place, and Dean Everest in 11th place. Sam Slater 12th, with Adam Sheargold in 13th place, Oliver Wedden in 14th, Sean Davin dropped down to 15th place there, Megan Quirk 16th place, Alex Brazier in 17th place, Turnstill in 18th, Christopher Ball in 19th place, and Harrison Brooks rounds off the 20 drivers. Well, it was close. It was hard and fast, but the lightweights is decided. Jack Goldsmith takes the victory by 0.043 seconds. A photo finish needed to take the victory here. Coming up shortly, we get to do it all again. We'll have a super pole for the heavyweights as they bid to make their way to the grid. And trying to make his way through. But yes, the super pole for the heavyweights is coming up shortly. We'll have the 20 drivers in the reverse order that they got their heat points. So it will be, should be, Eamon Pickard to take the first lap. But we'll leave you with that super pole as the heavyweights will be out on track shortly.
be so comfortable or something like that. It shouldn't be. Hopefully they give me the
They won't be able to reinstate him. They won't reinstate him. They'll just penalise the guy that caused the problem. He got taken out and not allowed. So he'll actually finish ninth.
Super pole time again. That's some music to go along with the super pole time.
Actually was on the curve, fair enough, but because I couldn't tell who was going to, I just think that looking there, obviously didn't.
Yeah,
I don't know. No, definitely.
Got the last lap here. Just got to draw it back. So if they've done that, that's when all we got the inside the pass. So it looks like he's got enough there.
Everybody down to over.
That's fine for me. That was straight line. I mean, if he tried to push his way back on, to, you know, and it went like that, I think's a bit more sort of, he's tried to stay on track limits. That's just more, I'm just going to straight line it to get to the Yeah. Like I said, if he was trying to force his way back to the curve and make an effort to stay on track limits, if that was me, I'd be, alright, I'll accept that. But that was just...
Yeah.
Where are they?
I don't run that a lot. There's nothing worse than a long drive back to Meadow Park. Last year, that was, I think this year I'm actually half an hour stay. Because normally I'll drive back, but when I was driving back last night, because the first hour of it's all the country lanes and all that. I was literally sitting there and I'm feeling myself doing that. I'm like, I've got 2 hours to go. Once I got on the A12, I was a bit sort of, you know, I'm fine now. Yeah, something off the border. Yeah, great goal play. Further lorry. From here, this is 10 minutes said to us, look, you have to use the original, and then when we went back, they went, look,
What if?
use it, you booked it, we'll let you use it now. Yeah.
You know, because we
No,
only up in that.
to be honest, it was quite quick when we done it, so
So they hopefully.
I don't know which version we'll be using, but it's in both.
I mean, the reason we said that
So, with the Super Pole heavyweights done and dusted, it brings us to our final race of the day, the A final for the heavyweights, and they line up as follows. On pole position, it's Sam Lukes of DJ Motorsport, who finished runner-up in the 2022 Kart Race of Champions last year. Can he go one better this year? Second place is Johnny Wilson of T-Side NRG Sprint Champion of 2022. Third place on the grid will be Ryan Sandel of Club 100, the reigning heavyweight champion of the Kart Race of Champions. Will be starting from the second row tonight. Mark Puxley is in fourth place from Club 73. He finished third in the Kart Race of Champions in 2020 and fourth in 2022. He starts fourth tonight. Will Dendy in fifth place, the wild card, KF1 Super 1 champion years ago, but a McLaren GT race winner to boot as well. Sixth place, Anwar Beryl Smith of Club 100, Club 100 heavyweight SP60 2022 champion and heavyweight sprint champion of 2022 as well. Seventh place is Todd White of Rugby Kart Club, the Rugby Kart Club heavyweight champion of 2020 and of 2022. Eighth place is Jeff Lamb of Club 100, a three-time DJ Motorsport champion, a four-time Club 100 E60 champion. Ninth place is Joe Bailey of Kart Masters, a Kart Masters champion of 2022. His best finish in Kart Race of Champions is 8th place. Ninth place is Joe Bailey there. And 10th place on the grid is Alex Jones of Buckmore Park, a Kart Masters champion of 2019, a Buckmore Park sprint champion through 2018 to 2020, picking up 3 titles. 11th place is Max Jameson of Club 100, a Club 73 and Buckmore Park Open champion and a winner of the last heat tonight. 12th place, Matthew Spencer, lining up on the 6th row of the grid from the Daytona Series, the 2016, RKC 2015 and 16 champion, and 2021 and 2022 Tamworth champion to boot as well. 13th place is Chris Alcock of Club 100, a Club 100 endurance champion of 2022. 14th place is Mike Smith, lining up on the 7th row, representing Club 100. And he first raced at Buckmore Park in 1971 and a Club 100 elite champion, a 2-time champion of that series. And we have 15th place Seb Miller of SRK, and a BRKC champion and semi-finalist. And of course made it to the 2022 A final. He's made it to the 2022 final yet again. He starts from P15. 16th place on the grid, Adrian Perez of SRK, a 2-time Rapid Kart second place runner-up. Plenty of trophies on the cabinets for these drivers. But we are under starters' orders. The visors down, eyes to the lights. Lights are red. Lights go green. We're underway for the A final heavyweights as we make our way towards turn 1. What are the starts like? Sam Lukes gets a good start, takes the inside line and moves ahead of Johnny Wilson. Meanwhile, Mark Puxley looking around the outside of Ryan Sandel here, going in towards hairpin 1 for the first time this race. 20 minutes were on the clock as we make our way on towards hairpin 2. A move down the inside from Johnny Wilson to take over the lead of the race then. And Johnny Wilson of T-Side NRG, the NRG Sprint Champion of 2022, takes over the lead of the race as we head our way through in towards Pullman's, now in towards paddock. And, well, it will be the chore of Sam Lukes to take advantage of that pole position that he set in the Super Pole. And making his way through, there is the number 6 as well of Ryan Sandel, the reigning heavyweight Kart Race of champion. Won it in 2022. Mark Puxley now looking up the inside of Sam Lukes then and takes over that position. Now it's Mark Puxley who moves up into 3rd place. Sam Lukes is now down to 4th. And Mark Puxley here, once again looking to better what he managed to achieve. He managed 3rd place in the Kart Race of Champions 2020, a prolific racer in Club 73. But it's Johnny Wilson who leads the way here of T-Side NRG. looking to get his way up there, very consistent in the heats. He only picked up one podium. That was a second place in his second heat, but he picked up 2 fourth places either side of that, and it put him in a very strong position points-wise for the heats. There's Will Dendy in the number 10, the wild card, as he makes his way through. KFI Super 1 champion. As that's a move, then Ryan Sandel moves back into the lead then to defend his crown. Heading our way in towards hairpin 1. Moving ahead of Johnny Wilson. Mark Puxty is in 3rd place. Sam Luke is in 4th. With Anwar Beryl-Smith in 5th, raising a hand. He's not happy out there. As we see our leaders make their way through in towards the S's. Sandel from Wilson, from Puxty. Heading our way through the Syme Suite. Now through Pullmans. And onwards we go towards Paddock. Up the hill we go then towards Garda. Mark Puxley gets a good run out of Paddock there. Does he get any advantage going in towards Garda? Well, he certainly closes up to the back of Johnny Wilson then as we head through the final corner and across the line to start our 4th lap here of this A final of the heavyweights here at the Kart Race of Champions 2023 at Buckmore Park. Heading in towards the first hairpin once again. Johnny Wilson looking to try and find that position back, as that looks like number 18 is into the pits then, and that would be Sam Lukes, who has come in, and unfortunately for him he put it on pole position, was the runner-up last year, but unfortunately looks like he's pulled off and retired from the race. Ryan Sandel then still leading the way, leads the pack up towards Garda as they now head their way down in towards the centre chicane. And it's Ryan Sandel here looking to finish what he started last year as well. Across the line he will go. Top 3 have managed to break away from the rest of the field. Anwar Beryl-Smith is currently in 4th place. Jeff Lamb in 5th, with Joe Bailey in 6th place. Alex Jones in 7th. Will Dendy in 8th. Matthew Spencer 9th. We're watching on our top 3 then, as Johnny Wilson applies the pressure to Ryan Sandel. Now heading through the S's. As we head our way down the hill through Syme Sweep and through Pullmans. Johnny Wilson here picked up a podium and a win in his heats. With his second heat he finished 8th. It got him a strong points haul that would have put him 2nd if we were putting a grid together based on the heat points. Ryan Sandel looking over the shoulder. He knows Johnny Wilson is there. He knows he's trying to close in, and he also knows what to expect in towards hairpin 1. Will Dendy down to 11th place, with Todd White, Chris Alcott and Matthew Spencer all gaining positions. Still Ryan Sandel leading the way through in towards the S's. Mark Puxty still there in 3rd place at the moment. Fastest lap of this race was set last time around by Johnny Wilson, a 49.662. As Wilson loves a move, as we've seen so far today, down the inside at Paddock. No way through for him this time. If anything, Mark Puxty, that's allowed him to start to close in, as the top 3 now make their way through in towards Cafe Curve, on towards the Sicily Straight. Up towards turn 1 we go. The top 3 separated from the rest of the field right now. Anwar Beryl-Smith is starting, well, looking to try and close in. Will Dendy has come into the pits then, and looking to, he's jumping up the cart. Looks like that might be his A final done. So we're down to 18 runners now in the A final for the heavyweights. Leaders still battling on, battling strong, as we make our way through in towards Pullmans now. There is Will Dendy, who's called it a day in the A final, the heavyweights. And we see the leaders then back up in towards Cafe Curve, with Ryan Sandel leading the way. Johnny Wilson closing in this time. He looks to go to the left-hand side, trying around the outside. Ryan Sandel saw it coming and defended the inside line. Heading our way now in towards the first hairpin, as Johnny Wilson tries to carve a move there. In towards hairpin 2. Right foot down as Johnny Wilson applies the pressure more and more through the S's. Mark Puxty almost with that popcorn, watching on for now, seeing what happens with the top 2. It's Ryan Sandel now making his way down in towards paddock with Johnny Wilson in second place. Mark Puxley might have thrown that popcorn away. He's right in the thick of the action once again. Behind Johnny Wilson. And through they go the centre chicane. Up the rise, through Cafe Curve. And onwards across the start-finish line. Well, Mark Puxley picked up 2 second places as well in his heats, his first and last heat. Picked up a 7th place in the middle heat, which put him in a strong position, points-wise, heading into this final. As our top 3 now make their way through the second hairpin. It's still Ryan Sandel leading the way. He had to start from 3rd place, that's where he qualified. The points were the order of the day, he would have started 2nd. And here goes Johnny Wilson. Thought he might have had a sneaky move up the inside going in towards paddock. He does love to dive it up the inside. If he even senses a slight opening, a slight chance of an overtake, you better believe Johnny Wilson will go for it. Mark Puxley right behind at the moment. But at this point, it's Ryan Sandel representing Club 100 who leads the way. Johnny Wilson in 2nd place for Teesside NRG in 2nd. And Mark Puxley rounding up the top 3 for Club 73. Here they go then through in towards the second hairpin. Just shy of 12 minutes left of this race to run. It's still Ryan Sandel withstanding the pressure being applied by Johnny Wilson as they head down in towards paddock now. Again, back onto the power. Keeping an eye as well at Anwar Beryl Smith, who's slowly catching the lead battle by a 10th or 2 per lap. If they keep squabbling like they are, they'll lose more time. And that will invite Anwar Beryl Smith to apply some pressure of his own. Beryl Smith racing for Club 100, a Club 100 heavyweight SP60 champion, a heavyweight sprint champion as well. Picked up 2 heat wins, 1 in dominant fashion and 1 putting on a defensive masterclass. He's had a bit of everything today, has Anwar Beryl Smith. We'll see if he can keep up the pressure and close in the gap. There he is, just exiting the second hairpin. Qualified in 6th place, up to 4th at the moment. As we make our way in towards paddock, once again, Ryan Sandel just about withstanding that pressure, but Johnny Wilson is so much putting on the throttle here as we make our way through in towards Cafe Curve, across the start-finish line. Sandel taking a defensive line in towards the first 2 turns. Out of Henry's Bend we go, and defending the inside line is Ryan Sandel in towards hairpin 1. Johnny Wilson spots an opening though, wants to try and find and exploit that opening in towards hairpin 2. Again, he's on the inside now, heading in towards the S's. Johnny Wilson swoops through and takes away the lead from Ryan Sandel. Johnny Wilson now leads here in the A final of the Kart Race of Champions, their heavyweights. Down in towards paddock we go. Ryan Sandel will not take that lying down. Up towards Garda they go. And as they make their way now through the centre chicane, it is still Johnny Wilson leading the way. Ryan Sandel 2nd, Mark Puxley in 3rd. As we make our way across the start-finish line, less than 10 minutes of this race to run now. We're halfway through and Johnny Wilson leads the way. Down in towards hairpin 1 we go. Ryan Sandel looking to see if he can get his way back past Johnny Wilson. He's done it once before. But Mark Puxley as well in the background, in 3rd place, ready to take advantage of any mistakes that happen up ahead. Feeding their way through now in towards Pullman and to paddock. As that's a great run through the corner from Ryan Sandel. Johnny Wilson defends the inside line going in towards Garda. And as they re-emerge out of Garda, Wilson still in the lead. Sandel 2nd, Puxley in 3rd. As our top 3 barrel through Cafe Curve. Across the start-finish line once again. And the top 3 running so close together, matching each other for pace. As there goes Ryan Sandel back up the inside to try and take over the lead. Mark Puxley try and find a way to squeeze through to 2nd place. He be on the outside in towards hairpin 2 and trying to get his way back onto the circuit, but can't quite take advantage. And it's Ryan Sandel back into the lead. Johnny Wilson in 2nd place. Mark Puxley still in 3rd. as we head our way down the hill in towards Paddock then. Mark Puxty getting aggressive now, trying to take a different line through Paddock. It was a great run he had, and he transferred that momentum he did have into Johnny Wilson there with that little tap around the final corner. Johnny Wilson right on the back of Sandal. Sandal goes defensive. Wilson has to go the long way round. He'll tuck back in. And heading away towards the second hairpin. Again, Ryan Sandal parks it right in the middle of the track. No way through for Johnny Wilson. Heading our way through hairpin 2. Sandal leading from Wilson and Puxty. Ryan Sandal here to make it back-to-back victories in the heavyweight of the Kart Race of Champions, winning here in 2022, and is looking to make it consecutive victories here in 2023. The drivers that are trying to stop him, Johnny Wilson for Teesside NRG, as he makes his way now right onto the back of Sandal. Through we go in towards the first 2 turns of Conway's and Henry's Bend. Now in towards hairpin 1. Still the pressure being applied here. As Sandal withstanding this pressure so far. And the one chance Johnny Wilson has had to get ahead, he took it. Ryan Sandal took back the lead a lap later. A chance for Johnny Wilson to decide what he's going to do in this race. He's got Mark Puxty behind him. He can't afford to make a lunge and lose time, because Mark Puxty will be all over the back of him, ready to swoop that second place. They now climb the rise through Cafe Curve and on towards the Sicily Straight. Again, Sandal defends the inside line, heading through now Henry's Bend and up towards the first hairpin. Ryan Sandal defending that inside line. Ryan Sandal having a heat win under his name. The final heat he was in, he went on to win it. He also got a 3rd place in the first heat. Now it's his chance to wrap this up with a bow for consecutive Kart Race of Champions wins. Johnny Wilson is right on his tail. He'll be looking for the outside line going in towards Garda here. Now through the centre chicane, still it's Ryan Sandal ahead of Johnny Wilson, but these 3 right now are nip and tuck, crossing the line. 5 minutes 46 on the clock. Ryan Sandal again taken to the inside line. Mark Puxty fancies his chances, moves up the inside and gets ahead of Johnny Wilson. Now in towards hairpin 1. Mark Puxty says it's my turn to have a go. Through in towards hairpin 2. It's his turn now to see if he can get onto the leader here. Anwar Beryl Smith still closing in, lap after lap to the top 3. Mark Puxty says, help me out, Johnny Wilson, let's catch him together. But Ryan Sandal will try and take this advantage, try and take this opportunity to get ahead of Ryan Sandal. And we see there battles further back. Jeff Lamb in 5th place, with the number 15 of Chris Alcock in 6th place. Joe Bailey in 7th. So it's a very close, congested battle there for 5th place downwards. Anwar Beryl Smith, meanwhile, has just set his personal best and closed up 0.6 of a second to this battling pack. Mark Puxty now on the outside, heading in towards hairpin 2. Johnny Wilson spots the opening, grabs the inside line and takes back 2nd place. There is Anwar Beryl Smith in the number 12, looking to try and make this a lead quartet battle for the lead and for the race win. Down in towards Paddock we go then. Anwar Beryl Smith of Club 100 with 2 heat wins today, looking to make it a hat-trick of wins overall. He's got a mountain to climb, but he's closing this gap at a rate of knots. The top 3 again battling away. Johnny Wilson trying to go round the outside in towards the first 2 turns then. Now in towards Henry's Bend again. Sandal goes defensive. Wilson has to stay put. Puxty right on the tail as well. But Anwar Beryl Smith is ready to join this battle now with less than 4 minutes to run. Sandal, who leads Wilson from Puxty, and Beryl Smith closing in as well. Ryan Sandal knows the pressure that's on him right now. He's been through this before as a Kart Race of Champions champion. Johnny Wilson definitely trying to up the ante, turn up the temperature. Mark Puxty as well. He finished 3rd place as a personal best in Kart Race of Champions in 2020. He's looking to go one better today. Ryan Sandel making his way through in towards Henry's Bend, and again positioning that kart perfectly so that Johnny Wilson can't have a move up the inside ready. Mark Puxty trying a different line as he heads his way through. Hairpin 2. And while Beryl Smith still closing, still setting personal best. Scythe half a second out of the lead trio on that last lap. As Johnny Wilson, does he spot an opening? Yes, he does, down the inside at Paddock. Here comes Mark Puxty, though. They're making it 3 wide on the rise up towards Garda, who will come out on top in that battle as they make their way through the centre chicane. Mark Puxty takes over the lead of the Kart Race of Champions. It's not done yet, though, because here comes Johnny Wilson in 2nd place, and while Beryl Smith as well joins into the fray. He's thrown his hat into the ring now and makes it a quartet. Heading our way in towards Hairpin 1. It's Puxty from Wilson and Sandel, and Beryl Smith now applies the pressure in towards Hairpin 2. He has been closing over the last 5 laps at a significant rate of knots. Now it's Mark Puxty's turn to withstand the pressure from Johnny Wilson. Less than 2 minutes to run in this race as Puxty leads from Wilson and Sandel. Mark Puxty, who is a prolific Club 73 driver, racing for Club 73 tonight. His best finish in the Kart Race of Champions is 3rd place. He currently leads here in 2023. We have 95 seconds on the clock, and while Beryl Smith up the inside of Ryan Sandel, going in through now Henry's Bend, now heading our way towards the first hairpin. Beryl Smith has the inside line and takes 3rd place. Now he says to Ryan Sandel, let's go catch them. Through hairpin 2 we go. It's still Puxty making his way through the S's, but Johnny Wilson is closing in on him now, giving him a helping hand through in towards now Pullmans, and in towards Paddock we go. Not long left of this race, 60 seconds to go. We should be on the penultimate lap now as Mark Puxty makes his way through the centre chicane, as there goes Ryan Sandel and Anwar Beryl Smith. Side by side they run then, coming through the cafe curve. We're on to the final lap of the Kart Race of Champions 2023, the heavyweight A final. It is Mark Puxty who leads from Johnny Wilson. Anwar Beryl Smith has got himself up into 3rd place. Last year's winner of the Kart Race of Champions, Ryan Sandel, is in 4th place and looking 4th best in this one, in this battle. Mark Puxty looks over his right shoulder, checks where Johnny Wilson is. He knows he might launch a move up towards Paddock. Now he makes his way through, in towards Pullmans, and in towards Paddock we go. Puxty positions the car so that Johnny Wilson can't get anywhere near him, defends the inside line as they head their way through in towards Garda. Now making our way through in towards the centre chicane. Through in towards Cafe Curve and heading towards the line. The checkered flag is at the ready. It's Mark Puxty who wins for Club 73 and takes his first Kart Race of Champions victory. He finished 3rd overall in 2020. He finished 4th overall in 2022. Now, though, he finishes on top, and he is the Kart Race of Champions A final heavyweight winner. And it's Johnny Wilson in 2nd place there for Teesside NRG. Anwar Beryl Smith was a hard charger on those last 5 laps, and that was good enough to get him 3rd place, representing Club 100. And there is Mark Puxty. A hard-fought battle. A trio that became a quartet. Puxty got the move done with only a couple of minutes left. And he does take the victory here at the Kart Race of Champions 2023. He is your heavyweight A final winner. A great moment for Puxty, almost shaking his head. But huge celebrations for Puxty tonight are in order. And a huge congratulations as he makes his way back into the pit lane. Ryan Sandel has lost his crown for this year, but I'm sure he'll be back in 2024 to do it all again. A great battle between Sandel, Wilson and Puxty, and so too Anwar Beryl-Smith for the final 4 minutes. And it was enough for Beryl-Smith here to take a podium. Look at that celebration for Mark Puxty. Brilliant stuff, and huge congratulations from all the drivers around. It was brilliant fun to watch. It's been a brilliant day, and hopefully you have enjoyed today's action. And we've decided our champions of the Kart Race of Champions here at Buckmore Park. Thank you very much for watching. Wherever you're watching, please take care of yourselves. Have a very good evening and good night.